Americans. This radio show is for all of you who speak this language. It's about the rest of America. That's a big word, America. It's easy to forget how much it means. It's a big subject. In case I get something wrong or you have any questions to ask, I wish you'd just phone me up here at CBS. I'd be very glad. Hello? Who's speaking?
Who are you?
I'm Orson Welles.
Okay, you're Orson Welles. I'm one of your listeners. I took you up on that offer.
What can I do for you?
Don't read us any lectures about loving our country. That's what you can do.
I wasn't going to.
Well, don't. I love my country without you telling me to, and so does everybody else. Okay?
Okay.
And another thing.
Yes?
What do you mean by saying the show you're doing is only for Americans who talk English? Everybody in America talks English.
I've got you there. I was just saying it's easy to forget how much America means when you called up. You say we all love our country, and of course that's true, but do we all love America? Do you realize what America means? For us, there's our part of it first. Our neighborhood, streets, and stores. The house we go home to. Neighbors' houses. A church, a school, our precinct, our state and the other 47. Our new nation, conceived in liberty. Our country, right or wrong. When it's wrong, we'll make it right. What's close to us looks biggest. That's the law of perspective. But there's another law. A natural law that says you see further the higher you stand. And we're growing up. We stand higher. And from where we stand, we see a hemisphere. Ours from pole to pole. America. 2 continents. 1 continent with a canal. Our half of the globe. Our portion of the earth. The New World. Its first name was the New World. The old adventurers from Europe called it that. The name sounds brighter now than ever, the New World. Its tenants are Americans. Hello, Americans. Okay?
Okay.
We, the people of these United Nations of America, now stand together. We ought to know each other better than we do. It's my job to help with the introduction.
You've been traveling down there, haven't you?
In Latin America, yes, every country. That's why I'm doing this radio series. The first place I went to was Brazil, so that's where we're starting the show.
You mean you're broadcasting from Brazil? How, by shortwave?
No, dramatic license. Hello? Hello? All right, operator, I'll accept the charges. Ladies and gentlemen, this broadcast comes to you by dramatic license from the first place you think of when you think of Brazil. From the loveliest city in our hemisphere. A gorgeous capital with a name that sounds like a music cue, which in this case it is. This broadcast comes to you from Rio de Janeiro. The Carioca. I've always liked that tune. Cariocas are what you call inhabitants of Rio. It's a word like Angelino or Maverick or Hoosier. They're a special sort of people, Cariocas. They get an extra lot of fun out of life, which is understandable when you consider where they live. And they're the best-natured folks I've ever met. I hope they'll forgive me then for playing a rumba on this program. Rumbas don't come from South America. They originated in Central America. The one you hear now was written some years ago in North America. Anyway, for Yankee ears, this song really does stand for some part of the excitement of this place. The glamorous, expensive, international side of it. The golden beaches on the Copacabana, the casinos, the smart women and the pretty girls. The side of Rio the Cariocas are naturally proud of stuff. But there's another side of Rio. You hear it? Not a seamy side, not at all. Even if smart isn't the word for it. No, indeed, if Rio's backyard isn't exactly gala, it's even gayer than Rio's front lawn. There isn't a jazzsmith up north who could ever express it. It's set to music, but the music's all its own. Rich, deep, Brazilian. Comes rolling down to Rio from the hills. Throbs in the streets. Everybody dances to it. Called samba. It's scramble the two words music and Brazil together and then unscramble them again, you end up with the word samba. Also, if you scramble a moderate number of Brazilians together and then unscramble them, you find out they've been dancing the samba. I think they'll admit they need very little provocation to begin with. And once they've started dancing, they need no encouragement at all to continue. No one is standing by to give them the rhythm. They roll their own. Using matchboxes, straw hats, tabletops, little pieces of wood, anything at hand. If no one is standing by to stop them, they're quite capable of dancing until dawn, and then another dawn, and then still another. From all this, we neighbors have guessed that the samba is quite some phenomenon. Dig that rhythm, you cats. That's the Amazon and the conga talking. Right here, I'd like to remark that samba, like some wine, doesn't seem to travel very well. Anyway, I've heard sambas up in the States, seen groups of my fellow citizens dancing what they hoped was samba. And from where I stand, which is right in the heart of the samba country, I can tell them now they don't know the half of it. Samba's the old two-step, really, with a South American accent, or do I mean the one-step? Not being a dancer, I guess I'd better drop out of the conversation. We'll just play this one instead. You listeners up in North America, try it. Roll up the parlor rug, grab your best girl, and see what you make of it. Para!
de mato, tem gosto de coque, tem samba na gesta, tem balanganda. Tem a pele morena e o corpo febril dentro do peito do Brasil. Tem cheiro de mato, tem gosto de coque, tem samba na gesta, tem balanganda. Tem a pele morena e o corpo febril dentro do peito do Brasil. Cantei em São Paulo, cantei no Pará, tomei chimarrão e comi vatapá. Eu sou brasileira, meu tá de revelar, que a minha bandeira é verde e amarela. Cantei em São Paulo, cantei no Pará, tomei chimarrão e comi vatapá. Eu sou brasileira, meu tá de revelar, que a minha bandeira é verde e amarela. Tem cheiro de mato, tem gosto de coque, tem samba na gesta, tem balanganda. Tem a pele morena e o corpo febril dentro do peito amor do Brasil. Eu digo que tenho muamba, que tenho no corpo um cheiro de samba. Só falta pra mim um moreno fagueiro, seja do samba e bom brasileiro. E eu digo que tenho muamba, que tenho no corpo um cheiro de samba. Só falta pra mim um moreno fagueiro, que seja do samba e bom brasileiro. Tem cheiro de mato, tem gosto de coque, tem samba na gente, tem balanganda. Tem a pele morena e o corpo febril dentro do peito amor do Brasil.
Who do you think is doing the singing? North America's South American favorite, Carmen Miranda, no other. Carmen, for the benefit of our listeners up north who may be trying to dance to this, may I tell them to relax a little bit and just sort of bounce in the knees?
Ah, please do, Orson, and tell them to enjoy themselves.
Now, enjoy yourself.
You know, Orson?
Yes, I know.
Why don't you sing just a little bit of samba with me?
Carmen.
Sure.
I can't sing, no.
Look. You just come from Rio.
No, I can't. I teach
you. Huh?
No tabalero da baiana tem.
Again.
Conversa. Outra vez.
vez.
No tabalero da baiana tem.
Batapá, caruru, bom arroz, tem bom, aiolô.
Se eu pedir, você me dá o seu coração, meu amor, de aiá, me dá.
E no coração da baiana tem o quê?
Sedução, oi, cantarei, ilusão, oi, candomblé, pra você. You know, ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot more to samba. As I've just found out, there's a lot more to samba than meets the virgin ear. There's good reason why our bands can't seem to play it right up north. Samba has its own instruments, for one thing. Now, I've got a full complement of really top samba players here at the microphone, and they're going to help us now to investigate the anatomy of samba. We're going to see, if you'll excuse me, what makes samba run. Now, I'm no authority, but plenty of authorities are standing by. What you hear now, for instance, sounds like a drum, doesn't it? Well, it looks like a drum. Must have some special name, though, probably unpronounceable.
Durdu.
Yes. Well, that's not so hard, Carmen. Looks African.
It is.
Durdu, I might explain, is a rather long, rather narrow drum that tapers down at either end.
This is the first tambourine.
Tambourine?
Yes, correct.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the tambourine is not a tambourine. As you can hear, it has no little jangling metal disc. It's square, for one thing, rather small, very crude looking. It's just a rough frame with some kind of hide.
Cat skin.
Cat skin. There's some skin check. Stretch over one side, yes, cat skin. The player beats it with a small stick. The name of the stick doesn't matter. It's just a stick.
This is the second tambourine.
Ladies and gentlemen, tambourine number 2.
And this is important. The second plays a different rhythm from the first.
Oh, I was noticing that, Constable. It's very complicated, too.
It is too complicated?
Oh, we'll get used to it.
Well, the next is the pandero.
Pandero. Pandero?
Yes, something wrong, Senor Wells?
Well, no, Pandero. I was just confused for a minute. It's all right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this instrument, oddly enough, is exactly like our tambourine.
Well, that's the way things are.
Yes, you're quite right. I ought to say that the pandero, is played with the bare hands, one shaking it, the other beating the rhythm.
Now we shall go on, yes? This is the reco-reco.
Reco-reco.
Yes?
Why is it called the reco-reco?
Well, because the sound is make it.
Because it's the sound it makes. That's a very good reason. The reco-reco is a long block of hard wood with notches in it, and the sound is made by scratching another piece of wood over the notches.
You want to say more about the reco-reco?
No. That about covers it.
All right. Now you hear the ganza.
Ganza. The ganza is a longish metal cylinder filled with pebbles or beads or teeth or something. The gentleman here handles it with all the flair of a bartender shaking a cocktail shaker.
Now we hear the cuica.
What's that, Carmen?
Cuica.
The cuica.
Cuica.
Well, this weird sound comes from a drum. However, if you notice, it isn't beaten like a drum. One end is open, and attached to the inside of the hide is a rod. When you yank it back and forth, that's what you hear. There you have it. Rhythm of the samba. To us neighbors, it doesn't sound easy, and it doesn't look easy. But Brazilian babies can beat out samba rhythm before they can talk. And they can dance to the samba rhythm before they can walk. At least that's what I was told, and I believe it. They say here in Rio, that the samba is the soul of Brazil. This is a very popular saying, and like many popular sayings, it can be misconstrued. It might lead us to believe, for instance, that Brazilians think seriously of nothing but dancing and singing. This isn't true, as any Brazilian will tell you.
That's right, Autry. It is true. Brazil is a big country, a very big country.
Indeed it is, and a wonderful one.
I like it very much, and every Brazilian likes it very much.
I've noticed that, Carmen. Some like the sertões of the north, some like the cattle plains of the south, some like the port cities along the coast, some like the jungles in the interior. But all Brazilians like Brazil, as you say, Carmen, very much. There's a lot to like. There's a lot to tell. There's history and legend and romance. Most people don't care very much for statistics. Depends on what interests you. For instance, if you're a businessman...
That's what I am, a businessman. I will tell you something about Brazil. This country is 3 million square miles of the biggest wealth potential on God's green earth. And I really mean green. What you know, they grow 2/3 of the world supply of coffee here in an area 1/4 the size of Ohio. And that's only one item, coffee.
Well, I guess if you're an economist, you'd be interested in all the other items, too.
Right. I'm an economist. And everything considered, it seems simplest to say that Brazil could feed the world. Everything grows here. Wheat, corn, tea, rice, sugar, fruit, tobacco, cocoa, cattle.
You could probably go on for quite a while.
Oh, yes, I could. But those are only foods. Then there's cotton, rubber, hardwood, dyes, wax.
We'll have to arrange a special broadcast. Until then, let's just say that it's a very fertile country, Brazil. More than fertile. Pardon? I'm a mining engineer. I've just been through the state of Minas Gerais. That's the gold country. They've been getting gold out of there for 2.5 centuries. And when they don't get gold, they get diamonds. Big ones, too. Great big ones. But I'm not so much interested in that. Something more interesting than gold or diamonds? Not as romantic, maybe, but I'm more interested in the manganese. You need it to make steel. They've got enough here, untouched, to make new ball bearings for the entire solar system. And they've got the iron to use it on up in the valley of Rio das Velhas. Biggest iron ore deposit on Earth. Good thing to have, especially these days. Well, Brazil's got it. Fabulous country.
Well, they say that God is a Brazilian.
Oh, excuse me. Would you repeat that and then explain yourself?
Certainly. I'm a sociologist, and I was just quoting a Brazilian saying. God is a Brazilian. That is why he favored this country so much. Matter of fact, it's estimated that Brazil could contain 900 million people with plenty of living room and food and comfort. Well, that's half the world. Only about 45 million here now.
But where would all the extra ones fit? You can't send them into the jungle.
No, sir, you're absolutely right. You can't send them into this jungle. There's nothing like it. I'm an explorer, been at it 40 years. Seen everything in Africa and India and Malay, every place. And take it from me, there's nothing like the Brazilian jungle. So thick you can't get in, when you get in, you can't get out. So how can you live there?
Well, people live there now.
Indians.
Exactly, people. The odd thing is that there is not a square mile of Brazil that can't be lived in. And this is true even though huge areas are impassable now and others are unexplored. Which means simply that Brazil today is the last great frontier. Someday, though, the jungle, like the other frontiers, will be pushed back.
Do you agree, Mr. Explorer?
It'll take a dang big push.
It's going to happen, there's no doubt of it. That's why I'm glad we naturalists have been busy collecting specimens and making notes before it gets too late.
I suppose it goes without saying that Brazil is a naturalist paradise.
Charles Darwin put it this way. Brazilian scenery, he said, is nothing more nor less than a view of the Arabian Nights with the advantage of reality.
Oh, I'll have to remember that about the Arabian Nights.
It's very accurate. You can take an hour's walk around the city of Belém, for instance, and get about 500 different kinds of butterflies. Then there are the flowers, the insects, the animals, all in unbelievable profusion. Monkeys, vampire bats, hummingbirds, jaguars, stingrays, crocodiles, giant snakes, parrots.
Oh, that's what I like, the parrot. We just got married. My husband and I mean. And we were in Rio on our honeymoon, and there's a restaurant we went to where you sit on the terrace, and right there you can reach out and touch the jungle. And the parrots come out and look at you.
My wife wants to take at least 24 parrots back home with us. Me, I'm an architect, and I prefer some of the Baroque colonial buildings I've seen. You don't find a better example of that sort of thing in Minas or Bahia. That's quite a problem, moving large buildings from one country to another. I think it's been done, though. Castles or something like that, and crates.
Oh, he's just joking, but I'm serious about the parrots. Maybe there won't be any more when there's no jungle.
Hey, you ought to see that jungle.
I'm going to.
Too bad it's going to be done away with.
We'll have to chart it first. Most of it's never been seen. That's going to take some little while.
It will be done. What's going to happen to you gun and camera boys when there's nothing left to explore? And without a good jungle in the world, what are the adventure story writers going to do?
We'll pass over that question for the moment. Your credentials, please.
I'm a writer. Came down here to Rio to do a family novel about my hometown, Elko, Nevada. Distance lends perspective. What I like here are the air-conditioned skyscrapers.
There's certainly nothing new to you.
Contrast. That's new. You go up to the top floor of one of these slick buildings and look out towards the hills and see real jungle. Dances and music right from Africa. Skyscrapers and jungle. I like that. And I like the idea of a drop of blood here in Rio.
What about a drop of blood?
Well,
First, there are the Portuguese. Spanish, Arabic, Nordic, Greek, Moorish. Portugal's the melting pot of Europe. All right. The Portuguese come to Brazil. And then others come from Europe and Africa and North America, so that today a drop of real Brazilian blood is an honest-to-goodness drop of all mankind's blood.
That's true. It occurs to me that since men in the world have to live with one another and get along somehow, they might learn a great deal about tolerance and quiet decency from the Brazilians, who have the blood of all men. Remember the story about the committee of blind men who investigated the elephant? They handed in quite a report. One of them said the elephant was shaped like a tree trunk. One of them said he was a snake. One of them said he was a sword. One of them insisted he was made out of a length of manila rope. One of them thought he was a wall or a sort of dry whale. I forget just how it goes. Each expert had a different point of view. That's what I'm trying to say. A different version of the truth depending on which section of the elephant's anatomy he happened to grab. Now, I don't pretend to be able to see any better or any more than anybody else who might try to describe these countries. But I promise I won't concentrate solely on the trunk or the tail or the tusks or natural resources or Indian war dances or butterflies or big business. It's not easy, but I'm going to try to outline enough so you can fill in enough to get some notion of what the other half of America really looks like.
Pardon me, Senor Wells, but we must go now. The plane is waiting.
Oh, that's right. Thanks. And excuse me, everybody. I've got to get out of the airport. This week, we're flying the Andes. Tomorrow, by special dramatic license, we'll be in Cochabamba. From there on to La Paz and Lake Titicaca on the Altiplano. Then the Northwest, Cusco and Quito and Bogota. Next week, we'll tell you about it. The Andes deserve more than one broadcast, but I'm afraid we're in a hurry, and we've got a lot to tell. For now, I'd like to thank the fine Brazilian musicians who brought us their authentic music on tonight's broadcast. I'd like to thank Lud Gluskin, who was also around and did the conducting. And as for Carmen Miranda, well, Carmen, see, sir, here's a big abrazo.
Thank you very much, Orson. Hasta luego.
Hasta luego, Carmen. Hasta luego. Hasta luego, todo mundo. Good night, Americans.
This program is a presentation of the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Wait a minute. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
John was here in this room. I saw him and talked to him. He had a message for me. And while he was here, the room was filled with the odor of musty roses.
Another Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the unusual story of apparition. In the midst of a circle of tall, moaning pines spreads an old mansion. On the second floor, a low light burns in a large bedroom, the bedroom of Elizabeth Kemper, the elderly mistress of the mansion. Mrs. Kemper's husband, John, died suddenly a year ago and left his entire estate to his wife, Elizabeth. Shortly after John's death, Elizabeth brought her husband's sister, Bertha, and Bertha's daughter, Celia, to live with her. Since John's death, Elizabeth's health has gradually failed and she has taken to her bed. In the meantime, Elizabeth's only sister, Mary, has come to live in the great house, and Mary's son, Herbert. Now, long past midnight, Elizabeth tosses in her bed and mumbles.
John, what is it? What do you want? Why don't you say it?
Suddenly, Elizabeth's door bursts open, and Bertha moves into the room and stands beside the bed.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth?
Huh?
Elizabeth! It's Bertha.
Oh, Bertha. Oh, yes, Bertha.
Why did you scream?
Scream? Did I scream?
Yes. Just as I came in the room.
You must have frightened me.
Were you dreaming?
No, I don't think so. But I don't know. I thought John was here.
John? You thought John was here?
Yes. Standing there beside the bed.
Elizabeth, I saw him too. Just a moment ago.
What?
In my room.
Oh, but that's nonsense. Why should he always appear to you?
I'm his sister.
Yes. Yes, of course.
John was trying to tell me something. Something about you.
What?
He was trying to tell me that you should listen to him.
Listen to him?
Something about the property.
What about the property?
He says he made a mistake.
Mistake?
He says he wasn't killed accidentally. He did it deliberately. He committed suicide.
Suicide? Why should he have done that?
He hasn't explained that. But he says now he knows the truth about everything. He knows that his reason for hating me and cutting me off in his will was unfounded, and he's sorry. He's been trying to reach you, but you aren't receptive.
You claim you've seen John every night since the day he died.
I have, Elizabeth. I swear I have.
I've seen him many times in my dreams. But why doesn't he tell me what he wants?
Some night, Elizabeth, John will reach you in your waking moments. Then you'll believe me.
I can't understand it. He didn't like you, and he told me so. Why should he change now?
Perhaps it would be best if Celia and I left you.
Why should you want to leave all of a sudden?
You have your own sister and her son, Herbert. You won't be alone.
If I only knew what John was trying to say to me.
I've told you what he's been saying to me.
Mother, is anything wrong?
We heard someone scream. At least I thought I did.
No, nothing's wrong. Go back to bed.
Elizabeth, what is it?
What's what, Mary?
Oh, dear me, I heard someone scream. What was it? Oh, you're all right, Elizabeth.
Yes, Mary, I had a nightmare, that's all.
Oh.
Well, I was worried. Better go back to bed, all of you. I'll be all right.
Yes, come along, everybody.
I'll see you in the morning.
Good night.
But, Mother, why do you keep frightening Aunt Elizabeth by telling her about Uncle John?
I'm not frightening her. She should know the truth.
But she is frightened. Why, she's getting worse and worse. Are you sure you have seen Uncle, really?
Do you dare suggest that I'm lying? Is that what you mean, Celia?
No, Mother. I didn't mean that honest.
It's better. And don't you ever say such a thing again.
But why doesn't he appear to Aunt Elizabeth? She only dreams about him.
That's something that can't be answered. There are those who are gifted with the powers to see those who have departed. See them and talk with them. I'm one of those so gifted. Do you understand?
Yes, Mother.
John is trying to get a message to Elizabeth about me. And because he finds it difficult to reach her, he's chosen me as the medium.
What is the message?
He left me nothing in his will because he hated me and thought I hated him.
But you did.
I did not. It was his imagination. But now he's learned the truth. Now he knows I had nothing but his best interests at heart. He's trying to tell Elizabeth to leave all the estate to me. And he will continue to return to this house until his mission is accomplished. Then his soul can rest in peace.
I'm frightened, Mother. I don't want to stay here another day. I can't stand it
here.
You
stay here until I'm ready to leave. Do you hear me?
Yes, Mother, I hear.
Now stop this nonsense and go to bed.
Yes, Mother, I'm sorry.
You'd better be.
In another part of the great house, Herbert is talking with his mother, Mary, Elizabeth's own sister.
Now, Mother, get hold of yourself.
Oh, I'm terribly frightened, Herbert.
Why should you be frightened? Nothing can harm you. What have you to be afraid of?
Oh, there's something awful in this house. I can feel it. I don't want to stay here any longer. We must leave before it's too late.
I'll admit that strange things are going on, but I'm not ready to leave here. Not just yet.
We don't belong here, Herbert.
Elizabeth is your own sister.
I don't think John wants us here.
You really believe that John's spirit is walking around this place every night?
Well, what else?
Then why doesn't he say what he's trying to say and get it over
Well,
with?
I can't stay here much longer. I'll lose my mind.
I can imagine John's not wanting Bertha here, since he stipulated in his will that Aunt Elizabeth must never give Bertha $1 of the estate. But what's he got against you? Nothing.
Oh.
He didn't say that Elizabeth couldn't leave you a part of it.
Well, all I want to do is to get out of this house.
Well, I don't feel that way about it. Why should you walk out and leave everything to Bertha?
Well, that's why John's staying around here. He doesn't want anyone here.
Well, ghost or no ghost, I'm not walking out at a time like this.
Then I will. I'm leaving here tomorrow.
Oh, no. No, you're not leaving. We're both staying until Aunt Elizabeth makes her will. You're staying here whether you like it or not. You hear?
Yes, Herbert. But nothing good will come of it. I'm convinced of that.
No? Well, we'll see about that. Good night, Mother.
An hour later, Mary has finally dropped off to sleep. Then, as the clock strikes 3, a figure in white slips into Mary's room and stands beside the bed. Slowly, Mary opens her eyes and stifles a scream.
Who is it? What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Mary.
Bertha.
I have a message for you.
A message?
Yes. John is here, standing beside me.
I don't see anyone.
He is here.
What is the message?
John says that Elizabeth is planning to leave the estate to you. But he's learned the truth. He knows that his dislike for me was unfounded. He wants the estate left to me, because it's rightfully mine. And he'll never be able to rest in peace until that is accomplished.
Oh, I don't want it. I don't want any part of the estate.
Then if you want to escape this torment, you must convince your sister that John made a mistake. If you accept any part of it, John will never let you rest. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Very well, we'll leave you now. Good night.
Elizabeth, wake up. Oh, what?
Wake up. Oh, Mary, what's wrong? You're shaking like a leaf.
He was in my room. Who? John, he was in my room.
Mary, what are you saying?
He had a message. He said you were planning to leave the estate to me, according to his will. But he made a mistake about Bertha. He wants you to leave it to her, so he can rest in peace.
Mary, are you out of your mind?
No, you must believe me. I don't want any part of the estate. Oh, please promise me. Leave it to Bertha and have done with it. I refuse to accept it.
Get control of yourself, Mary.
I'm leaving here in the morning. I'm frightened. And if you had any sense, you'd leave too. If you stay here, you'll go mad.
Very well, Mary. If that's what you call gratitude, you can go.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth, but I won't remain another night.
Are you sure you saw John?
Well, no. No, but he was there in my room.
Did you talk with him?
No, that is,
Then how do you know he was there?
Well, Bertha told me he was there.
Bertha? Was she there, too?
Oh, yes. She told me what he wanted. He said he couldn't reach you.
Oh, why should John appear to everyone but me?
Oh, I don't know. But I know he was there. I could sense it. I tell you, there was someone in the room with Bertha. It must have been John. Oh, let Bertha have the estate or something terrible will happen to all of us. Oh, please, Elizabeth.
Go to bed, Mary. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Yes, Elizabeth.
Next day, Herbert goes into town and pays a visit to Henry Wentworth, Elizabeth's attorney. Wentworth was also John's attorney for many years and was familiar with the family for 2 decades.
Mr. Wentworth, you drew John Kemper's will.
Yes, I did.
Have you any idea why he cut his sister Bertha off without $1?
No, but in the last 5 years, John turned against Bertha. Turned against her violently.
Why?
I don't really know. She was his only sister, and he had no brothers. It was very strange.
What happened to Bertha's husband?
Well, he died about 5 years ago. Committed suicide. He worked for John at one time. Then John set him up in a business of his own. But he went to the wall in the crash at 29 and lost every penny. Just couldn't take it, so he killed himself.
He left nothing?
Nothing but an insurance policy to his wife, Bertha. Didn't amount to much. $5,000, I think.
Were John and Bertha's husband on good terms?
Apparently the best of friends.
How did Bertha's husband die?
Took poison. Overdose of sleeping tablets.
Oh, I see.
But from the day Bertha's husband died, John, her brother, seemed to turn against Bertha. And shortly changed his will, cutting Bertha off. I was the only one who knew about it until the will was read.
Have you any idea why he changed the will?
No, none whatever. It was none of my business.
Yes. Well, thank you, Mr. Wentworth. I appreciate your telling me this. Good day.
Then Herbert pays another visit, a visit to Dr. Martin, formerly John Kemper's physician. Dr. Martin is at first reluctant to talk, but finally answers a few questions.
Doctor, you were John Kemper's physician for many years?
Yes, that's right.
Was there anything wrong with him?
You mean, was he unbalanced?
No. Did he have any severe ailments?
Well, no. No, the last year or so he seemed to change considerably, though. Became a bit morose.
Anything wrong with his heart?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no?
Well, he began to suffer from severe headaches. Took to using a lot of aspirin. Was too much of anything's bad.
He was killed in a car wreck.
Yes, he'd been to the city and was driving back home late at night. Drove off into the ditch.
Did you attend him?
I saw the body shortly after the wreck. He'd been dead about an hour, badly smashed up.
Was it his heart?
Oh, could have been, but I think he went to sleep at the wheel.
Was there an autopsy?
No, it was obvious how he died. His skull had been crushed in.
Mm-hmm. Who had he visited in the city on business?
I don't know. I never thought about it.
Where is John Kemper buried?
In the family vault at the edge of his own estate. Didn't you know that?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes. I'd forgotten. Well, good day, Doctor. And thanks for the information.
Then later that night, the household prepares to settle down to sleep. One by one, the lights go out in the various rooms. Now only that in Elizabeth's room remains.
Will there be anything else, ma'am?
No, Higgins. That'll be all. Has everyone gone to bed?
Oh, yes, ma'am. They've all retired. Is the milk warm enough?
Yes. Good night, Higgins.
Good night, ma'am. I hope you rest well tonight.
Thank you, Higgins.
The moon bathes the estate in its eerie glow. The big clock strikes off the hour. Then, in the distance, there is the howl of a dog. A mournful howl of impending doom. John's dog crying in its loneliness. Across the lawn from the family vault walks a haggard figure in the moonlight. A figure with long white hair walking toward the house. Then a few moments later, the weird figure appears in Mary's room, stands in the shadows, and points at Mary.
What do you want? Who are you?
I am John.
John? Oh, good heavens.
I've come back to talk to you. You must hear me.
I hear you.
I made a great mistake in life. I hated my sister, but I know all things now. Bertha's a good woman. I'm doomed to walk this place without rest until I've made amends. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
If Elizabeth refuses to listen to my pleas and leaves this estate to you, you will never rest a moment under this roof. For I can never leave. It rightfully belongs to Bertha, and to her it must go.
Oh, I don't want it. I don't want any part of it. I won't stay here. I promise. Just let me alone.
I will. If you and your son leave here at once.
We will. Oh, where are you? John? Are you here? John?
Mary gasps and suddenly falls back on her pillow. Poor Mary has fainted dead away. From the darkened stairway, the great clock chimes out the hour. 3 o'clock. Elizabeth, eyes closed but still awake, senses a presence and slowly opens her eyes. Standing close beside her is the white-haired figure, its face hidden in the shadows.
No, Elizabeth. Don't turn on the lights.
Who is it?
You wouldn't want to see me. I've been out there too long.
John! John!
At last I've reached through to you.
Oh, I must be dreaming again.
No, not this time.
Why are you whispering, John?
I'm not whispering, Elizabeth. Can't you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What is that odor?
Odor?
Yes, a strange odor. Like the smell of flowers. A musty odor of roses.
Why, I've just come from the vault, Elizabeth.
John, what is it? What do you want?
You're going to make your will tomorrow.
Yes.
Only you can right the wrong I've done.
Wrong?
My father left this estate to me with the understanding that I should leave it to Bertha.
Yes, I know.
I suspected her of wrongdoing and cut her off, and instructed you to do so.
Yes.
But now I know that I was wrong. You must leave the estate to her. You must right my wrongs so that I can go on to my rest.
Yes, John.
If you fail to do this, I shall be doomed to walk this place throughout eternity. And all those who come here shall not know a moment's peace.
Yes, I understand, John.
If you fail me, you too shall suffer my torment with me forever.
Yes, I'll do it. I'll do as you say, only... John...
Your heart, Elizabeth?
Yes,
You haven't much time, Elizabeth. You will be joining me soon. I know.
John, where are you? I promise, John. I promise.
Elizabeth clutches at her heart, gasping for breath. A few moments pass, and she revives sufficiently to reach for the stimulant on the nightstand. She pours a dose, and as she swallows it, she glances out the window over the moonlit grounds. Across the lawn moves the white-haired figure, gliding toward the family vault at the edge of the estate.
John!
Elizabeth drops the glass and falls to the floor. A few seconds later, Bertha hurries into the room.
Elizabeth. Mary. Herbert.
What happened, Mother?
Hurry.
Good heavens. Is she all right? Elizabeth. Oh. She's dead.
Who screamed?
Must have been Elizabeth. Had another attack.
Why, she's still breathing.
Put her on the bed.
There's her medicine. I'll get another glass.
You stay here, Mary. I'll get the glass from the bathroom.
What do you suppose happened to her? Maybe it was
Was what?
I don't know.
What's wrong with you, Mother? You're white as a sheet.
Oh, am I?
What are you trying to say?
I saw it, too.
Saw what? What did you see?
Well, I saw him. John. He was in my room a while ago. I talked to him.
You talked to him?
Yes, and he talked to me. I heard him and I saw him.
What did he say? Stop whimpering and tell us.
He said...
Mother, stop it. Stop it.
Oh, I won't stay. I won't.
Come back here. Grab her, Celia.
Elizabeth's coming, too.
Aunt Elizabeth.
Oh, but
You're all right now. Just take it easy.
Yes, I'm all right. What's wrong with Mary?
She says she saw John and talked to him.
What?
I think she's imagining things.
No. She isn't imagining things. I know. I saw him, too. He was here. He talked to me.
Oh, now look, Aunt Elizabeth. The whole thing is...
No. He was here. It was no dream. I saw him walk through the garden toward the vault.
When?
It can't be very long ago. There was a strange, sickly odor in the room all the while he was here. It smelled like musty roses.
Oh, be quiet, Mother.
Now maybe you believe what I've been telling you.
What did he say?
It was about his will and my will. And he talked about Bertha.
About me?
Yes. He said he was wrong about you. Wants to make things right through me. He knew I intended to make my will tomorrow. And he told me just what to do.
Yes, that's what he said to me, too.
You?
Yes?
Why, this is the strangest thing I've ever encountered. Why should he talk to you?
Well, he did, I tell you. And Elizabeth must do what he wants. Otherwise, something will happen.
What will happen?
Well, I don't know. I want you to call Mr. Wentworth, the lawyer, and have him here first thing in the morning. I want to draw my will, as John tells me.
Very well. I think I'll have a look around the grounds. Never go back to sleep now, anyway. So, good night, Aunt Elizabeth.
Herbert wanders about the grounds for a while and finally goes to Higgins, the butler, and after some persuasion obtains the keys to the family vault. The next morning, the lawyer, Wentworth, visits Elizabeth in her room.
Well, how are you this morning, Elizabeth?
Much better, Mr. Wentworth.
Here, you had a bad night.
Yes, I guess I had another attack.
Oh, so?
Mr. Wentworth, I want to draw up my will. I should have done it long ago, but, well, something held me back.
I see. Well, I'll take down the data and have it typed, then bring it back for you to sign. I'll be in court all day, probably through the evening, so I'll have to come around 11 tonight.
Very well, as soon as possible.
Good. Now, let's have the particulars.
Yes. To my sister, Mary Wilton, I leave the 5-room cottage in Danbury. To my nephew, Herbert Wilton, I leave $1,000 in cash.
Yes.
And to my husband's sister, Bertha Mallory, I leave all other property, personal and real, amounting to some $400,000.
What?
Please. Amounting to some $400,000, according to my late husband's wishes.
What do you mean? John stipulated that you leave not a penny to Bertha.
John has changed his mind.
When did he change his mind?
Since his death.
Don't you think we'd better postpone this until you feel better?
I want my will drawn just as I have told you.
What do you mean by saying John has changed his mind? How could he?
He told me so last night.
You know what you're saying.
Yes. I saw John. I talked to him. He was wrong in his attitude toward Bertha.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
I want it done as I say.
Very well. I'll draw it up this way. But I certainly think that...
You think I'm insane?
Well, since you bring it up, yes, I do.
So did I, at first. But I'm not. I'll be expecting you around 11 tonight, Mr. Wentworth.
Yes. Yes, of course. I'll be here.
Now it is shortly after 11 the same night. The lawyer has returned with the will, and Elizabeth has called her 3 relatives to her room.
Very well, Mr. Wentworth. This is drawn the way I want it.
You mean as John wants it?
I mean just that. I'm leaving the property that was mine before I married John, the small cottage, to you, Mary, and $1,000 to Herbert. All else I am leaving according to John's directions to you, Bertha. That's the way John wants it. And that's the way it shall be.
You must do as you think best.
I'm doing as John wishes. Hand me the pen, Wentworth. There you are, and I hope you all understand.
I don't.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Well, now that you've got it, Bertha, what good is it going to do you?
What do you mean?
How much chance do you think you'll have to use it? What happiness do you think it'll bring you?
More than it would you. Isn't it rightfully mine?
Is it?
That's the way John wanted it.
Oh, no, it isn't. It's the way you want it.
I had nothing to do with
John made a will. He's never wanted to change.
Elizabeth knows better than that.
Aunt Elizabeth knows nothing of the kind.
This is my house now, and the sooner you leave, the better.
You'll be leaving sooner than I will, you and your spooks. You don't believe in ghosts, and you never saw one.
I saw John. Night after night. Everyone saw him.
Everyone but me, because I'm not a donkey.
Your own mother Mary saw him and talked to him.
Gosh, John is dead in his coffin out there in the vault. I saw him.
But I did see him. So did I.
You wouldn't know if you did see him.
We would. We've seen him.
Yeah. Then turn around. Turn around, all of you. And look.
John! Good Lord.
It's him. Is that John? Is it?
Yes, yes.
Take off your wig.
Higgins.
Yes, the butler. There's your spook.
Why, I'm sorry, ma'am.
You can go, Higgins. I'll explain everything. Yes. Bertha hired Higgins to impersonate John.
That's a lie.
Higgins would never have done it if he'd known about the murders. I trapped him into it. He confessed everything.
Murders?
What do you mean?
I got wise to the whole thing. I investigated the whole story about Bertha's husband and John's accidental death. They were both murdered.
You're lying.
I had the bodies exhumed and examined. They both died of an overdose of sleeping tablets. The very same purchased by Bertha at a certain drugstore.
He's crazy. He's crazy, I tell you. Don't listen.
She put the tablets in her husband's aspirin bottle. She was the one John visited. That night he had the wreck. She must have drugged him. That's why he went to sleep at the wheel.
I didn't.
She killed her husband for his insurance. And John cut her off in his will because he suspected that she killed her husband.
It's a lie, I tell you.
John never wanted his will changed. I have proof of the whole thing, and the police are waiting outside now. You haven't a chance, Bertha. You're guilty.
The police? Oh,
what good will all this do you? Where is your fortune now? They'll hang you.
Oh, yes. Yes, I did it. I don't know why, but I did it. I gave him the tablets.
Did Higgins know that?
No. No, he didn't know.
Bertha, she's fainted.
Mother.
No, she hasn't fainted.
What's wrong with her?
She's dead.
Oh, Mother. Oh, Mother.
Hand me that will, Mr. Wentworth. I'll want to draw up a new one in the morning.
Well, there you are. That's the story. John never wanted his will changed, and for good reason. He really knew the truth. But wait a minute. How did you figure this one out, Herbert? You didn't really have those bodies exhumed, did you?
I didn't have them exhumed. And if I had, there would have been no traces of sleeping tablets left. And there were no police waiting outside. I was bluffing, working on pure hypothesis. But it did work.
Yes, it worked, Herbert. And it afforded me a very nice story indeed. Thank you, Herbert.
You're welcome.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another weird tale. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Dixie. If you don't like your Uncle Sammy, then go back to your home o'er the sea, to the land from where you came, whatever be its name, but don't be ungrateful to me. If you don't like the stars in Old Glory, if you don't like the red, white, and blue, then don't act like the cur in the story. Don't bite the hand that's feeding you. Last night as I lay sleeping, a wonderful dream came to me. I saw Uncle Sammy weeping for his children from over the sea. They had come to him friendless and starving, and he took them into the fold. And now while in trouble he needs you, you'll have to remember your old. If you don't like your Uncle Sammy, then go back to your home or the sea, to the land from where you came, whatever be its name, but don't be ungrateful to me. If you don't like the stars in Old Glory, if you don't like the red, white, and blue, then don't act like the cur in the story. Don't bite the hand that's feeding you. Well, howdy there, friends and neighbors, and thank you for dropping around to Melody Ranch today. And now, here's a mighty pretty old song that many a guy has sung to many a gal. Remember... I'll hold you in my heart till I can hold you in my arms like you've never been held before. I'll think of you each day, and then I'll dream the night away till you are in my arms once more. The stars up in the sky know the reason why I feel so blue when I'm away from you. I'll hold you in my heart till I can hold you in my arms. So, darling, please wait for me. The stars up in the sky know the reason why I feel so blue when I'm away from you. I'll hold you in my heart till I can hold you in my arms. So, darling, please wait for me. Well, thank you, neighbors. Thanks a lot.
Gene.
Yes?
Mind if I ask you something?
Why, not at all, Johnny. What's on your mind, Bud?
Well, sir, for the life of me, I can't get this here dead-blamed income tax return of mine to come out right.
You're not the only one, Sonny boy. Shake hands with a friend. No, sir, believe me, you're not the only one. What seems to be your trouble, though?
Well, I guess it's the same as everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
If I make my tax out wrong, see, I end up in the hands of the law.
Mm-hmm.
If I make it out right, I end up in the hands of the receiver. Well, now, in that case, what both of you fellers need is an expert on things like that. A real taxidermist. Now, for $50, Mike.
Stop right there, Butcher. That's enough.
What's the matter?
So you think you're a tax authority, do you?
I not only think I am, I know I am. Fact is, last year I worked out my Uncle Clyde's tax so well, the government had to give him something.
Well, what'd they give him?
6 months in Atlanta.
Serves him right for listening to you.
Yes, sir. Boy, when the Bureau of Internal Revenue, when they got through with him, he was so flat you could play him on a Victrola.
Say, this gets worse by the minute.
Now, you just ignore him, Johnny. Now, let's see now. Says here, on the form here, says deduct loss from fire, storm, shipwrecks, or other casualties. You have any shipwrecks last year, Johnny? Well, let me think. No, I didn't have no shipwrecks, but I got caught in a sandstorm. Can I put that down? No, afraid not. You got to be in a boat. I don't know. I'm getting more confused than I was before.
You're not the only one, Johnny. As a matter of fact, I was just thinking, why wouldn't it be a good idea for all of us to do what the Indians did way back in the old days.
Okay, all right. What did the Indians do?
Well, instead of using money for money, they used fish for money.
Fish?
That's right.
Well, all I can say is just one thing.
What's that?
Well, the fish might have worked all right for paying the rent, but I'll bet they sure had a messy time playing the slot machine.
When the white roses bloom down in Red River Valley, I'll be riding down the Sunset Trail to you. 'Neath the pale yellow moon down in Red River Valley, we will meet and plan a rainbow ranch for two. Goodbye, my darling, one kiss before I go. Remember that I love you, and I want you to know. When the white roses bloom down in Red River Valley, I'll come back and make your every dream come true. Goodbye, my darling, one kiss before I go. Remember, I love you, and I want you to know. When the white roses bloom down in Red River Valley, I'll come back and make your every dream come true. Thank you, folks. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. What's the matter with you now, Buttram?
I'm quitting.
You're what?
You heard me? I said I'm quitting. Kwittin, quitting. Gonna get me a nice, easy, well-paying job. Going into the newspaper business.
Oh. So you think the newspaper business is easy, huh? Well, let me tell you something.
Oh, here it comes. Now, don't tell me you was ever in the newspaper business.
Well, not directly, no. But one of my oldest and best friends was.
Who's that?
A man by the name of Clem Harding.
Never heard of him.
Well, lots of people never heard of him, Pat. Lots more probably never will. But men like Clem Harding aren't looking for fame. They just go along day by day doing their job.
Well, what's the name of this here Clem Harding's newspaper?
Well, Pat, the masthead on Clem's paper read as follows. Valley Free Press, published twice weekly, established September the 1st, 1923. Circulation 3,000. And under this is the newspaper slogan, Truth above all. On the first page is the national news and Clem's editorial column. On the second page is the local news, gotten together mostly by Clem's wife, Sarah. On the third page are the sports and a couple of comic strips. And on the back page, the want ads. The office of the Valley Free Press was, and still is, a 3-room shop under the Hardings' living quarters. True, it's not much to look at, but it serves their needs. Funny thing, I remember the first time I walked in there.
Oh.
Clem was busy talking on the phone.
Sorry to hear this. I see. Well, tell her I hope she feels better. We'll be with you in just a second, young fella. Yes, it is a tough time of year to have to go to... yes, well, thank you for calling. All right, goodbye. Sari! Oh, Sari!
Yes, Clem.
Sari, write up a little item about Miss Hopkins being sick in bed. Tell all the folks to be sure and drop by to see her.
Well, now, ain't that a shame? She at home?
Oh, sure. Just a touch of her old neuralgia bothering her again, that's all.
Poor thing. She no more gets over one spell and it comes right back again. Oh, well, could be worse, I guess.
Still don't see why she insists on calling it neuralgia when she's had it 30 years. And now, young fella, what can I do for you?
Oh, I'd like to get the race on putting an ad in your paper, Mr. Harding.
Oh?
You see, I've got a saddle I want to sell.
I see. Well, look, son, in the first place, the name ain't Mr. Harding, it's Clem.
Oh.
And in the second place, there ain't no use in wasting your money on any ad when I know a fella right down the street who wants to buy a saddle. That is, providing it's a good one.
Oh, it's a good one, all right.
Okay, in that case, I'll just take you right down myself and introduce you to you firsthand.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Clem. But I'd still like to pay you for the ad.
I know you would, and I appreciate it, but that ain't the way I like to do business. This way, you sell a saddle you don't need, the other fella buys one he does, and I get a chance to sneak out for a breath of fresh air. Come on, let's go.
And that was Clem Harding. To him, money was the least important thing in the world. The pleasure he got out of making other folks happy meant far more to him. Strange, isn't it? You don't find people like that very often. But when you do, they just seem to sort of make all life a little more worthwhile. Nevertheless, like all of us, Clem Harding had his problems, too. In fact, I remember one day in particular when I walked into his office. Just like always, he was talking on the phone.
I don't care who you are. The answer is still the same. I'm never going to stop printing what I think is the truth. You're darn well tootin', it's my final word. You can pass it along to the rest of your dirty, rotten gang. Damn burned, yellow-livered polecat if I... Oh, hi, Gene.
Hi, Clem. What's eating on you?
Oh, nothing a good rat exterminator and disinfectant wouldn't cure, I guess.
You like talking about it?
Huh?
Maybe it'll help you blow off a little of that steam.
Yeah, maybe it will at that.
Well?
Well, about 9 months ago, before you ever showed up around here, we held a county election. 2 men were running for sheriff. One was the old sheriff, who, believe me, is as crooked as they come. And the other was a young fella I think would have made a great peace officer. That is, if he hadn't had a heart attack just the day before election. At least, that's the report the coroner's office gave me to print.
Did you print it?
Sure, I printed it. At the same time, though, I did a little private speculating in my editorials on the real cause.
And that got the old sheriff and his boys a little sore, huh?
A little sore? That's a laugh. Why, they've threatened me with everything in the book trying to get me to lay off. But, son, the more they threaten, the closer I'm getting to proving I'm right.
How about the actual proof, Clem? You got any?
Not when I started out, I didn't, but now I got enough to run the whole dirty bunch of them out of town. Yes, sir, son. This next week is going to be one of the hot... Uh-oh. Here comes Sari. Don't say nothing about that phone call to her. She worries easy.
Well, sir, during the following week, I naturally read Clem's editorials mighty closely. And believe me, he wasn't kidding when he said he was going to get hot. In fact, he did everything but put the guilty names right on the line. For example, this one.
We of the Free Press wonder where the county coroner got the money to build his new home. A year ago, he owed the Valley Bank $6,000 and lived in a boarding house. Now, 1 year later, his loan at the bank has been fully paid off, and he has a new home costing $8,000. All this on a salary of $2,200 a year. His reply in this paper is most welcome.
See what I mean? But the one that appeared 3 days later was even rougher. It said,
To the person who has been calling this office trying to bribe and threaten us, our answer will appear in this paper next Tuesday, along with the names of several prominent citizens of this county. It will do these men no good to interfere either by force or threat, because we have today turned photostatic copies of all evidence over to the State Marshal's office.
As I put down the paper, the telephone on my desk rang. Funny thing, I knew what had happened before I even picked up the receiver. Hello?
Gene, come quick. Clem's been hurt.
Now, just take it easy, sir. Clem's going to be all right.
Of course I'm going to be all right, Sari. That's what I've been telling you all along.
But your face, Clem, it's all cut and bleeding. Oh, why didn't you leave him well enough alone?
Come on, Clem. Let's get you over to Doc Thompson's.
Doc, nothing. I got my paper to get out.
But, Clem, you're in no shape to get out a newspaper. Besides, look at your press. It's all smashed to pieces. You couldn't print a paper on that now if you wanted to.
Son, that's what you think. Just watch. Sari?
Yes, Clem.
Is that little portable hand press still in the back room?
Why, well, yes, Clem. I guess it is.
Then get it out and let's get to work. We published a paper with it 20 years ago, and we can do it again.
Now, look, Clem. You know I'm behind you in whatever you want to do. But, well, aren't you forgetting one mighty important person?
Important person? Who?
Sarah.
So, yeah. Yeah. Guess I was kind of forgetting Sarah for just a minute. I was so all fired up about this thing, I stopped thinking about the one person in this whole wide world I care most about.
Oh, Clem.
Look, honey, it's up to you. We can back down from all this right now, and nobody will ever know the difference.
You think you're right in what you're doing, don't you, Clem?
That's got nothing to do with it.
It's got everything to do with it. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to get the hand press.
And so that night, in an empty barn 7 miles outside of town, Clem, Sarah, and I put out the Tuesday edition of the Valley Free Press. It didn't have the regular masthead on the front page. Some of the type was crooked and faint. But Clem's story was there. And above it, the slogan Cody lived by. Truth above all. The next morning, the papers were delivered, and by nightfall, every guilty person was in the hands of the marshal's office. But that's not the end of the Clem Harding story, folks. No, it's continued on the pages of newspapers like the Valley Free Press all over this land of ours. Yet, you know, sometimes I think we take the millions of Clem and Sarah Hardings a little too much for granted. Because, did you ever stop to think, for less than a dime, we have something here in this country people the world over would give their lives for. Try and remember that the next time you read the words of a free man living in a free country, saying what he believes. And whether you live in the biggest city in New York or the smallest crossroads in Oklahoma, try and remember that millions of Clem and Sarah Hardings helped to write those words you're reading. For a few pennies, it's still the grandest buy in the world. Now, friends, here's a song that you could almost say serves a double purpose. Because not only is it a beautiful melody, its lyric, too, contains some mighty good advice for enjoying life at its best. See if you don't agree as the boys and girls join me in singing, with someone like you, a pal good and true, I'd like to leave it all behind and go and find a place that's known to God alone. Just a spot to call our own. We'll find perfect peace where joys never cease. Out there beneath the kindly sky, we'll build a sweet little nest somewhere in the west and let the rest of the world go by. With someone like you, a kindly sight. We'll build a sweet little nest somewhere in the west and let the rest of the world go by. Well, good friends, that seems to be the last rung on the old ladder for this Melody Ranch party. But we've got another swell get-together lined up for you at this same time and over these same stations, so try and join us then, won't you? Meantime, this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly gently weed, I'm back in the saddle again. Riding the range once more, toting my old 44s, where you sleep out every night and the only law is right. Back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie-I-O, rockin' to and fro, back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Whedon. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. You know, these are the mornings when waffles or pancakes really hit the spot. And you need hearty food this crisp fall weather to start the day off right. Well, waffles and pancakes taste mighty good when you spread them with delicious Parquet margarine before you pour the syrup on. You see, Parquet margarine is the spread made by Kraft, and it has a delicate, appetizing flavor that's just about tops. Yes, Parquet is entirely different from old-time margarines, and you can tell the difference the minute you taste it. Parquet is a wholesome, nourishing vegetable margarine made to Kraft's high standard of quality. You'll find Parquet margarine is grand for every use, as a spread for bread, a flavor shortening for baking, yes, and for pan frying, too. And remember, Parquet margarine is a fine energy food and a reliable source of vitamin A. So order a pound or two of economical Parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask your dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. Now on to Summerfield and the Great Gildersleeve. There's a snap in the air these days and a touch of football. It's the kind of weather that makes a man want to be up and doing. And sure enough, at 10 o'clock in the morning, we find Gildersleeve arriving at his office ready for big things.
Good morning, Miss Fitch.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
How's business this morning?
Just about as usual. There was a young man in to see you.
Oh, yes? Who was he?
Mr. Brinkerhoff. He had a letter of introduction. Here.
Brinkerhoff? I don't know any Brinkerhoff, do I?
That I couldn't say.
Yes. The only Brinkerhoff I ever knew was a fellow I went to college with. And there was a Brinkerhoff who traveled for some wholesale house, but he was killed in a bus crash. It wouldn't be him.
I doubt it.
Yes. Of course, there's Brinkerhoff and Schultz, but I don't know anybody there, so I don't see who'd be writing to me. I wonder who it could be.
May I make a suggestion?
What's that?
Why don't you open the letter and find out?
Oh, very good. Excellent idea. You're a wonderful woman, Miss Fitch. I don't know how I'd get along without you. Sometimes I'm tempted to try. Oh, it's from Brink.
Brink?
You know Brink? No, I don't suppose you do, but you've heard of him. He was All-American in 1919.
All-American what?
Halfback. He's the one who made the famous play against Navy. Oh, but maybe you don't remember. It was in the last quarter, about 1 minute to go, and we had the ball on our own 10-yard line. Here, I'll show you. Bend over.
I beg your pardon.
Bend over. I'm Brink, and you're playing center for Navy.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Well, I'm just trying to show you. What's the matter with you? Anyway, that's the fellow. Imagine me getting a letter from him. You see, it's addressed to me personally. Dear Tubby.
Dear Tubby.
I used to be a little stout. Wait till I show this to Hooker. I bet he never got a letter from an All-American. Oh, he says here, temper sure does Fugit. I'd give my right arm to see you again, you old son of a gun. This is me he's writing to. He says, maybe you and me can get together at reunion sometime and have a good old chin fest.
You and me. This man went to college?
It's All-American. Scholarship. Then he goes on and he says, well, enough of such bourgeois. This epistle will introduce my son, Larry, who has just graduated from the old alma mater and is now starting on his own out in your neck of the woods. Anything you can do to introduce him around and help him make contacts will certainly be appreciated. Well, I'll have to do that. I'll have to have him right out to the house right away. And look how he signs it.
As ever, Brink.
Good old Brink. What times we had together. By George, I'll have the boy out tonight. I'll have him out to dinner. Get my house on the phone, will you? Yes, sir. Any son of Brink's is a son of mine. Anybody home?
Hi, Unc.
Hello, Leroy.
Got the paper? Can I have the funnies?
Here. Where is everybody?
I don't know. Bertie's out in the kitchen or someplace.
Do you have to read it on the floor, Leroy?
It's easier that way.
Well, don't leave it there. Pick it up when you get through.
I always do.
Yes, you do. Where's your sister?
What?
I asked you a question.
She's in the hands of pirates.
Marjorie, what are you talking about?
Johnny Dimple. She's been trapped by river pirates. They're holding her prisoner on an old Japanese junk.
It's an old Jap. Could you tear yourself away from that Japanese junk long enough to tell me where Marjorie is?
I don't know. She went out somewhere. The hairdresser's, I guess. She's got a heavy date.
Date? How do you know?
She's been going around all afternoon with gunk on her face.
Yes. Well, date or no date, she's going to have to postpone it. Marjorie?
No, it's me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What have you been up to, Bertie?
I just got back from marketing.
It's a little late for marketing, isn't it?
It was a little late when you called up about dinner.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm sorry, Bertie. I couldn't get a hold of the man sooner. Did you get the pot roast?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I've been all over, and there ain't a pot roast in Summerfield.
Oh, well, that's a shame. Brink was particularly fond of pot roast, as I remember. He was the greatest man for meat and potatoes I ever knew.
Present company accepted.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, what did you get, Bertie?
Well, they had some nice liver.
Oh, liver and bacon is good, with French fried onions.
Yeah, but you know how some people is about onions.
How's that?
They can't stand them, so I didn't get the liver.
Oh, well, perhaps it's just as well.
They had some leg of lamb instead.
Oh, lamb is good. You have plenty of other things with it. Mint sauce or currant jelly.
Yeah, but you're liable to run into lamb every day of the week, so I didn't get the lamb.
Well, what did you get?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you like guinea hen?
Guinea hen? Oh, now you're talking, Bertie, with nice stuffing and wild rice.
And maybe some cream mushrooms on the side?
Oh, wonderful. I love it.
Wish I'd known that. I'd have bought the guinea hen.
What? You didn't get it?
No, not knowing the gentleman you invited for dinner, I figured I'd better play safe.
Well, what did you get?
Well, I figured I'd better get something that didn't take too long to cook in case maybe he was a little late.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. What did you get?
You know, something I could put on the fire after you got here. Something people like.
Come clean, Bertie. What did you get?
I got pork chops.
Pork chops.
Oh, I better be getting this stuff out to the kitchen. Here comes Miss Margie up the walk.
Pork chops. Oh, well.
Oh!
Look out there!
Leroy, you have to lie in front of the door.
Yes, young man.
Why don't you watch where you're going?
Pick that paper up.
Gosh, can't a fella even do a little reading around here?
The idea. Well, you're looking blooming, my dear.
Oh, it looks terrible now, but I think it'll be all right when it's combed out. I had him cut it off a little shorter.
It looks fine. I hope you didn't make any plans for this evening, my dear.
Well, you know I have. Why do you think I had my hair done?
I don't know why women have their hair done. It's just something that comes over them.
Uncle Mort, you knew I had a date.
Yes, but...
I stood dug up last Saturday because you asked me to, and I'm not going to do it again. What have you got against Doug?
Nothing at all, my dear. It's just that this son of an old college chum of mine turned up unexpectedly, so I asked him out to dinner.
Oh, fine, I'll be glad to have dinner with him, but after that, I'm sorry.
But you don't understand, my dear. This boy is all American.
What do you think Doug is, an Indian?
I mean, he's a football player.
No kidding, Unc, an all-American?
Well, his father was.
I don't care if his dad was president. I've got a date with Doug.
Marjorie.
Yes?
It's not very often I ask you to do a thing like this, but I'm asking you tonight. This means a lot to me. I'd like to show this boy a good time, and I'd like you to help me.
But Uncle Mort.
You like this boy, my dear. I haven't met him yet, but if he's anything like his dad, you'll be crazy about him. All the girls were crazy about Brink. He was a great big strapping fellow, had a grip like a bear trap. He'd shake hands with you and your knees would turn to water.
He must have been a charmer.
Yes, Brinkerhoff was a hero to me. To me. He was a hero to everybody in school. I remember in my senior year, the biggest weekend of the year.
The day of the junior prom.
The day of the big game.
Well, you're both right. The weekend of the game with state was also the weekend of the junior prom. And I'd invited a girl down for the occasion. A blind date.
Uh-oh.
You're wrong, Leroy. This girl turned out to be a Pippin.
How did you recognize her when you met her, Uncle Mort?
It was all very romantic, my dear. She wrote me she'd wear a red hat with a green feather. And I wrote her I'd be wearing my raccoon coat, my beanie, and a chrysanthemum.
You must have been quite a boy owning a raccoon coat.
It belonged to my roommate. He was rich. But I'll never forget that day waiting down at the depot. There was a flock of us there. And as the train pulled in... Oh, where is she? Where is she? She'll probably get off at the other end. Oh, a red hat. Pardon me, miss.
Are you addressing me, sir?
My mistake. No green feather. Oh, there's a blue hat, and look what's under it. Ooh, I wish it was her. Oh, my goodness, maybe she didn't come. Oh, wait, there's a red hat with a green feather. What a chassis. Oh, miss, are you by any chance Miss Betty Beaumont?
Oh, yes, I am. Are you Mr. Throckmorton Gildersleeve?
That's me in person. Well, it's fine you got here. Did you have a pleasant trip?
Oh, it was Catsy.
Here, let me get those grips and we'll go on up to the fraternity house.
That'll be Catsy.
Oh, look, you see this fella coming?
Yeah.
That's Brinkerhoff, the captain of our team.
Really? My, but he's handsome. Do you know him?
Well, sort of. Hello, Mr. Brinkerhoff.
Hello there. Hello there, Gildersleeve. Put her there.
Yeah. Ouch! My hand. Glad to see you, Brinkerhoff. Miss Beaumont, I have the honor to present Mr. Brinkerhoff, the captain of our 11.
How do you do?
Well, I'm mighty glad to know you, Miss Beaumont, I'm sure. Hey, gonna give you folks a lift up to the campus in my car?
Well,
Oh, Mr. Brinkerhoff, that would be Catsy.
Just call me Brink, Miss Beaumont.
All right, Brink. Can we ride up with Brink, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Call me Tubby.
Could we, Tubby?
Sure, Tubby, come on. Hey, I tell you what, we can stop off this sweet shop and let Tubby buy us a soda. How about it?
Gee, Brink, that would be Catsy.
Hey, by the way, what are you and Betty doing tonight?
Tonight? Well, tonight I'm going to sing in the Glee Club tonight. Me.
Tubby's quite a singer.
Yeah.
Say, Tubby, how about letting me bring Betty to the concert to hear you, so she won't have to go alone? You know what I mean, Betty?
Uh-huh.
How about it, Tubby?
Gosh, Brink, thanks. What a pal. You think of everything.
Now, men, you're going out on that field for that second half against State. The only way you can lose this game is if you all fall asleep. So I want you to play like you're behind. And that means fight. F-I-G-T, fight. That's...
Gee, I love it.
Hey, Tubby.
Oh, hello, Brink. Gee, you're playing a great game, Brink.
Oh, that's nothing to what I'm going to do this half. Say, Tubby, how about bringing Betty over the Sig dance tonight, huh?
Oh, gosh, Brink, I'd sure like to, but I can't make it.
Oh, you can't, huh?
No.
Well, that's too bad.
I fixed it with Coach Mulligan for you to play a couple of minutes in this second half.
Oh, gee, no kidding.
Yeah, that'll get you your letter, you know. It'll make you look like a hero to Betty up there in the stands.
Oh, gosh, Brink, you sure are a pal.
Yeah. You sure you couldn't change your mind about tonight?
I'd like to, Brink. I'd sure like to bring Betty to that dance, but I promised my roommate we'd go with him and his cousin and spend the evening at his aunt's house.
Oh, well, that's too bad, Tubby. That's too bad.
All right, everybody, on the field.
Oh, thanks, Coach.
That's how I got my letter. If it hadn't been for Brink, the coach might have never put me in that game.
Yeah, but how did you do in the game, Unc? How did it come out?
Well, it was a funny thing about that. On the very first play, somebody clipped me from behind, knocked me down, and kicked me on the nose. They carried me off the field on a stretcher.
Gosh, were you hurt badly?
Broke my collarbone. I was laid up in the infirmary for 10 days. But do you know what Brink did?
What?
He took care of my girl for me all the rest of that weekend. Betty, she was a queen. That's the last date I ever had with her.
After that, she went with Brink.
Yeah, how did you know?
You're sure he wasn't also the one who broke your collarbone?
Brink? Never. Brink was my pal.
Are you kidding?
Oh, that must be young Brink now. Gosh, I can't wait to see if he looks like his dad. I'll go, my dear. Ah, Mr. Gildersleeve? Yes, come in. Come right in. By George, you're the spitting image of your dad. I'd know you any place. Yes, sir. Always glad to meet the son of Brink. Put her there, my boy. Glad to. Oh! My hand! Chip off the old block, all right.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. You homemakers are budget conscious these days, I'm sure. But none of you wants to sacrifice good nutrition for your family just to keep the food budget in line. Well, you don't have to if you serve your family foods like delicious Parquet margarine, because they're thrifty and mighty nutritious, too. Yes, grand-tasting Parquet margarine is an economical source of important food values your family needs. You see, besides tasting good, Parquet margarine is a wholesome, nourishing food. It's one of the best energy foods you can serve your family. And it's also a reliable source of vitamin A, because every pound of Parquet margarine contains 9,000 units of vitamin A the year round. So serve Parquet margarine as a spread for bread. Use it for cooking, too. Your family is sure to like its flavor. Yes, tomorrow ask your food dealer for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet, the margarine that's made by Kraft. Now let's return to the Great Gildersleeve, who's invited a few of his closest friends in for the evening to meet the son of his old college chum, Brink Brinkerhoff. Dinner is over, and our host beams with pride upon the little group of guests clustered about the young hero.
But did that stop me?
Not me. I doubled back, ran through the whole team, circled around right end for a good 30 yards, and would have made the touchdown if it hadn't been I ran into my own interference. A chip off the old block, all right, folks.
Mr. Brinkerhoff, I think that's the most exciting story I ever heard. Tell us some more of your experiences.
Speaking of college puts me in mind of a rather amusing little experience in my own youth.
Oh, brother.
The time we stole the clapper out of the chapel bell. You know the old saying, boys will be boys.
Oh.
Well, sir, for some reason...
Hey, Margie, come on in the den here.
What is it you want?
Who's that old geezer out there shooting off his face?
That's Judge Hooker. He's a friend of my uncle's.
Well, is he going to talk all night? Why don't he give somebody else a chance?
He's a very nice man.
Well, he talks too much. Hey, what do you say we get out of this fire trap and shake these stale characters?
These are my friends.
Oh, come on, let's get out of here.
I don't see how you can say that. After all, Uncle Mort invited all these people just here to meet you.
Well, they've met me. They've had their thrill. We don't have to stay here all night while that lame brain swipes the clapper out of the bell, do we? Well, that's good for 3 hours.
Well...
Come on, you and I could make beautiful music together, honey. They'll never miss us.
Well, Uncle Mort did say he wanted you to have a good time.
You see? That settles it. Uncle's orders. My car's right outside.
frightfully late. Good night, Throckmorton.
Good night, Mrs. Ransom.
Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Good night, Peavy.
Well, Gildy, what do you suppose became of our young friends?
They'll turn up, Horace. Don't be so nosy.
That young Brinkerhoff seems to be quite a fella.
Yes, well, he takes after his dad. Brink always did have a way with the girls.
Yeah, it's youth, I guess. Youth. Reminds me of the time I swiped the clapper out of the chapel bell. But I guess I told you about that.
More than once. Good night, Horace.
Good night, Gildy.
The old goat. You'd think he was the only man that ever stole a clapper out of a bell. 2:00 in the morning. By George, this is going too far. I'll tell that Brink. Look here, Brinkerhoff, I'll say to him. Friendship is friendship, I'll say to him. But enough's enough. We have a rule in this house, I'll say to him. When my niece goes out in the evening, I want to know where she's going, I'll say to him. And furthermore... I guess they're back. And about time, too.
Well, thank you, Brink. I've had a perfectly wonderful time.
Brink?
Hey, what's your hurry? The evening's young yet. I'll come in. We can scramble some eggs. Or something.
No, I'd love to, but I can't, really. I've got to get up early tomorrow.
What for? What do you got to get up for that's better than this? Answer me that.
Oh, brother, chip off the old block, all right.
Please, I've got to go, really. Please.
No, I don't take my foot out of the door till you give me a kiss.
Oh, are you going to start that again?
We'll see about that. Marjorie!
There, I told you. Coming, Uncle Mort. Good night. I'm sorry I'm so late, Uncle Mort, but there wasn't a thing I could do about it.
Marjorie, where have you been?
This wasn't my idea, remember? You said give him a good time.
Uncle Mort, there's a man following me. Mr. Gildersleeve, I want to complain about your niece. She doesn't treat me right.
Uncle Mort, if you don't mind, I think I'll run up now. I'm tired, and I think I'll just say good night.
Good night, my dear.
Good night, sugar.
Good night.
It's a great little girl you got there, Mr. Gildersleeve. She's a dilly.
Yeah, she's a fine girl. A little difficult at times, though.
Well, that's women, you know. You can't get along with them, and you can't get along without them.
Very good.
Hey, speaking of Marjorie, I wonder if you're going to be busy tomorrow, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Marjorie? Busy?
Yeah. Wonder if I could drop into your office to speak to you for a few moments.
If you mean about Marjorie?
Yeah, about Marjorie.
Well, certainly. Always glad to see you anytime, my boy.
Shall we make it around 11?
11. Suits me.
Fine. Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's been swell.
Good night, my boy. Oh, ow, my hand. Good night. Great kid. Marjorie. Oh, Marjorie.
What is it, Uncle Mort?
I know a secret, and I won't tell.
Well, what do you mean?
I know.
I don't know what you're talking about, Uncle Mort. And I'm tired.
You can't fool your old uncle, but I won't tell.
I don't know what you're talking about. Good night.
Good night, my dear. Pleasant dreams. Leela.
Oh, hello, Throckmorton.
Hello, Leela.
I had a most enjoyable evening at your house last night.
I want to tell you about last night. You know, Marjorie and young Brinkerhoff disappeared early in the evening. You noticed that?
Well, I didn't like to say anything.
Yes. Well, guess what? He's coming down to my office this morning to talk to me.
You mean about?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I think that's so romantic.
Yeah, so do I.
Why, who'd ever think little Marjorie? Why, she never even met him till yesterday, did she?
That's right. Last night. Of course, it's all up to Marjorie. I don't want to influence her, but his dad was one of my best friends at college.
Oh, I think it's just wonderful. You know, I always longed for somebody to sweep me off my feet like that, but my husband, Beauregard, was such a cautious man.
Oh, yeah.
He was a lawyer, you know. He courted me for 3 years till finally Father had to speak to him.
Well, they don't lose any time these days, by George.
Yes, it happens so fast nowadays you never know who'll be next, do you?
Next. I gotta be getting along. See you at the church, Lisa.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, hello, Peavy. Well, it looks as if I might be losing my little girl, Peavy.
You mean Marjorie?
Yeah, she and young Brinkerhoff slipped out early in the evening last night, if you noticed.
Yes, I thought there was something funny going on there.
Well, he's coming down to the office to talk to me about it at 11 o'clock.
Is that so?
Yeah.
I suppose congratulations are in order, then.
Thank you. I'm going to hate to lose her, though, Peavy.
Well, marriage is a great institution. I've had a good many years' experience with it. So has Mrs. Peavy. And I think we'd agree that your niece is making no mistake.
You know, Peavy, I've always regretted that I didn't marry.
Have you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, I've always felt somehow that I was missing one of the finest things in life.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Marriage has its conveniences and its inconveniences.
Oh, well, of course, it's like anything else. It's a matter of give and take.
More give than take. I think Mrs. Peavy would go along with me on that, too.
I know, but you've been married a long time, Peavy.
23 years. So has Mrs. Peavy.
When you've been married as long as that, I suppose the novelty sort of wears off.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that either. Mrs. Peavy still manages to spring a little surprise on me now and then. Only the other day, she presented me with a watch fob she crocheted for me. Last thing in the world you'd expect.
Watch fob crocheted? I take it all back, Peavy. I'm glad I never got married. Oh, I got to be getting there. Can't keep him waiting.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Wait a minute. What did I come in here for?
Razor blade?
No.
Stamps?
No. Well, it'll come back to me. Goodbye, Peavy.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Is he here yet, Miss Fitch?
Is who here yet?
The kid, young Brink.
No one's been here. Were you expecting someone?
Was I expecting someone? Oh, but you don't know.
No what?
That young fellow who was in here yesterday. You know, the one I said I couldn't see.
Yes.
Little did I know. Miss Fitch, I think, I'm not sure, but I think he may going to be marrying my niece.
No.
Yeah.
You know, I thought he was rather good looking.
Looks just like his dad. A chip off the old block.
Little Margie, a wedding. Won't that be exciting? You know I love weddings.
Yeah?
And funerals.
This may be him now.
Well, good morning, Governor.
Well, come in, my boy. Come in.
Nice of you to give me a little of your time.
Not at all. I won't shake hands. Always glad to oblige the son of an old college chum. Step right into my private office here.
Thanks.
Miss Fitch, will you please see that we're not disturbed?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Sit down, my boy. She's all right. Take the chair there. Have a cigar.
Oh, thanks. Don't care if I do.
I always like a man that smokes cigars. There's a lighter on the desk there. Well, I guess if Marjorie knew that you were down here talking to me, she'd be kind of surprised, wouldn't she?
You think a lot of that niece of yours, don't you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I think the world of her. She's a fine girl, Marjorie. I don't know a finer one.
I agree with you.
She's been a good niece to me, and she'll make a darn good wife to somebody.
I'm with you 100%. Say, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Have you ever considered what would become of Marjorie in the event that you were to pass on?
Huh?
Now, I have an insurance policy here that'll be...
You're just like your old man. You get out of here. You know, here in Summerfield, we've sort of prided ourselves on doing the best we could every time a scrap drive or a bond drive came along, or anything that would help the war effort. But tonight, our hats are off to 3 other towns: Green Bay, Wisconsin, Freeport, Illinois, and Decatur, Indiana. In each of these towns, the Kraft Cheese Company has a plant, and those 3 plants have just been given the Army-Navy E Award for outstanding service in the production of food for our fighting men. Many manufacturers have been given this award, but this is the first time it has ever been presented to the men and women who helped to make our Army and Navy the best fed in the world. We in Summerfield can't claim any credit for that accomplishment, but we can take pride in it
And we do. To you, men and women of the Kraft Company in Green Bay, Freeport, and Decatur, our hearty congratulations. Good night, everybody.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
A word for all you thrifty women who are trying to keep the food budget on an even keel. The product called Kraft Dinner is just your dish. For Kraft Dinner gives the economical way, the quick way to make delicious macaroni and cheese. Fluffy, tender macaroni drenched with cheese goodness. With Kraft Dinner, you make it in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, every Kraft Dinner package contains a special fast-cooking macaroni and an envelope of Kraft grated so that you can sprinkle in the cheese flavor in a hurry. And say the family will go for this thrifty, speedy macaroni and cheese. We'll tell you it's as good as any you ever baked in the oven the old-fashioned way. Why don't you get several packages of economical Kraft Dinner tomorrow? Have it on hand on the pantry shelf. A main dish ready in 7 minutes is such a help on busy days. Tomorrow, ask your food dealer for Kraft Dinner. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Great Nuts Flakes program, coming to you from the Naval Air Station at Terminal Island, California, and starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Now a little jingle, friends, entitled Reveille on the Home Front. 4 bowls of Grape Nuts Flakes, tempting as can be. Father came downstairs, then there were 3. 3 bowls of Grape Nuts Flakes, still quite a few. Sister spied her bowl, and then there were 2. 2 bowls of Grape Nuts Flakes. Hey, this is fun. Brother grabbed his bowl, then there was 1.
Gee, that's cute.
1 bowl of Grape Nuts Flakes, sitting all alone. Mother claimed that, and then there were none. Well, yes, that's the way Grape Nuts Flakes disappear when you serve them for breakfast, thanks to that distinctive malty-rich flavor. Your favorite Grape Nuts flavor in toasty brown flake form. So for a breakfast treat tops for its delicious flavor, make it Grape Nuts Flakes, America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. That was We'll Win Through, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Naval Air Station at Terminal Island, we bring you a former member of the United States Navy.
That's right.
The first man to shout hooray when John Paul Jones said, "I have not yet begun to fight," Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. Thank you, thank you.
Hooray for Benny!
Thank you, sir. Who is that guy? I don't... hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you from Terminal Island. Terminal Island meaning a body of land entirely surrounded by fish. And Don, you're a little wrong on that introduction. I wasn't with John Paul Jones. That was my grandfather, Popeye Benny. Popeye.
Oh, like Popeye the Sailor, huh?
No, just plain Popeye. He had a head like a halibut. He was a gay old dog, though.
Well, was your father in the Navy, too?
My dad? No, Don. He was a very poor sailor. In fact, he had portholes cut in the bathtub in case he got seasick. The old man really suffered, you know. But so much for the nautical bennies. Let's get on with the show.
No, this is very interesting. Tell me, Jack, you served during the First World War. How did you happen to join the Navy?
My hat flew into a recruiting station. The next thing I knew, I was swabbing decks on the USS Idaho. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Isn't it nice here at Terminal Island?
Yes, it is, Mary. There's a fine view of the harbor, very modern barracks, and over there to the west, there are several fish canneries. No kidding.
Fish canneries?
Yes.
Oh, is that it? I thought it was the program.
Well, it's not. It's mostly mackerel. This program's okay.
That reminds me. You sure were pretty stupid on the Take It or Leave It show the other night.
What do you mean, stupid? I answered nearly everything Phil Baker asked me.
Mary's right, Jackson.
Oh, did you hear that show, Phil?
Yeah, and when you fluffed on that $64 question, you embarrassed me frightfully.
I embarrassed you?
Why, certainly. You know, we're associated on the radio, and naturally, when you make a fool of yourself, it's what's this word here?
Derogatory.
It's derogatory to me.
Phil, I'd give $1,000 if my tires were as thick as your head. Anyway, that last question Phil Baker threw at me was plenty tough.
What was it, Jack?
Well...
Phil Baker asked Jack to name at least 37 composers that try to finish Schubert's Unfinished Symphony.
Oh.
And Jackson couldn't even name one of them.
So what? Could you name one?
Yes, I could.
Would you like to make a little bet on that? Say $50?
You're darn right I would.
Well, go find a sucker. Don't bother me. I went on that program. I lost the $64, so let's forget it.
But, Jack, weren't you rather upset losing all that money?
Not right at the moment, Don, but later that night, before I went to bed, I noticed a rope around my neck. It was a close call. Now, let's forget about me and have a band number for all these Navy boys.
Oh, by the way, Jack, how come you didn't wear your sailor suit down here today? You told me you were going to.
Oh, it slipped my mind, I guess.
Slipped your mind nothing. Tell him what happened.
Oh, forget it.
No. Tell us what happened, Mary.
Well, Jack hadn't worn his uniform for about 10 years.
Oh.
So he opened the closet door, made a grab for his sailor suit, and the moths knocked him cold with a coat hanger.
Somebody's been feeding those moths meat. They couldn't get that tough on wool. No, sir.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. That's unbelievable. Moths ain't that vicious.
They're not, eh? One big fella zoomed right down on my nose, looked me straight in the eye, and said, "I'm looking for Rommel. Which way did he go?" Now, that gives you an idea. All right, Phil, let's have your number.
Oh, say, Mr. Benny.
Well, hello, Dennis. You're a little late, kid.
Well, I couldn't help it. I brought my girlfriend down here on my motorcycle, and she bounced off 3 times.
Bounced off?
It takes time to keep going back for her, you know.
Well, for goodness sake, if your girl kept bouncing off the motorcycle, why didn't you let her put her arm around you?
Not me. I don't want to get married.
You don't have to get married. Just let her hang on to you. Now, Phil...
That's the way things start, brother.
Dennis. Now, Phil...
Hey, I'd like to have you meet my new flame, Mr. Benny. She's a little black and blue, but awfully cute.
Well, I'll meet her right after the program, kid. Play, Phil. Meet his girl. I can imagine any girl that would go out with Dennis.
Would you like to meet my girl now, Mr. Benny?
Not now, Dennis. That was a short version of Mr. 5x5 played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And Phil, you handle that swell. In fact, you're a better band leader than Tommy Dorsey, Paul Whiteman, and Andre Kostelanetz put together.
Jackson, you're pumping oil.
I know what I'm doing. All right, Don. Dorsey, Whiteman, and Kostelanetz. Now go ahead.
Oh, Jack, not this year, please.
This is a very good commercial. Let's go.
Oh, very well, but I'll hate myself in the morning. Ladies and gentlemen, at breakfast time tomorrow, I want you to go into your kitchen and open your cupboard door, see?
There's Dorsey. Dorsey. Good, that's Dorsey. Now, Whiteman.
That's Whiteman.
Don't give it away. This is terrific, folks.
And take out a package of Grape Nuts Flakes. Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal and contain iron, niacin, and Whiteman B1.
Good old Paul. Now, the last one, Don, Kostelanetz.
Jack, I will not do it.
Don, Kostelanetz.
Oh, all right. Grape Nuts Flakes are inexpensive and do not Kostelanetz money.
There.
Jack, you can't Cougat to me.
Cougat? Now you spoiled it. You spoiled one of the cleverest ideas I ever thought of.
No kidding, Jack. Did you think that up all by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
You mean nobody helped you even one teeny bit?
No, it was my own little idea.
Hold my coat, fellas. I'm going to let him have it.
Mary, control yourself.
Well, how about it, Mr. Benny? My girl is out in the hall. Do you want to meet her or not?
I told you I'd meet her after the show.
Oh, Jack, be polite to the kid.
All right, I'll meet her. What's your girl's name, Dennis?
Dorothy Lamour.
Always bringing it. What? Dorothy Lamour?
Yeah, she's a nice kid. She won't get in the way, Mr. Benny.
Dorothy Lamour? Well, bring her in, Dennis. Bring her in.
Come on in, Dottie.
Well, I'll be darned. It's really her. Say, Dorothy, this is a surprise.
Oh, didn't Dennis tell you I was here?
Yes, he said his girl, but I never dreamed it was you. Gee whiz. Dorothy Lamour.
Isn't she cute? She ought to be in pictures.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Dennis, she is in pictures.
So am I, but who knows it?
What a kid. Dorothy, I can't imagine a delicate, lovely creature like you riding all the way down here on the back of a motorcycle.
Well, women have changed since you were a boy, Jack.
I know, but a motorcycle. Dennis told me you bounced off 3 times.
4. One time he didn't know it, and I had to cut across the field to catch him.
Gee, and you're not even out of breath. But, Dorothy, here's what I can't understand. How do you happen to be going around with Dennis Day, of all people?
Well, why not? Dennis is very good-looking, and he has a tremendous amount of savoir-faire.
Savoir-faire? What's that?
Whatever it is, you could use it.
Is that so? By the way, Dorothy, you know Mary Livingston, don't you?
Sure. Hello, Mary. I like your new hairdo. It's very becoming. Thanks, Dottie. I was noticing your hair, too. It's lovely.
I worked all morning on mine and nobody even mentioned it.
Well, that's life, Phil. And Dorothy, you know Phil Harris, our band leader.
Hiya, Dottie.
Hello, Phil. How's Alice?
Alice who?
Alice Faye, your wife. How is she?
Oh, she's fine, Dottie, thanks.
That is amazing, isn't it? That is amazing. I can't understand it. Dorothy Lamour going with Dennis Day. Why, Dorothy, I've asked you 100 times to go out with me, and nothing ever happens.
Well, why don't you put a nickel on the phone sometime? Your carrier pigeon never finds my house.
That's news to me. I know it found Hedda Hopper's house because she's wearing the bird on her hat. Say, Dorothy. I didn't know they would laugh at that. I thought it was just for us, you know. Dorothy, you just finished Road to Morocco with Bing Crosby and Bob Hope, didn't you?
Yep. We've been on more roads than a Burma shave sign.
Well, Dorothy, how do you like working with Bing and Bob? Are they really such cut-ups?
Yes, but when it comes to S.A., I'll take Dennis.
S.A., what the heck is that?
Sex appeal. Be happy. Now, how about your song, Dennis?
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now sing Dearly Beloved, and I dedicate it to Miss Dorothy Lamour, who can ride on my motorcycle anytime she wants to.
Gee, I can't get over it.
Oh, Daddy, sit here by me, will you, honey?
Well, I was going to sit over there with Mary.
You sit by me like I asked you to.
All right, darling, all right.
I can't get over it. What's happened? Oh, well, sing, Dennis.
Answer the phone, Daddy.
I'll answer it. What's the matter with you? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Boss, you know that horse you bought last week for $10?
Leona? What about her?
She's crazy. She don't even know she's a horse.
What are you talking about?
Well, I pulled the buggy out of the garage to hitch her up, and then I had to leave for a second.
Yes?
And when I came back, she was sitting in it.
Leona was sitting in the buggy?
Not only that, she's got her mane combed over one eye like Veronica Lake.
Now, Rochester, you get Leona hitched up. I want you to meet me at the Santa Fe bus station when I come in and be on time. You know, a horse and buggy doesn't travel as fast as my Maxwell.
Oh, boss, come now.
Well, it doesn't. Now, get Leona out of that buggy.
Yes, but how?
It's very simple. Put some oats in her feed bag, put the bag on the ground, and when she jumps out, grab her by the tail.
I did grab her by the tail.
And what happened?
It must be a stare, boss. It comes off.
You put that tail right back where you found it. Now, Rochester, I'll be home later and see what I can do. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You think that for $10 I could get a horse with a permanent tail? Sing, Dennis.
Tell me that it's true. Tell me you agree. I was meant for you. You were meant for me. Dearly beloved, how clearly I see. Somewhere in heaven you are fashioned for me. Angel eyes, you. Angel voices led me to you. Nothing could save me. Fate gave me a sign. I know that I'll be yours come shower or shine. So I stand dearly beloved, be mine. Save me, fate gave me a sign. I know that I
was Dearly Beloved, sung by Dennis Day and dedicated to his girl, Dorothy Lamour. I can't understand her. And now, folks...
Did you like it, sweetheart?
Oh, yes, it was wonderful.
I can't understand it. I just can't.
Oh, Jack, just because you don't know any pretty girls, there's no reason Dennis shouldn't.
Wait a minute. I don't know any pretty girls?
No, you don't.
What about Jinx Beaverbush? What's wrong with her?
She's got teeth like a beaver and hair like a bush.
Yes? Oh, her teeth don't stick out so far.
Go on. She's the only girl I know who can eat corn through a tennis racket.
That I'd have to see. Now, let's, we're nuts. Now, let's get on with our show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, the Benny, If You Like Us, Tell Your Friends. If not, The Enemy Is Listening players will present a sequel to the sketch we did last week. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Ladies and gentlemen, this week we again return to the little cottage of Mr. and Mrs. Oglethorpe J. Twink. Mrs. Twink is a welder on the night shift at the California Shipbuilding Corporation. And Mr. Twink takes care of their little home.
No fun either, slaving over a hot stove every day.
The time, 7 a.m. Saturday morning. The scene, the Twink's cottage. Curtain, music.
Oh, dear. I hope I get these dishes done before Clarabelle gets home from the shipyard. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where treetops are gleasin' and girlies glisten. Well, here are the twins, Joe and Josephine. Hello, Joe.
Hello, Dorothy.
Hello, Josephine.
Hello, Daddy. Well, it's a living, Dorothy.
Quiet. Well, kiddies, your mom will be home from the plant pretty soon and take us all out. It's payday.
Oh, are we going to get boiled, Dorothy?
No, we're going shopping. I'm a-dreaming of a white Christmas. Just like, help me with these dishes, Joe.
Okay. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know.
Oh, shut up. Well, it's Clarabelle. Hello, dear.
Hello, Oglethorpe. Who are these characters?
Those are our kids, Joe and Josephine.
Oh, yes.
Well, it's payday, dear. Give me my allowance.
You got your allowance. Yesterday, when I was asleep, you went through my overalls.
So what? I got a screwdriver, 3 bolts, and a bag of Bull Durham. I gotta have money for some clothes, darling. Look how nice Mrs. Leroy next door keeps her husband dressed.
Well, I've got a surprise for you, dear. We're all going shopping, and I'm going to buy you everything you need.
Oh, goody. Come on, children. Come on, Clarabelle. We're all going downtown.
We're all going shopping. We're all going shopping. We're all going shopping.
Oh, boy, a new outfit. What are you going to buy me first, Clarabelle?
It's up to you. What do you want, dear?
Well, I would like to have another pair of shoes. Oh, there's a nice pair, dear. Dr. Croveney's foot girdles. And they're only $4.75. Give me the money.
Here you are. Wait a minute, Oglethorpe.
Yes, dear?
Don't you think it'd be much nicer if you took this $4.75 and bought war stamps instead?
Stamps for my feet? Gee, that wouldn't be... Oh, you mean war stamps. Well, I had my heart set on new shoes.
I'm sorry. You'll just have to make the old ones do. Now, what else do you want, dear?
Well, I could use a new pipe. My old one has so many holes in the stem that every time I puff, it plays I'm a Ding-Dong Daddy from Duma. Oh, here's a pipe for $2, dear. Give me the money.
Oh, just a minute, Ogle. You don't really need that pipe. Don't you think it'd be better to take the same $2 and invest it in some more war stamps?
Yes, darling, but I wanted a new pipe.
Well, you'll just have to make the old one do.
Okay, I guess you're right, dear. Come on. Wow, look at that pretty girl modeling lingerie. Isn't she gorgeous?
Sorry, Daddy, you'll just have to make the old one do.
Joe, behave.
Mama, I want an ice cream cone.
I'll buy you a war stamp. You can lick that.
Okay, make it vanilla.
Now, let's see. What else do I... Where are you going, dear?
Oglethorpe, you wait here for me. I'm going to take the twins upstairs and let them look at the toys.
Okay, Clarabelle.
I'll be right back. Here, hold my purse and don't lose it.
All right, dear.
Come on, children.
Goodbye, Daddy.
Goodbye, Daddy, you old wolf.
Well, all I can do is wait for him, I guess. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like this. Gee, I've got Clarabelle's purse, and it's full of money, just like the ones I used to know. Hey, why don't I take this money and buy something for myself while she's upstairs? Yes, sir, I'll do it. I'll buy everything I want right now. Just a minute, Oglethorpe Twink. You're not buying anything for yourself. What? Who are you? I am your conscience. My conscience? Gee, I haven't seen you since the Del Mar racetrack closed. Anyway, why do you always come around when I want to do something? I'm always turning up, just like Eddie Rickenbacker. Well, listen, Conscience. Clarabelle's making a lot of money, and I don't see why I shouldn't spend it. A lot of people make money now, but if they're not careful how they spend it, we'll have inflation. Gee, I never thought of that. What should I do? See that pretty girl in that booth over there? Yes. That's Dorothy Lamour. And she's selling war bonds. Now you go over there and buy one. Okay. Don't push me. I'll buy a bond. Oh, Miss Lamour. Miss Lamour.
What can I do for you?
I've got $18.75 here, and I'd like to buy a war bond. Here you are.
Well, you know, with every war bond I sell today, I'm giving away a great big gift.
All right. Give me one. You stay out of this. All right, Miss Lamour. I'm ready for that kiss. Let me have it.
Okay, hang on tight.
Boy, that was wonderful. Give me another one.
Another one? You're on the floor now.
Oh, I want another one. Give me one for my conscience. No, thanks. I'm all in, too. What?
Oglethorpe, what are you doing on the floor?
We bought a war bond, dear. Me and my conscience.
You know, friends, I'm sure there isn't any wife who willingly sends her husband off to work without a substantial breakfast. Still, a recent checkup at a large Western war plant revealed 2 out of 5 workers arrive at work without any breakfast at all. The result, decreased production. Now, that's a brand of sabotage you can prevent by serving your men folks a real man-sized bowl full of delicious, toasty brown grape nut flakes at breakfast.
This program was for the entertainment of personnel at the Naval Air Station, Terminal Island, California, and does not constitute an endorsement of this product by the Navy Department.
My mom wants a package of grape nut sweet meal, please. Sweet meal tastes well?
You bet, for that grape nut wheat meal's rich with the goodness of fresh roasted wheat.
And my mom says it's good for you.
That's right. Grape nut wheat meal is a whole grain hot cereal, and it cooks in 3 minutes flat.
Folks, you'll love tempting hot brown grape nut sweet meal. Buy a package tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's Texaco time, starring Fred Allen, with the international favorite Miss Gracie Fields, Portland Hoffa, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Arthur Godfrey giving out with a great big you're welcome for Texaco dealers coast to coast. And welcome to all the skilled help your Texaco dealer can give to keep your car delivering essential transportation. Right now, with winter coming on, that help's more important than ever. Take your car around to your Texaco dealer and get it set for cold weather. With insulated Haviland motor oil in the engine, the right grade of Texaco gear lubricant, a Marfac chassis job from stem to stern, and a high-quality antifreeze in the radiator, your car's ready to take the toughest treatment cold weather can hand out. See your Texaco dealer first thing tomorrow. Make him your car warden. Let him help you care for your car, for your country. Well, folks, we're all having our troubles getting coffee, meat, and fuel, and tonight we bring you a commodity you get too much of, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Arthur, I just found this on the floor. That's the worst of conjunctions. You see, a butt is apt to fall out of the script any time, and you have to pick it up. Pure conjunction in the script. Well, Arthur, what have you been up to all week?
Oh, nothing much, Fred. I registered my tires, and I re-registered for gasoline.
Good for you.
And I got so many stickers on my car now, my windshield looks like Mrs. Roosevelt's suitcase.
A friend of mine lost his A card, Arthur. He couldn't drive his car, so he brought it into the parlor and jacked it up.
In the parlor? Why didn't he put the car in his garage?
Well, he's still using the cigarette lighter and the radio in the car, Arthur. And speaking of the radio, did you hear Mr. Benny's program tonight?
No, Fred, no. What happened?
Well, you tell me. As usual, Don Wilson's commercial stole the show, Arthur. Benny was broadcasting from Terminal Island out in California tonight. You know, terminal, I looked it up in the dictionary, terminal means end. So Benny has finally reached the end tonight. Dorothy Lamour was on the show, too, Arthur. After being in the road to Mandalay, the road to Zanzibar, and the road to Morocco, Dorothy must have felt as though she was up an alley to get on that road. But the thing went along that way. Benny sang White Christmas. He's the only man in the world who can sing White Christmas in Technicolor. White Christmas was blue notes. But in the middle of the program, when Dorothy Lamour came in, Benny said, "It's really her. It's really her." And you see, I'm from Boston, Arthur. When I heard that grammatical error, I fainted and missed the rest of the program. But enough about the old Fumford, Arthur. Let's turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. The Board of War Communications issues order prohibiting all telegraphic greetings this Christmas except to soldiers and sailors in the expeditionary forces. The BWC further rules,
all New Year, Easter, Father's Day, Mother's Day, wedding anniversary, and birthday greetings must be discontinued.
Tonight, the March of Trivia interviews a group of workers directly affected by the new telegram ruling. First, Mr. Chilton Chowder. You are a telegraph employee, Mr. Chowder?
An ex-employee.
Oh, an ex-employee.
I was vice president in charge of kittygrams.
Oh, I see.
I've been composing kittygrams for 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote the first kittygram to be sent over the wire.
The first kittygram?
Yes.
Well, how did the first kittygram go, Mr. Chowder?
Kitty, kitty, oogle, goo. Gurgle, gurgle, glub, glub, boo. Dad and Mother say to you, da-da diddums, agoo, agoo.
Well, now the kittygrams are through. Is your career ended?
No, I've got a job in radio.
Oh, really? In radio? Doing the same kind of work?
Yes, I'm a gag man for Baby Snook.
Oh, I see. Well, Baby Snooks can probably use a change, and thank you, Chilton Chowder. A young lady messenger who was happy about the new ruling was Miss Tallulah Trudge.
What us messengers has been going through is nobody's business.
Running errands, you mean, Tallulah?
We've been minding babies, lugging Bon Voyage baskets, shoeing horses, walking dogs.
Well, you messengers walk dogs, do you?
One old dame phones for me every day to take out her dog. It's a Pomeranian.
Oh. A Pomeranian, huh? You exercise the pup, do you?
The dog's so old it can't walk. I gotta grease its stomach and drag it around the block.
You drag the dog, you say?
Yeah, and every noon I gotta take the Pomeranian to a delicatessen.
Oh, really? Well, what does he eat?
He makes his own decisions.
The dog orders its own food?
I hold up the mutt and move him along the meat counter.
Yeah?
When he sees something he likes, he drools.
And?
Well, I buy half a pound, then I drag the Pomeranian and the meat back to the old lady.
And then?
Well, the dog's so old he ain't got no teeth.
So?
Before he can eat, I gotta chew his meat for him.
And then you're finished?
Finished nothing. When the dog gets through with the meat,
yeah?
I gotta take the bone up to Central Park and bury it.
That is Western Union Service. It's a dog's life, and thank you, Tallulah Trudge. And now two messenger boys.
We're Slim and Sam. For 8 years, we sang singing singagrams.
Oh, singing messenger boys, sir. And this new ruling has put you fellas out of work?
No, we got one more telegram to deliver.
Well, what is your vocal farewell, boys?
Happy birthday, Marshal Rommel. A cake we'd like to bake you. We'll give you greetings just as soon as we can overtake you. Signed, Ike Eisenhower.
Well rendered, and thank you, Slim and Sam. Well, I guess that takes care of...
Old George Ives, old Sonny Jim, Falstaff's here to flaunt his whim.
Now, Openshaw, you're not here again with more of those soggy poems.
Have you heard, there we were making merry, she sipped her frosty, I munched my cherry?
No, I haven't heard.
Or, when I put the turtle in her girdle, that's what broke up me and Myrtle?
No, I haven't heard that either.
Please don't interrupt, Judge. Let my mother finish her sentence.
Now, wait a minute. Too far. You cad, you compound bore. Tonight we are talking about the restrictions on telegrams.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is it called?
Mother's Day won't be the same.
Well, how does it go?
Mother's Day won't be the same without a mothergram. A message fraught with sentiment, sincerity, not sham. I remember blank 6-1 with forget-me-nots in blue and 10 words to tell you, Mother dear, my thoughts are just of you. Some years I sent Mom Form 8B. It read, Mother, you're old and gray, but happy, joyous wishes, Mother, for this is Mother's Day. No, Mother's Day won't be the same. My Mom is going to effect. For each year I send Mother her mothergram, and I always send it collect.
Well, thank you. And here is Arthur Godfrey with a telegram that hasn't been restricted. It's from Uncle Sam, isn't it, Arthur?
Yes, Fred. Uncle Sam's gone into the tire business. He's going to buy every idle tire in the country.
Well, what are idle tires, Arthur?
Well, you see, you're entitled to 5 tires to a passenger car, Fred.
Uh-huh.
If you've got more than that, they're idle tires. Mm-hmm. And they must be sold to our government before December 1st. And remember, that's the only place you can sell them. You'll be paid OPA ceiling prices for your idle tires, and Uncle Sam will ration them out to essential users.
Well, what happens if you don't sell your idle tires to Uncle Sam?
That man with the whiskers ain't fooling, Fred.
Not kidding. Huh?
If you've got extra tires and don't sell them, you won't be able to buy any gasoline. Because everybody's got to file a tire record with his local rationing board showing how many tires he has and their serial number.
Well, how do you sell your idle tires to the government, Arthur?
If you've got more than 5 tires to a passenger car, Fred, Uncle Sam wants you to keep the 5 best for your own use. So go to your Texaco dealer and have him select the 5 that'll give you the longest service. You keep those.
Uh-huh.
Then you call your local office of the Railway Express. The Railway Express will deliver your idle tires to the government appraiser without charge to you. And you will receive a check for them, or war stamps if you prefer, by mail. This is a must from Uncle Sam, ladies and gentlemen. If you have more than 5 tires to a passenger car, you must sell those idle tires to our government before December 1st. Don't put it off. And for further information and for help in selecting your 5 best tires, see your neighborhood Texaco dealer.
Maestro Goodman finally completed a number tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It was You're a Grand Old Flag, and that about takes care...
Mr. Alice!
Oh, Portland, really.
Alan!
Now, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute, Portland. What is this?
Well, I'm leading a cheer for you.
A cheer?
Come on, everybody.
Wait a minute. Stop that sissing. You may start a trend in here with that sissing. What inspires these stadium antics ce soir?
Mama and I saw the Yale Princeton football game yesterday.
Really? Did you do any rooting?
Yes. Mama and I cheered for Yale. We have one of their locks.
It's not the same people, Portland. These people have another business. They raise ivy up in New Haven, the Yale has a much better team this year, you know. Last fall, the football team was so bad, Yale changed its name from Old Eli to Eli. Say, I wish I had been in that game yesterday.
Oh, did you ever play football?
Oh, on our high school team years ago, the High School of Commerce up in Boston, I was left swayback for 2 seasons there. I had a chance to play with Fordham, but someone found out you could pronounce my name, so the deal fell through. I didn't have a ski on the end of it to take off for cold weather. But enough about football. Our guest is on the 2-yard line.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, you'll know in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet one of the world's foremost entertainers, a charming lady who is here on a Lend-Lease arrangement with Great Britain. Meet Miss Gracie Fields. Before we start, Gracie, these flowers just arrived, and they're for you.
Thank you, Fred. It's very sweet of you.
Well, I didn't send them, Gracie. There's a card here. I'll see what it says on the card. It says, to the one and only Gracie Fields, in appreciation of all you have done for the British Empire. And it's signed all of your friends in Canada, and also our Canadian sponsors, the McCall Frontenac Oil Company, Gracie. Those are for you.
That's very nice, Fred. The folks in Canada have always been very kind to me.
Yes, if I get that many flowers when I die, I'll be surprised, Gracie. But I'll take these home for you after the program. Where are you stopping?
I've got digs over on Park Avenue.
Digs on Park Avenue?
It's a big cement bungalow. Some family called Waldorf runs it.
Well, you'd better take the flowers home, Gracie. I can't get in the Waldorf.
Well, you mean the Waldorf is too swanky?
Oh, you can't get in the Waldorf unless you have caviar on your breath. Just stop at the door. Why, I hung around the door of the Waldorf all 1 week hoping there would be an air raid drill so somebody would push me in the lobby, but it was no go. I couldn't even make it in.
Well, don't worry about the flowers, Fred. I'll take them home myself.
Fine. I know you've given a lot of shows at army camps in England, Canada, and the United States, Gracie. Tell me, did you entertain many of our American soldiers in England?
Yes, Fred. I've met hundreds of boys from the United States and Brooklyn.
Well, Brooklyn is a part of the United States, Gracie.
That's funny. Those boys I spoke to gave me the impression that Brooklyn was a kingdom.
Well, Brooklyn isn't really a kingdom, but a lot of people have been crowned over there. Tell me, how are the boys getting along back home?
Oh, fine, Fred. I think a lot of Brooklyn families are going to be surprised when their boys come home with a British accent.
No. No, Gracie. If the Brooklyn boys stay over in England long enough, Mr. Churchill will get up in Parliament someday to talk about the Axis and say, we'll murder them bums. But speaking of slang, Gracie, do you have any trouble with our idiom?
No, Fred. When I told some of the American soldiers I was coming over here, they taught me all your slang.
Oh, good. You know all of the words then, huh?
Oh, yes. If I want to impress people, all I have to say is, don't kid me, big boy. I'm a jerk.
That's to impress people, you say that.
You said it, brother. I'm hip. What's broiling?
Why, you are as sharp as the end of a roundhouse, Gracie. You have certainly mastered our slang.
There's only one thing bothers me, Fred. It's your jittermugs.
No, it's not mugs. It's jitterbugs, Gracie. Have the jitterbugs annoyed you any?
Well, the night I was on Rudy Valley's program, right in the middle of my song, some jitterbug shouted, swing it!
Yes, swing it. That's a common expression.
Swing what?
Well, Gracie, that is entirely up to you. Tell me, is vaudeville coming back in England the way it is in this country?
Vaudeville will never it never really died in England, Fred. Audiences at home are loyal to their old favorites.
I know that.
Have you ever played in London, Fred?
Yes, Gracie, but that was 50 years ago. Long before your time.
Are you kidding?
Why, Gracie, the bloom of youth is on your cheek.
If it is, it's my second childhood.
Well, let's praise the Lord and pass your inhibitions, Gracie. I want to ask you about English audiences. You know, one thing puzzled me when I was over there.
What was it, Fred?
Well, every time I finished my act, instead of applauding, the people always sang East Side, West Side. Why was that?
Audiences in England are very polite, Fred.
Oh, I see.
They wouldn't come right out and say, why don't you go back where you came from?
That is why they sang East Side, West Side?
Yes, they were trying to make you homesick.
So that's what it was. Well, those were happy days, eating fish when I was in the chips. I had a good time over there, Gracie.
I'm going back to England soon, Fred. I'll tell them.
Good. Someday I think I'll get my old vaudeville act together again and go back to London.
Not now, Fred.
Why not?
London can take it, but there's a limit.
Well, that's done it, Gracie. Now, how about doing a favor for me? How about a song?
Would you like to hear I never cried so much in all my life?
I certainly would. Mr. Goodman, if you will.
Joe took me to the movies the other evening. It was fine. They called it The Betrayal, and the acting was divine. It's the best film that they've had for years round at the Hippodrome, and it's a good job I took my handkerchief with me when I left home. Oh, it was a lovely picture, and I did enjoy it so. Oh, I never cried so much in all my life. When the villain seized the maiden, everybody shouted, oh. Oh, I never cried so much in all my life. He told her that he'd wed her, then enticed her on his yacht. Then he got her tied up in a proper sailor's knot. Then he kissed her twice, the dirty dog, upon her beauty spot. Oh, I never cried so much in all my life. It takes a lot to make me cry, but oh dear, when I start and think of what that girl went through, I'm like a water cart. I see her eyes, I hear her voice at night when I'm in bed, and here's a scene I'll never get out of my head. As she faced the blinding snowstorm and came trudging through the town, oh, I never cried so much in all my life. Oh, and when I saw her carrying her baby upside down, oh, I never cried so much in all my life. She lingered near the Rose and Crown, the wind was howling wild, when up the village street there came the father of her child. So she tapped him for a tanner, for a pint of old and mild. Oh, I never cried so much in all my
That was very nice. Your song is Always very nice, Gracie. I'm sorry we haven't time to let you do an encore, but if there is anything I can do for you...
Well, there is, Fred. I've often wondered how some of your American radio programs would sound if they were done in England.
Well, tonight's your night, Gracie. We'll show you. If you heard that popular quiz show, Take It or Leave It in London, it would probably sound something like this.
This is the Westminster wireless system. The correct time is Tuesday. And now we present London's favorite quiz, the program that made the 64-shilling question famous. Accept it or pip off. And here is your genius quizmaster, Fibber Allen.
Thank you. And welcome to Accept It or Pip Off. Our first contestant is your name, sir?
Rodney Charteris III.
Right you are, Rodney, old muffin. And what would you like to converse about, Rodney?
Well, I think I should enjoy discussing higher geometrical calculus.
Higher geometrical calculus, righto. And your first interrogation for 1 shilling is, Rodney, how do you spell calculus?
Let's see, calculus.
Calculus.
K-A-L-K-U.
Calcu.
L-O-U-S-E. Calculus.
I'm sorry, Rodney. You funked it, old boy. You funked it. You might have done better on We the Moron. Our next contestant, a lovely lady from Upper Hampton East, Miss Gracie Fields. What would you like to chit-chat about, Gracie?
I think I'll talk about music.
Right you are. And your first question for 1 shilling is, what instrument is this?
It's a piano.
Right you are. Now you have 1 shilling. Will you pip off or try for 2 shillings?
I'll try.
Very good. For 2 shillings, why does the piano have 3 pedals on it?
So the installment collector can get a better hold on the piano when he takes it away.
Right you are. Your next question for 4 shillings. Will you pip off or try again, Gracie?
I'll risk it.
Very good. What violin player has never appeared in Carnegie Hall?
Yasha Benny.
Yasha Benny. Now for 8 shillings.
I'll have a go at it.
You regret it.
Quiet. All right, Gracie. For 8 shillings, why was the lost chord never found?
Because nobody ever advertised for it.
Right you are. Now you have 8 shillings. You can pip off, or try for 16.
I'll try.
Righto. Your next question, when Annie Laurie died, what key did she die in?
The key of D. Annie said, I'll lay me down in D.
D is correct. You have 16 shillings, old girl.
I'll try for 32.
You regret it.
Quiet, please. Well, here we go, Gracie, for 32 shillings. What song has a note in it, and the note is not in the musical scale?
The Purest Faith.
Right you are. Now, you can pip off with your 32 shillings.
I'll try for 64.
64. Quiet, you. Now, for 64 shillings, no assistance from the audience, please. That huckster preferred there. Gracie, tell me, what is the exemption theme song of any local draft board?
Rubinstein's Melody in 4X.
Right you are. And here is your 64 shillings. Accept it or pip off. Well, is there anything else you'd like to hear, Gracie?
Yes, I wonder how those little commercial jingles would sound in London.
Oh, I imagine they'd sound something like this, Gracie. Meet Orville's horseradish singer.
Orville's horseradish, it's the spot. Comes in the handy 2-pound pot. It's divine on bloaters and kidneys too. Orville's horse is the radish for you. A shilling.
You see, Gracie, any of our radio shows would sound just about the same in London.
But there's one radio program you couldn't do in England.
Which one?
Gangbusters.
Oh, don't be silly, Gracie. Gangbusters would probably come out something like this.
Crips Crispy Crumpets presents Mob Bursters. Tonight's guest flute is the famous detective, Sir Leslie Ellen of Scotland Yard. Sir Leslie Ellen.
Thank you. Tonight's story is the true tale of the Fleet Street bank robbery and how the infamous blighter, Bad Bertie, London's worst bank robber, was apprehended.
However did you get on his trail, Sir Leslie?
One night I was sitting in my Scotland Yard office, stroking me bloodhound, mind you, when the police call came in over my short wave, sir.
Calling Scotland Yard. Fleet Street Bank has been robbed.
As soon as I got the call, I leaped on my velocipede, pedaled away like the very wind. When I got to the Fleet Street Bank, mark you, Bad Bertie was emerging with the swag in one hand and a pistol in the other.
Oh, heavens, what did you do, Sir Leslie?
I shouted here, "No, you don't, Bad Bertie, no, you don't."
What happened?
He did.
Blimey, Sir Leslie, what transpired?
The blighter shot me twice in the Inverness, once through the gaiters and got away.
You lost him?
A stool squab told me he was hiding out on Baker Street. I combed Baker Street from door to door.
Yes?
I'm Sir Leslie Allen.
We don't want any.
I'll try the next door.
Yes?
Is Bad Bertie in here?
Not likely. This is the YWCA.
I shall try here.
Yes?
Who lives here?
Nobody. Lucky Strike Green has gone to war.
Well, there's one more house here. I'll try here.
Sir Leslie Allen of Scotland Yard.
Dowdy Dora, Bad Bertie's gun mall.
Bad Bertie ain't here, Sir Leslie.
You haven't got two heads, Dowdy Dora. There's 2 teacups set on the table. The jig is up, Bad Bertie. Come out.
Right you are, Governor. I was hiding behind this empty Macassar.
I apprehend you, Bad Bertie, for the robbery of the Fleet Street Bank.
You got me wrong, Sir Leslie. I'll admit I broke in, but I wasn't robbing the blasted bank.
Not robbing?
No, I was putting money back.
Putting money back? Why, old boy?
It's the new $25,000 ceiling.
How do you mean?
I stole $30,000. I had to break into the bank to put $5,000 back.
Right you are. Well, how do you think our programs would work out in England, Gracie?
I'd rather not be quoted, Fred. Good night.
Good night, and I thank you, Gracie, dear. Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our guest will be the new Metropolitan Opera star, James Melton. And now, Arthur, if you have a P.S.
I have nothing to say, Fred, but if your car could talk, it would say, brrr, cold weather's coming. Take me around to a Texaco dealer and get me ready now.
Well, thank you for the warning, Arthur. This is Fred Allen, speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to drive under 35 to save rubber, and to drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Stay tuned to this station for the comedy quiz show, Take It or Leave It, starring Phil Baker. In half an hour at 10:30 Eastern Wartime, listen to Columbia's famous program of dramatized news, Report to the Nation. Tonight, this show brings you an authentic account of actual conditions inside Nazi Germany today, and a special talk by former President Herbert Hoover. 10 p.m., BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time, WABC, New York, 880 on your dial.
Richard Hudnut of Fifth Avenue brings you the Edgar Bergen Show with Charlie McCarthy. It's Sunday night and time again for Edgar Bergen with Charlie McCarthy, Mortimer Snerd, and Ray Noble and his orchestra. Brought to you by Richard Hudnut, makers of scientific hair preparation. Tonight our guest is the #1 singing star, Rosemary Clooney. And now, celebrating Edgar Bergen Day in Decatur, Michigan, here is Edgar Bergen with Charlie McCarthy.
Bless you all for that applause. And to our new sponsor, Richard Hudnut, bless you for those checks.
Well, Charlie?
Yeah?
Here we are again.
What an opening line. Bergen, we're here to launch the season, not sink it.
All right. This is the first show of our 15th year on radio, and it gives me a warm feeling inside that we have chosen to do it right here in Decatur, Michigan, the very town where I gave my first performance.
Isn't it sort of like returning to the scene of the crime?
Oh, no. just think, Decatur. I once walked barefoot down these streets.
Yeah, you walked barefoot everywhere until you met me.
Oh, and on Sundays I would dress up in my Buster Brown collar and with my blonde locks streaming down over my shoulders.
Yeah, well, that stream dried up all right. It's nice that you could get back here for your second childhood.
No. I wish you wouldn't give the people the impression that I'm old. At my last birthday, weren't there 35 candles on my cake?
Well, there were on the piece I had, yeah. You keep pitching them, Bergen, and I'll keep knocking them out of the park.
Yeah. Well, joke if you must, Charlie. But when I think of how nice these people have been to me, my friends, I sort of choke up.
Well, I'd let you use my handkerchief, Bergen, but I got a dead beetle tied up in it.
Oh, I'm proud of Decatur. Oh, it was in this very hamlet.
Down, boy, down.
All right.
This little hamlet certainly produced a big ham.
All right. I am moved to make a speech at this time. How will I begin?
Well, talk about your operation. That's a good opening.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen.
Sure drags, doesn't it?
No. As I look into your smiling faces.
Who's smiling?
All right.
I've seen happier faces on a dollar watch.
All right. As I look into your smiling faces, I remember my life among you. I came here as a baby. Things were rough then.
No talcum powder? No.
It was in this very theater, in the silent picture days, that I played a player piano.
A player piano? Gad, what talent, dear.
On Delaware Street, there's a little church, and it was in the basement of that church that I gave my first performance. I did bird imitations.
Bird imitations? Oh, no.
Yes, and they were so natural, the birds loved me and followed me.
Well, I've heard people say you were for the birds.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sonny.
Yeah. Listen to this one. There.
Uh-huh. You did it, didn't you?
Yes.
Could you identify the bird? Well, now let me see. I would say that was a bald eagle crying for his toupee.
No, it wasn't.
Was it the mating call of a pair of corduroy trousers?
No. It was the yellow-breasted sapsucker.
No, really?
Yes.
Well, for your sake, I hope it was a female.
Well, why?
Well, you'll never be able to explain the egg you just laid.
All right, so maybe I laid an egg. But I'm glad I'm here. You know, it feels good to be back home in Michigan. It's just like that song, remember? I want to go back on the farm with a milk pail on my arm, doing what I did again back in Michigan.
When you give yourself a home permanent, lady, be beauty-wise and neutralize. If only your hair could say, ouch, you'd know why it's so important to neutralize your home permanent. Because your hair can be hurt. If you skip neutralizing, you may be doing your hair lasting damage. So take a Richard Hudnut Home Permanent. The home permanent method that gives you the soft, natural-looking curls you want. So quickly, so easily, so safely. Remember, neutralizing your Richard Hudnut Home Permanent takes so little time, and it makes such a big difference. Be beauty-wise and neutralize. Try a Richard Hudnut Home Permanent.
Hello, Mortimer. Well, aren't you going to say hello to me?
No. Oh, sure. Yeah, of course, naturally. Hello there, Mr. Well, hello there. Mr. Come. Mr. You know. Mr.
Come now, your mind is wandering.
Oh, that's okay. Leave it alone, and it'll come home. Hickory dock.
No. Well, did anything happen this summer on your farm?
Yes, indeed. My cow Bessie had a calf.
Boy or a girl?
Well, I guess Bessie's a girl, or she couldn't have had a calf.
I suppose so.
Yeah. Seems to figure out that way.
Yeah. Vacation time goes fast, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's the way it goes, all right.
Yeah.
Say, Mr. Bergen, who was that feller bellering about beauty as I came in here?
Oh, well, that was Bill Baldwin.
Yeah?
Yes.
Name sounds familiar. Has he had it long?
Oh, yeah. He was talking about Richard Hudnut.
Yeah. Well, you can see he's the gossipy type.
Yeah. Bill was doing a commercial.
Oh, he was?
Yes. You see, a commercial serves to tell the audience about the sponsor's product.
Well, now, that sounds real clever. I wonder why somebody hasn't thought about that before. Oh.
Do you know who our sponsor is?
Well, I think I caught the name was Mr. Walnut.
No. Butternut. No. It's Richard Hudnut.
Yeah, that's the feller.
Yeah. He's our sponsor. Of course, you know what a sponsor is.
Oh, it's the husband of the spinster.
No. No, a sponsor pays for the program.
Well, bless his heart.
Yeah. Mr. Hudnut does so because he wants to tell the people about Richard Hudnut, Home Permanent Wave.
Well, what's that for? To make your home wavy?
No. No, it's so a girl can fix her hair at home to be attractive and wavy.
I saw a girl once. Her hair was straight and her scalp was wavy.
Is that so? Well, perhaps her hair was straight because she failed to use a Home Permanent that had special neutralizer.
Maybe so. I don't know.
Yeah. You see, the Richard Hudnut Home Permanent has a neutralizing agent. You know how it works.
Oh, yeah. The agent comes to the girl's house and neutralizes her. Oh, no.
Neutralization is a scientific process that safeguards and preserves the natural vitality and the resilience of the hair.
Oh, no!
By the way, Mortimer, you have very attractive hair.
Oh, yeah. I've been growing hair for nigh on to 14 years.
What's the secret of your beautiful hair?
I use saddle soap.
Oh, I see. Well, next time I suggest you try Richard Hudnut shampoo. Girls all over the world use that product.
Well, why?
Why? Well, because, confidentially, it helps them to catch a man.
You mean the Hudnut stuff helps them run faster?
Oh, no. No, it's because it makes them look more beautiful.
Oh.
And remember the old saying.
Yeah, that's right.
What? Well, I'll tell you. A thing of beauty is what?
Well, it ain't me, I know that. Well, I think I'll go home and put some of that shampoo on my noodle. Well, toodaloo.
During our 15 years in radio, Charlie and I have had the pleasure of working with many fine singers. The young lady I'm about to introduce now, in the short space of a few years, has established herself as one of the all-time greats. Her record sales are, well, to coin a phrase, record sales. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Miss Rosemary Clooney.
As I love you, you wouldn't worry me half as much as you do. You're nice to me when there's no one else around. You only build me up to let me down. If you missed me half as much as I miss you, you wouldn't stay away half as much as you do. I know that I would never be this blue if you only loved me half as much as I love you. If you missed me half as much as I miss you, you wouldn't stay away half as much as you do. I know that I would never be this blue if you only loved me half as much as I love.
Lovely, Rosemary, lovely. I was just thinking, when the show's over, how about joining me in a little stroll down Lover's Lane?
How do you know this town has a Lover's Lane?
After we're through, that's what they'll call it.
Well, Charlie, I like you.
You do, putty, putty, putty.
But you see, I'm a woman.
Yeah. Well, even Eisenhower and Stevenson would agree on that.
What I mean is...
Hello, Rosemary. Hello, Charlie. Yeah, hello. I've been having such a splendid time talking to my old friend. Yeah. My, how they love me. Oh, sure. Bertie, do you want to know what the people in this town really think of you? Well, certainly. Well, I found out. How? Well, I wormed them out of the tree. Have your glasses recharged, Bertie. How? I wormed it out of them with my tape recorder. Tapeworm McCarthy, they call me. So you talk to my old friends about me. Uh-huh. Oh, I'd love to hear those interviews. I probably will blush a little. Oh, boy, are you asking for it? Yeah. Well, Bertie, Ray Noble and I sort of made a production of it, music and everything, and here it goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the voices you are about to hear are real voices. They are the voices of Bergen's friends. And his enemies.
Who outnumber his friends.
The school teacher who taught him figures. The girl next door.
Who also taught him figures.
This is Bergen the boy.
Who grew into a man.
Why, say, you know, we had exactly the same arrangement in England. The first person interviewed was Bergen's old girlfriend.
You know, Charles, looking at Edgar's old girlfriend makes me feel a bit sentimental. Someday I'm going back to England to the girl that I left behind.
Is she waiting for you?
Well, I'm not exactly sure, old boy. She's married now and has 10 children, you see. I won't believe we're through till I hear it from her own lips.
Well, the girl had to do something while she was waiting.
Oh, yeah.
This is the place, Blossom McDougal.
I say, Charles, I'm keyed to a concert pitch. Edgar's always talked of how beautiful Blossom was.
Oh, quite. Someone's coming.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
Rick, don't let it crawl back in the sink. You'll fly away.
I'm afraid there's been some mistake, you know. We're looking for Blossom.
I'm Blossom.
You've certainly gone to Pops.
Well, you're kind of a seedy pair yourself.
Well, old girl, when I do mean old girl, we're here to get your memories of Edgar Bergen, you see.
Bergen?
Uh-huh.
Edgar Bergen?
Yes.
Never heard of him.
Sure left an impression.
You see, when I was young, I had so many boyfriends. Sam, Joe, Harry, Tom, Phil, George. They'd all sit around begging for my kisses.
Really?
Yes. Fellas, where are you now that I need you?
This might help you to recognize Edgar. Here's a recent picture we have of him.
Oh, well, let's see it.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. Oh, what a horrible way to go. I remember him. Egghead, the silent Swede.
Bergen said it was a big romance you two had.
He did?
Yeah.
When Edgar came over to see me, all he did was sit around squeaking his high-button shoes. So I finally said, Father has his back turned. Now's your chance to steal a kiss.
What did he do?
He kissed Father.
Good old egghead.
Now, Charlie, that's not true. Blossom was crazy about me.
The next voice you hear is that of one of the town's ex-mayors.
How do you do, Mr. Mayor? We should like to ask a favor of you.
Boys, you've come to the right party. From the rock-bound coast of Maine to the sunny slops of California. The name of Honest Mike Perry stands for honesty, integrity, and devotion to this great community. If you want a traffic ticket fixed, it'll cost you $2.
Now, look, loose and quivery. That's not what we came to see you about.
Well, if it's those stories about Honest Mike taking graft, they're lies. I know that after 2 years in office on a salary of $2,000 a year, I retired with over $90,000 in the bank. But I can explain it.
How?
My wife was a very thrifty shopper.
The old girl must have run into some smashing bargains, old fellow.
No insinuations, Brushlip. Of course, I did make a little money out of the new fire alarm boxes I installed. You had to put a quarter in before you pulled the lever.
Well, that doesn't sound too bad.
Well, the fire engine didn't come till you got 2 plums and a cherry. Burned down a lot of houses, but brought in a lot of dough.
Well, see here, old man, can we get down to business now? You see, we're here to get your recollections of Edgar Bergen.
Bergen?
Uh-huh.
Edgar Bergen?
Yeah.
Now, what does he do?
Well, he's my partner.
Oh, he's in the lumber business, eh?
Now, look, Lumpy.
Oh, wait a minute, Charles. Now, surely you must remember Edgar Bergen.
Oh, yes, indeed. Why, 20 years ago, on Arbor Day, we planted a tree in his honor. It was so weak we had to put a stick in the ground beside it.
Did the tree live?
No, the tree died, but the stick grew.
What happened to the stick?
Young man, did Bergen ever tell you how you happened to be?
Well, that doesn't. Now, listen, guys.
So, before we leave, do you have any other recollections of Edgar?
Yes, I remember he did get into a little scrape with the police.
Uh-huh.
He drove a car that wasn't his.
Did he steal a car?
Well, not exactly. You see, he found it parked in front of the cemetery, and he figured the owner was dead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The next person we interviewed was Bergen's old school teacher.
She's 87 years old and retired now. Good afternoon, madam. We'd like to talk to you about Bergen.
Oh, thanks. I'll have one.
Have one Bergen?
Oh, I thought you said a shot of bourbon. My doctor says that for my health, I should have just a wee drop before going to bed.
I see.
You know something? I find myself going to bed 4 or 5 times a night.
I think she uses her hot water bottle for a chaser.
Perhaps we didn't make ourselves quite clear. We should like to hear your recollections of Edgar Bergen, you see.
Bergen?
Yes.
Was he the little boy who dropped the live frog down my bottle? Before I got it out, I'd erased half the blackboard.
I thought I was something with my guided missile spitballs.
That doesn't sound exactly like Edgar. Tell us what kind of a pupil was Edgar.
Oh, Edgar was very good in, he was excellent in, he got good marks in, he was a dope.
Thank you. The prosecution rests. I don't understand it. Those people...
Well, I guess we did a good job of impersonating those people. I hope Edgar falls for it.
Turn that off, Ray.
Hey, he's really good.
So that's it, Charlie. It was all a fake. You hired actors to record all that slander about me. Charlie, why? Why did you have to play a trick like that on our 15th anniversary?
Bergen, if it wasn't for tricks like that, we wouldn't have a 15th anniversary.
Now, here is our lovely guest, Rosemary Clooney, with her second song of the evening, Looking for a Boy.
I am just a little girl who's looking for a little boy, who's looking for a girl to love. Tell me, please, where can he be? The loving he who'll bring to me the harmony I'm dreaming of. It'll be goodbye, I know, to my tale of woe when he says hello. So I am just a little girl who's looking for a little boy, who's looking for a girl to love. If it's true that love affairs are all arranged in heaven, my guardian angel's holding out on me. So I'm looking for a boy about 5'6" or 7, and won't be happy till I'm on his knee. I'll be blue until he comes my way. Hope he'll take the cue when I'm saved. I am just a little girl who's looking for a little boy, who's looking for a girl to
Edgar Bergen will be back in a moment.
shine, shine.
shine up your hair. Get the shampoo with shine in it. Richard Hudnut Enriched Cream Shampoo. Richard Hudnut Shampoo shines up dull hair. Makes use of nature's own beauty secret, real egg formula. Egg is a natural beautifier for dry, dull hair. Scientists agree about that. And when you use Richard Hudnut Enriched Cream Shampoo, you get the natural benefits of real egg formula. How it shines up dull, drab hair. That's why the beauty experts at the Richard Hudnut Fifth Avenue Beauty Salon say, this is the shampoo with shine in it. You'll love using it. It's a smooth, fragrant, liquid cream, and it makes your hair so shiny, so soft, so manageable.
Shine up your hair.
With Richard Hudnut Enriched Cream Shampoo.
Oh, Mr. Baldwin, I just brought in 24 eggs from the farm for Mr. Hudnut to use in his shampoo.
Oh, well, that's wonderful, Mortimer.
Sure.
By the way, how much are you asking for your eggs today?
Well, I'm asking 60 cents a dozen for the big ones and 70 cents for the small ones.
But why do you ask more for the small ones?
Small ones are harder to find.
Oh, Mortimer. And now, here is Edgar Bergen.
Charlie, this is my old friend Dr. Bope, who took care of my aches and pains when I was in grammar school. Doctor, I've heard a lot about Decatur from Bergen. Why is it people from small towns are so proud of it?
Well, Charlie, it may be the feeling that in a small town such as ours, where everybody knows all his neighbors, there is no such a thing as being ignored. Everybody is not only a person, but in this way a personage. We never said there was that boy playing the piano at the show last night. We said that Bergen boy. This belonging and sharing is the precious heritage of all small towns. Heritage that is produced in many of our greatest Americans who derive their philosophy from this democratic condition.
Richard Hudnut of Fifth Avenue every Sunday over the CBS radio network at the same time. Tonight's Edgar Bergen show with Dee Benedarius, Gloria Gordon, and Jack Crisworth was produced and transcribed in Decatur, Michigan by Sam Pierce. Rosemary Clooney just completed making her screen debut in Paramount's Technicolor musical, The Stars Are Singing. This is Bill Baldwin reminding you that Sunday is fun day on CBS.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Good morning, everyone. This is the newsroom in New York, ready to call in our correspondents at home and overseas with the latest news. For a summary of all important developments, we take you first to Edward Doyce reporting from London.
This is London. There is no fresh news of the advancing American and British troops in Tunisia. An American military spokesman here this morning said that press reports were obviously ahead of the official communiques. He hoped, however, that war correspondents were not ahead of General Anderson. Fighting in and around Tunis and Bizerta between French troops and civilians and German parachutists has been definitely confirmed. It was authoritatively stated that in Libya the pace of the British pursuit of the retreating enemy has been speeded up. So has the harassing of the enemy by bombers and fighters from advanced aerodromes. The British Air Ministry announced that home-based bombers of the RAF raided Genoa again last night. The weather over the target was good, and many large fires were started. Genoa has lately become the chief shipping point for Axis war supplies to North Africa. Not a single British aircraft is missing from the 1,500-mile flight. Reports from Moscow this morning declare that the German offensive at Stalingrad has been blocked. The Germans are apparently digging themselves in. In the south, Russian shock troops captured 2 heights near Novorossiysk. On other fronts, the situation is stated to be unchanged. The people of Marseille are astonished, according to Vichy Radio, at the large number of troops the Germans are pouring into the city. Each day so far has brought a larger influx than the day before. 60 contingents are expected. All available housing accommodation has been requisitioned. Yesterday, schools were taken over as barracks. Trucks raced through the streets to and from the marshy seashore outside the city, fetching seaweed for use as bedding. There are reports that the Germans intend to occupy the Balearic Islands and use them as advanced air bases for attacks on Allied shipping in the western Mediterranean. It seems certain that Axis troop concentrations of this magnitude are not designed solely for the defense of the southern shores of France. Virginio Guido, Mussolini's mouthpiece, emitted a squeak for assistance last night. His article in the Giornale d'Italia was broadcast by Rome Radio, appealed to the Axis partners that the Allied offensive in North Africa was not directed solely against Italy, but equally against Germany and Japan. Dr. Goebbels wrote in his weekly magazine Das Reich that the Axis is facing its second great task in this war, which is, as he said, holding what we have conquered. And now to Grant Parr in Cairo.
Hello, New York. This is Grant Parr speaking from Cairo, Egypt. Aerial bombing by the Allied air forces yesterday marked the progress of the German retreat across Cyrenaica. The best targets were found west of Derna and Cyrene in the Green Mountain area, which indicates that a good part of the Axis army has passed the old defensive line at Tamimi. The Green Mountains is the Arab designation for the hilly, fertile strip on the hump-shaped coastline between the Gulf of Bamba and the Gulf of Sirte. Here in the Green Mountains, the Italian colonists settled before the war, and there are vineyards and wheat fields besides the usual fig trees and date palms. In Derna, the water flows along the streets in little canals, and vines sometimes form mats on light frames to shade the narrow thoroughfares. Cyrene was a great commercial city for the ancient Greeks, and later a resort for the Romans. Both Derna and Cyrene are pleasant places, but I don't think the Axis armies will tarry there much longer. Rommel knows too well what once happened to Graziani's great Italian army when it tried to hold the Green Mountains in 1941. Fires were seen burning in Derna 2 nights ago, indicating preparations for abandoning the city, which incidentally is more than halfway to Benghazi. The inanimate hero of the North African Air War continues to be the small island of Malta, western sentinel of the Middle East Command. Malta, aptly called Britain's unsinkable aircraft carrier, has not only defied blitz after blitz by Germany's Luftwaffe, but struck back with telling force. Malta has played a vital part in cutting off supplies headed for Tripoli along ship lanes which would otherwise be out of range for most Middle East bombers. The British garrison and the island's inhabitants have endured certain privation during the period when a Malta convoy meant sending ships under the very shadow of Axis territory with little air protection. But soon it will be easy to send ships to Malta. They will be able to sail right into the harbor with full fighter cover. Then Malta will sting the Italian toe in a way that is very apt to make Hitler's allies kick. But already Malta has enabled the Middle East Air Command to extend its air dominance as far as Tunisia, where the Germans are trying desperately to keep the Allies from getting more valuable air bases. One of these German-occupied fields was bombed and machine-gunned, and gasoline stores, workshops, and hangars destroyed. Then, for the second straight day, enemy transport planes were shot down. Our long-range fighters got 6 out of a formation of 60 transports and fighters. They were northbound, but it's not certain whether they were empties going home or loaded with troops. Yet there are signs that the Axis is doubtful about its Tunisian venture. I switch you now to New York.
So far in our morning roundup, we have heard from Edward Doyce, reporting from London, and we just heard the voice of Grant Parr, reporting developments in the North African campaign, direct from Cairo. Our next stop is to the Southwest Pacific for a direct report from that battlefront. Go ahead, Australia.
This is George Thomas Foster speaking from Australia.
Most naturally, the North African campaign, with all its exciting sidelights, has taken over the front pages of our newspapers down here. Even the picture editors have been digging into their files for any and all pictures of tired camels and turbaned sheiks in an effort to keep their hand in until hotter news pictures come through from that front. The battle in New Guinea and the Solomons has been regulated to the thin insides of a wartime rationed newspaper. Since last Monday until today, news of the Southwest and South Pacific areas has been confined to little more than General MacArthur's official communique. These reports from the General, headquarters in the last 2 days, have brought the good news of supporting action by his bombers for our forces in the Solomons. Heavy raids Thursday and Friday on shipping up in the Bune and Fazy roadstead succeeded in knocking out a worthy number of Jap ships. There is also a plus sign in the latest report of our raids over Bune and Fazy. Besides bombing shipping concentrated there, our pilots flew further inland over Bougainville Island and bombed and strafed Kahaili Airport and the adjacent dispersal areas. This feat indicates an all-important possibility, for this is the first time it has been reported that our pilots have taken our ships further than the roadstead itself, which is at the very tip of Bougainville Island. While the events in Africa are enough to crowd any news off the front pages of newspapers throughout the world, there is another reason for the realignment of the news insofar as the New Guinea campaign is concerned. It is felt by competent observers here that the game is about up for the Japs in New Guinea. Now we are at the waiting stage, and until the American combat troops flown from Australia close in on Buna, the enemy's main advanced base on the northern coast of Papua, the news from this area will continue to be scant. Back on October 14th, a distinguished Australian senior officer, plugging his way up to the front line along the jungle trail of the Owen Stanley Range, addressed groups of soldiers whenever he met them. His remarks went something like this: "This time we are going to beat the little blankety-blank Jap, and I promise you, you will not have to walk down over these mountains again. You will come back from Buna either by boat or airplane." Well, now it sure looks as if he will be able to make his promise good.
And now to Moscow and Robert Magadoff.
This is Robert Magadoff speaking from Moscow. Premier Stalin stated in connection with the Anglo-American action in Africa that the Red Army will fulfill its task honorably as it has been fulfilling it throughout the war. On the 7th of November, Monsieur Stalin forecast, quote, "Not far is the day when the enemy will feel the full force of new blows by the Red Army," unquote. I'd like to mention a number of vital points which make it possible for the Red Army to launch offensive action on one or more fronts in the near future. Point 1. The morale of the Red Army is extremely high. The men are eager to come to grips with the enemy and avenge the defeats of 2 summers and the sufferings of millions of Russians. 2. The Red Army is well equipped with the newest types of Tommy guns and artillery and with tanks and aircraft. 3. The abolition of political commissars and the establishment of single authority in the Army, which has resulted in a marked improvement in efficiency and discipline. 4. The promotion of young talent and energy to high posts. With this, I'd like to mention the contempt for high officers who have failed to gain experience from the war. They are criticized and even demoted, irrespective of their services to the Soviet Republic in the past. This is the theme of the play Front, the most performed and discussed drama in Russia today, which tells many a bitter truth. 5. Red Army officers from generals commanding fronts down to leaders of regiments have been given the power to decorate men who have distinguished themselves in battle. This is an incentive not to be overlooked. Russians love signs of distinction, and government orders have a great fascination for them, besides offering definite privileges. 6. The approaching winter. To be sure, the coldest snows of the severe Russian winter will hit the Red Army on the offensive harder than it will hit the enemy entrenched in populated points. For the Russians can stand cold weather better than the Germans. You must also bear in mind that the Russians had their big victories last winter, and these are still an inspiration to the Red Army. 7. the Germans have already come to a standstill on all the fronts. And last, but not least, is the faith of the Russians in the Red Army and their allies, the latest reflection of which is embodied in Stalin's yesterday's statement to the AP. Goodbye from Moscow.
And now for the developments in our own capital, we take you to Ray Henley in the newsroom in Washington.
The latest word from Selective Service Headquarters is that the first 18 and 19-year-olds probably will be called into the Army within 30 days. There is no late word from Eddie Rickenbacker. The War Department merely says we should hear of his rescue within a few hours, or we may never hear at all. Well, here in Washington during the past few days, diplomacy has come into its own. Not the kind of diplomacy we link with high silk hats and decorations, but rather the careful, painstaking preparation that brings civilian populations into the war on our side. The wealth of information your government had about the people of North Africa and about conditions there made possible the great progress we have already seen in Morocco and Algiers. And like the pool of water stirred up by a pebble thrown into its center, the effects of our diplomatic victories in Africa have rippled to other shores. All of Latin and South America is impressed by the brilliant planning and execution of our campaign in Africa. This is shown conclusively by messages pouring into the White House and State Department from heads of governments in our sister republics to the south. Even Argentina has sent a message expressing approval of our move into Africa, a move which the Argentine believes will safeguard the security of the Americas. And Chile adds her word of encouragement. Now President Roosevelt has made another important diplomatic move, extension of lease-lend munitions and supplies to the French and the natives of Morocco and Algiers. This will have a profound impression upon those countries and also upon all those people who have run up against the Axis. Hitler conquers and then steals and plunders until the conquered populations are reduced to privation and want. The United States is serving a lesson that the coming of our people also can mean friendliness and a full stomach. To the starved and plundered people of the world, President Roosevelt officially proclaims, and here are his words, "No one will go hungry or without other means of livelihood in any territory occupied by the United Nations. Here in this country of abundance, those words will not mean so much. To the starving people elsewhere, they will mean everything." And that's all from Washington.
You have been listening to direct reports of the latest news given by our correspondents at home and overseas. We heard this morning from Edward Doyce in London, Grant Parr in Cairo, George Thomas Folster in Australia, Robert Magadoff in Moscow, and Ray Henley in Washington. For the latest news, keep tuned to this station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Captain Eddie Rickenbacker, Colonel Hans C. Adamson, and Private John F. Bartek, B-A-R-T-E-K, all of the United States Army, who've been missing since October 21st, when the plane in which they were flying was forced down in the Pacific, have been rescued from the sea by a Navy Catalina flying boat. Captain Rickenbacker reported that Sergeant Alexander Kaczmarczyk, I'll spell that, C-A-C-Z-M-A-R-C-Z-Y-K, who was with them, he comes from New Jersey, died several days ago and was buried at sea. Lieutenant James C. Whitaker, Lieutenant John J. DeAngelis, and Staff Sergeant James Reynolds, all of the United States Army, who were also aboard the missing plane, have been located by a Navy Catalina flying boat ashore on a small island in the South Pacific. With the rescue of Captain William T. Cherry, Jr., USA, all the personnel of the Rickenbacker party are accounted for now. Captain Rickenbacker and Colonel Adamson are reported in good condition. Private Bartek, whose condition is reported serious, is nevertheless expected to recover. The second group, consisting of Lieutenants Whitaker and DeAngelis and Sergeant Reynolds, are all alive, but their condition is unknown as yet. A U.S. Navy medical officer has been flown to the island on which they were located. They will be returned to a naval base in the Pacific. The rescue of all the surviving members of Captain Rickenbacker's plane, which was forced down after reporting less than an hour's supply of gas on October 21st, was accomplished after intensive and continuous search of a wide area of the Pacific by planes and ships, one of the greatest searches on record. Even the approximate location of Captain Rickenbacker's forced landing at sea was unknown when that search began. And the raft on which Captain Rickenbacker was found was picked up about 600 miles north of Samoa. That is the U.S. Navy's full report upon the rescue of the Rickenbacker party out in the Pacific. Perhaps this is a good time to recall the words of some of his friends. They said Eddie will turn up. They were echoing Mrs. Rickenbacker, who is overjoyed in New York at the present time. And they went on to say, he always has said that he could get out of any kind of a jam if he had time to figure out what to do. If he had an hour's gasoline left, he had an hour to figure out what to do. Wait and see. He'll turn up someplace. And today, Captain Eddie Rickenbacker has turned up. This has come to you from the NBC Newsroom in New York.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellas and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Just because you can't join the Army or Navy doesn't mean that you can't be part of this big fight to preserve the American way of life. No, sir, not at all. There is one big, important thing you can do, and I'm going to tell you about that right now. You see, aside from the fact that we can't all be soldiers, sailors, or Marines, because we're too young or too old or something, it's necessary for a good many of us to stay right here where we are. As a matter of fact, Uncle Sam says that for every man in the armed forces, there must be 11 people back home to keep them well supplied and to see that everything runs smoothly. It's sort of like a civilian army that cooperates with the armed forces to help win the war. And that's where you come in, you and I, for we're all members of this civilian army. And the best way we can help our boys at the front is to buy war-saving stamps and bonds and buy them regularly. How does that help? Well, let me tell you. It helps our government to finance the war. It helps to buy the guns and the tanks and planes and all the other things the Army, Navy, and Marines need to knock out the Japs and the Nazis. For instance, every time you buy a 10-cent war-saving stamp, your dime will pay for 5 bullets. And every 5 10-cent stamps buys enough fuel oil to carry a destroyer a full mile. So you see how important it is for you to buy a war-saving stamp every time you've got a dime. See if you can get Mother or Dad to give you a dime every day or every other day with which to buy war-saving stamps. Talk about this with all your friends. Ask them to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Ask your mother and your dad and all your neighbors and relatives to sign Minuteman pledges. Do all you can to build up the sale of war-saving stamps and bonds. And that's what you can do to help win this war.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Clark Kent and his companions in adventure, editor Perry White, Lois Lane, and Jimmy Olsen, are now at a hunting lodge in the vast wilderness of the Hudson Bay region of northern Canada, attempting to solve the mystery of the Headless Indian, an apparition that has slowly been driving Sebastian Beauvais, owner of the lodge, out of his mind. Kent knows that Niles Graham, who is also staying at the lodge, is none other than the Laugher, a sinister character who, for some strange reason, has vowed to do away with Perry White and his friends. Matters are now in a very crucial state. Kent, as Superman, is on his way to an outpost of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police at Lake Minto, carrying Editor White, who is desperately injured in a fight with a grizzly bear and needs immediate medical attention. In the meantime, the Laugher has been pretending to teach Lois how to use a rifle. As our last episode ended, he had persuaded the girl reporter to stand in one spot while he disappeared into the woods. Some 50 yards away, he stopped, raised his rifle to his shoulder, and took careful aim at the unsuspecting girl. The situation is tense. What can possibly save Lois? Listen.
Well, Superman, wherever you may be, here's one of your friends that won't get away. Now then, to get her carefully lined up, the sight of my rifle placed just over her heart. So. And now to pull the trigger. For this time I cannot miss. Now then. Oh! Oh, my eyes. My eyes. The gun exploded. Oh! This way, Miss Lane. Over here.
I'm coming. Mr. Graham.
Help me. Help me.
Graham. Your face.
The rifle exploded in my face. Get me to the lodge.
How, Mr. Graham? I can't carry you.
You've got to help me. You've got to. I've got to get back to the lodge.
See if you can get to your feet. I can't possibly lift you alone.
I can try.
That's it. There, I'll try to support you as much as I can, but you'll have to walk by yourself.
I can't see. I can't see.
I'll lead you. So long as you keep on your feet, we're all right. Do you think you can reach the lodge?
I must reach the lodge.
I won't leave you. We'd better hurry. It's beginning to snow.
Snow? Yes, you're right. It'll turn to a blizzard in no time. You may lose the trail. Let us go. Hurry. Hurry.
Lois and the Laffer struggle on through the forest. Hours later, frozen with cold, blinded by a raging blizzard, the Laffer stumbles and falls to his knees in the snow.
I can't go any further. We must stop here, Miss Lane.
All right. All right.
Miss Lane.
Yes.
You're lost.
No, I'm not.
Oh, come, admit it. Admit it.
Yes, I am. I've tried to keep it from you. You were right. This is a blizzard I can't see 10 feet ahead of me. I'm afraid I've lost the trail. I think I lost it hours ago. I've just been walking in the... Stop laughing like that.
I'm sorry. I'm in pain. You must know that.
You've got to pull yourself together if we're ever going to reach the lodge.
Yes. I can. I will.
It's getting dark. It's almost twilight.
Keep going. Keep going. The lodge may be...
Oh, get up. Please, Mr. Graham, won't you please get up? We've got to go on. We've just got to. We'll be frozen to death if we stay here. What can I do with him? What can I do to make him? You've got to get to your feet. We've got to keep going. We may reach the lodge any minute now.
It's dark, isn't it? It's night now, isn't it?
Yes, but I've just been moving forward anyhow. I think I'm going in the right direction.
No, you're not. You're lost, Miss Lane. We're both lost. We haven't a chance.
Oh, don't say that. I've got to get you back to the lodge. I can't let you die. I've got to get you back. You're too nice a person, Mr. Graham. You're too fine. It wasn't your fault that the gun exploded. Why are you laughing that way? Why do you always laugh?
I'm known as the Laugher.
The Laugher. That's a strange name.
I'm known as that because I'll always find something to laugh at. I shall even laugh at my own death.
You talk so strangely.
Strangely? Your friend Superman would understand.
Superman? What's he got to do with it?
Listen to me. What do you think I was aiming at when the rifle exploded in my face?
I don't know. You probably saw an animal.
Yes, I saw an animal. A human animal. You.
It's me. I don't understand.
I was going to kill you, Miss Lane. But the bullet exploded in the rifle chamber.
You're going to kill me?
Yes. I didn't want you and your friends to come to Sebastian Beauvai's lodge. It was important to keep you away. When, thanks to Superman, you succeeded. I tried to do away with Terry. White. And failed. And failed because of Superman again. I tried to kill you this morning.
That's horrible. I thought you were...
You thought I was a nice person. A fine person. Well, now you know I'm not.
What you wear doesn't matter. You're a human being, and I've got to save you if I can.
I'm not concerned about myself. I'm worried about you.
Me?
Don't you understand? I can't go any further. You'll have to go on by yourself. You'll be alone. Alone in the middle of a forest. In a raging blizzard.
Well, what of it? I'll make the lodge somehow. I will make it, you hear? I will.
As Lois starts to make her way toward the hunting lodge alone, Superman, carrying Perry White in his arms, arrives at the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Station at Lake Minto.
This must be the Mountie station. Thank heaven there's the plane waiting down at the float. They'll have Mr. White in Ottawa in no time at all.
Hello there. What can I do? Well, what in the... Mac, who are you and where'd you get that costume?
Never mind that. This man is Perry White. He was badly mauled by a bear at Sebastian Beauvais' hunting lodge. He must be flown to Ottawa at once.
Well, now, wait a minute. I was just talking to Beauvais a few minutes ago.
I know that.
He said he was about to start on a 2-day dog sled trip to bring White here, and now you show up wearing a blue suit and a red cape and... I just don't get it, mister.
Well, that's unimportant. The important thing is to get White into that plane and started for the hospital in Ottawa.
Well, the plane's ready, and I'm ready to start right now. Here, let me help you carry him down to the float.
I don't need any help. Go ahead.
All right. Looks like dirty weather ahead for flying. There's a blizzard coming from the north, from the direction you just came.
I flew through several snow flurries. The blizzard is probably broken in the country near the hunting lodge.
I sure wish I knew you got that guy down here in such a hurry. Listen. If you could get him here so quick, why don't you take him on to Ottawa?
Because I've got to get back to Beauvais' hunting lodge as quickly as I can. Things may be happening up there that'll need my help.
Yeah, what things?
Never mind, please. Let's get White into that plane.
Okay. I'll get up into the plane myself, and you can hand him up.
Never mind that. I'll just leap up into the plane with him myself.
Well, you've got to climb up. You can't step up. That door's a good 6 feet off the ground.
Well, that's hardly a step for Superman.
You leaped right into the air. You're standing in the doorway of the plane.
That's right. Come on, get up here yourself and get the plane started.
Okay, but I must be going out of my mind. This just doesn't make sense. All right. Is White comfortable?
He'll be all right. Get started. I'll wait till you do.
All right.
Okay, I'll leave you now. I have other work to do. You want to reach Ottawa before the storm catches up with you?
Don't worry. I'll get White there, okay?
Good luck. Now to get back to the hunting lodge. I've got a feeling something is wrong. But what it can be, I don't know. Up, and away!
Taking off from the Mountie station, Superman wings his way back toward the hunting lodge. A vague feeling of unrest telling him something is wrong. Will he arrive in time to save Lois? Be sure to listen tomorrow, for it may bring us the solution to the mystery of the headless Indian. And listen every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Did you ever stop to think why American machine gun crews make such good scores in their battles against the Japs and the Nazis? Their teamwork, their super marksmanship, comes from practice. Practice every day until they can hit the bullseye practically every time. But that much practice eats up an awful lot of bullets. And that's just where you come in. You buy bullets for machine gunners every time you buy war stamps. 5 bullets for every 10-cent stamp. So get behind your team by buying stamps just as often as you can. Can you think of anything more exciting to buy for your dime than 5 .45 caliber bullets? 5 bullets for American soldiers to use in protecting your home from the Japs or the Nazis. So get going. Get your stamps today and every day.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman! Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's trouble on the trail ahead! Oh, Silver! Hoy!
The ranch house of Jeb Anderson was located in a strangely desolate section of the southwestern desert. To the west, and immediately behind the sprawling cabin of spruce logs, there rose mighty Oro Mountain. It was at the base of this peak that Jeb had tunneled his tiny one-man gold mine. In the east and south, the horizon was guarded by the oddest stretch of wasteland in the world, Devil's Sink. True to its name, Devil's Sink comprised an endless maze of gullies, ravines, spires, and rocky crags, all composed of dull and lifeless volcanic slag. Nothing lived in Devil's Sink, not even hardy mesquite or greasewood. Its barren wilderness seemed to have retained the scorching heat of a million blazing suns, and neither man nor beast ever ventured beyond its outer rim. Living within sight of such desolation didn't disturb Jeb Anderson. He was content to extract gold slowly from his tiny mine in Mount Oro. He smelted the ore by hand just as the Indians had done thousands of years ago, and each night he added a little more of the shining yellow metal to the store he kept. Jeb was confident that no one else knew of his gold mine in Mount Oro. The people in the nearby town of Kingsford had long ago tagged him as just another solitary rancher. Consequently, he was surprised one night to be roused from his sleep by a loud pounding on the cabin door.
Who is it?
Open up, you old coot.
What do you want?
I said open the door.
Let's cave it in. Little hard lead will fix that lock, Duke.
Yeah, why waste it? You'll open up around.
Who are you?
We're bashful, Grandpa. Hate to tell our names. Come on in, boys.
What do you
We'll
want?
get this over with fast. Where's the gold?
I don't know what you mean.
Yes, you do. Get behind him, Spider.
Yeah, okay.
And if you don't talk fast, lay your gun barrel alongside that bald head of his. All right, Anderson, where's the gold?
I have no gold.
You're lying. We've been watching you mine that hole in the hill for the past 6 months.
Oh, really? You'll gab all night, Duke.
Maybe.
It'd be easier to fan this layout and find out for ourselves. Please,
Sure, Duke, what are we stalling for?
You gonna talk, Anderson?
No, I can't tell you.
Let him have it, Spider.
Sure.
Now let's scrape this place from one end to the other.
Yeah.
Spider, look at those drawers over there. I'll take this.
Here it is, Duke. Here it is. Look at this.
Jumpin' Jehoshaphat. Real gold. Nuggets must be 10,000 there.
If it ain't worth twice that, I'll eat it. Come on, Pete. Pick up the sack and let's hightail.
How about the old man? He's still alive.
Pete, that can over there. What's in it?
Smells like coal oil.
Dump it. Be sure you get plenty on the walls and floor.
I got you. Match, Duke?
I've got one. Come on. This place will be hotter than double sink in about 2 minutes. Now, give me that sack. I'll pack it.
Here.
Straddle your bronze, boy.
I don't think I hit the old coot hard enough to finish him, Duke.
Yeah. And maybe the job's not done yet. Hand me your carbine, Spider. With heat like that, it'll either fry or pop out of there.
Help me. He's still alive.
But not for long.
Here he comes, Duke. See? The front door.
I see him.
That got him.
Come on, boys. Get it.
Get it.
On the following morning, just as the sun peeped over the top of Mount Oro, 2 horsemen rode into the clearing that surrounded the blackened ruins of what had been Jeb Anderson's cabin. A quick glance told the entire story. A dead man lay sprawled grotesquely on the ground as though he had been killed while running. The horseman reined up sharply.
Who's
The Lone Ranger wearing a disguise beneath his mask, and his faithful Indian companion Tonto.
Steady, big fella. This looks like murder, Tonto. Somebody fired the house, then shot this man when he tried to escape.
Plenty hoof marks on ground. Mean 3, maybe 4 horse.
Yes, and... Here, look. A deep cut on his head. No, that wasn't made by a bullet. There must have been a fight. We only knew how...
Try, you fellas.
What the?
Behind.
And don't make any funny moves unless you want a slug in your back.
Don't move, Tonto.
You got mask on. They might...
You forget, Kimosabe. I've got a disguise on.
All right. Turn around. Keep your paws up. A masked man. And an Injun.
If you don't mind my saying so, son, that gun's almost as big as you are.
Outlaws. Then it must have been you
We
two.
just rode up here a few minutes ago.
I don't care when you got here or who you are. I'm afoot and I need your horse. I'm taking it.
Oh, you are? Well, there are 2 of them. Which one do you want? The stallion or the paint?
What's the difference?
Quite a bit. Now look over there. Now, which do you want?
Why, I guess... Oh, my hand!
You're not hurt, son. All I did was shoot your gun away. If you're going to hold someone up, you should remember to keep your eye on him.
All right. You whip me with your draw. Now what?
What's your name?
I'm Jimmy Hightower. I got here at sunup. And I saw that somebody had killed Uncle Jeb, fired his house.
Is that dead man over there your uncle?
Yeah.
Go on.
I was bringing back Uncle Jeb's sorrel pony. I borrowed it about a month ago.
Now, where's the horse now?
He ran off while I was looking over the house. That's why I needed one of yours.
Needed it bad enough to steal. Is that it?
No, I'm already down for horse stealing. One more wouldn't make any difference.
Aren't you pretty young to be a horse thief?
Well, you don't have to rub it in. Just because you happen to get in a lucky shot.
So you think that shot that knocked your gun away was lucky, huh?
Couldn't have been anything else.
Now, look, Jimmy. See that stone well over there?
Yeah?
See the tin can on the ground about 10 feet this side of it?
Yeah.
5 bullets can put that tin can into the well.
But the wall around that cistern's almost 3 feet high.
Here, watch.
Golly. Say, that's the best shooting I ever saw. I'll bet even Duke Bandy couldn't do better than that.
Who's Duke Bandy?
Well, I thought everybody knew about him. He's the best gunfighter in this whole country.
Oh, is that right?
See, you've heard of the Lone Ranger, haven't you?
Seems that I have.
Well, he's supposed to be pretty fast with a pair of 6 guns, but Duke Bandy's a lot faster. At least that's what everybody says.
Oh, I'd like to meet Mr. Bandy.
He's got a gang that holds up over in Devil's Sink. That's why the law can't catch him.
You know quite a bit about outlaws, don't you?
I guess it's because I'm one myself.
You?
And so are you. Or you wouldn't be wearing that mask.
Maybe.
You see, this horse I was bringing back to Uncle Jeb, I didn't really borrow it from him. I swiped it.
But you were bringing it back.
Well, that didn't make any difference to my dad. He said I was a horse thief. And he's sheriff of this county. We live over in Kingsford. He does. I'm not going back.
Why?
Oh, he'd never believe that cayuse Uncle Jeb's ran away. He'd think I sold the critter and put the money in my pocket.
I don't think he'd be that tough on you.
Yeah, well, you don't know my dad. He's half Indian. I'm quarter Indian. That's one reason I'm glad I'm getting away.
Most of the Indians I know are proud of it. My best friend's an Indian.
Oh, it's all right for you to say that, but look!
Tonto. Those men coming up the draw. Can you see how many?
6, maybe 7. Them ride hard.
It's my dad with a posse, and it's me he's after. You better get out of here fast if you don't...
I think we'll wait.
All right. I'm here, you bunch of bloodhounds.
Good thing we headed this way. We heard the shots.
Look yonder, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Anderson's house plumb fired out, and there's Jeb on the ground.
I see it. I've got my own ideas. I don't play any favorites, Jimmy. First it was horse stealing. Now you're tied in on a murder. A murder of your own Uncle Jeb.
I didn't kill Uncle Jeb. I just got here at sunup. I was bringing back his pony like you told me to.
Where is it?
It ran away.
So you've added line to your other crimes.
I think he's telling the truth, Sheriff. I believe him. My Indian friend and I got here just a few minutes after he did.
I'm not likely to take the word of a masked outlaw that I've caught red-handed. Eat it.
Yes, Sheriff.
Take the guns away from these men. Put them on the horses.
Sure.
You're loco, Dad. These fellows didn't have anything to do
They're
with it.
outlaws. So are you. It's a good thing your mother didn't live to see you like this.
But, Dad, if...
And some of you men stay here to take care of Barry and Jeb Anderson. Peters, got those two hombres ready?
All set, Sheriff.
You lead off. I'll train you. Come on, Jimmy. You ride double with me.
Dad, you're making a mistake.
Shut up. You can do all your talking to Judge Crawford. All right, Peters. Head for town.
The Lone Ranger, Tonto, and young Jimmy Hightower found that justice moved swiftly in the little town of Kingsford. On the following morning, they appeared before Judge Crawford.
And so, after considering all the evidence, I've arrived at a fair and just verdict. Jimmy Hightower, for your crime of horse stealing, I sentence you to 5 years in the territorial prison. Quiet in the court, quiet. And, as far as this critter wearing a mask is concerned, and the Indian with him, the evidence proves them both guilty of murder and robbery. It is the sentence of this court that tomorrow morning at sunrise, they shall be hung by their necks until they're dead.
Yeah. Guess that'll hold all three of you hombres until tomorrow morning.
Yes, I'm sure it will. When do we eat?
Not till supper time. That'll be your last meal. In the meantime, you can listen to what's going on outside. You hear it?
What's that?
Building the scaffold. The one you and the redskin are going to swing on. A nice sound, ain't it?
Gee, I got you into this
Now, listen,
mess.
Jimmy. Have you any idea who really killed your Uncle Jeb and robbed his house?
I don't know, but I'd bet anything it was Duke Bandy's gang.
Where can we find them?
Can't, even if we were out of here. They hole up in Devil's Sink.
I see. Otto, give me that rawhide belt of yours. I want to make a slingshot. Good. Now, Jimmy, scrape around here on the floor and find me a good-sized stone.
Slingshot? Stone? Are you loco?
Otto, when that deputy brings our supper tonight, he'll probably make us stand at the back of the cell so we can't jump him. I want you to stand directly in front of me. Then when I yell, you duck so I can use the slingshot.
Mister, you're really loco if you think you can get out of here with a slingshot.
Jimmy, do you hear that hammering outside?
Sure, but...
No chance is too great to keep from hanging at the end of one of those ropes.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. continue our story. All day long, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Jimmy Hightower waited in their jail cell and listened to the ominous thud of hammers that were completing the jail yard gallows. Finally, just at sundown, the hammering ceased, and they knew that the scaffold was finished. Within a few hours, the masked man and his Indian friend would be blindfolded and led up 13 steps. Then ropes would be placed around their necks, and death would come swiftly and without mercy. Their only hope was a crude slingshot the Lone Ranger had fashioned from a rawhide belt.
It isn't fair. All you did was to stop and talk to me, and now you're going to die. If my dad was anything but a dumb Indian...
It isn't your fault, Jimmy, or your father's either. He did exactly what he thought was right.
Suppose he did. That doesn't help now.
It might. Remember what I told you, Tonto. Stand in front of me.
Me do it.
Here he comes. Be ready.
Well, you hombres don't look as chipper as you did this morning.
How did you expect us to look?
You outlaws are all alike, smart and nervy. The rope will take that out of you.
Maybe.
Now get back there to the other end of the cell. I ain't taking any chances. Get back. I'm not going to give you any chance to jump me. I'm wise to those tricks. Now set your grub down here. When I close the door, you can come up and get it. Now, if you just come...
Tonto.
What the...
Oh! You did it! You beat him with that rock from your slingshot.
He's not hurt, but we'll have to hurry. I'm going to take these handcuffs. I have a plan I'm sure will work. Now, come on.
Finding their horses tied behind the jail, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Jimmy Hightower made good their escape and rode hard for many miles. Finally, they reached the forbidding rim of Devil's Sink. There, the masked man called a halt.
We'll rest here until sunrise. That is, Jimmy and I will. Tonto, I want you to ride east. Take an important message.
Where may take it?
Come here. If the moonlight's strong enough so I can see to right. Yes, I'm sure he'll be able to read this.
Where Tonto go?
The governor of the territory. You know where he is? Here, I'll read the message to you so you'll know how important it is. Territorial Governor, dear sir, Jimmy Hightower, convicted of horse stealing, sentenced 5 years. Deserves pardon. Please send it to Kingsford by messenger who bears this note. I've signed my name.
Will the governor do what you ask him?
I don't know, Tonto. I hope so. He's helped me in the past. Maybe he will again.
What you do now?
Find Duke Bandy. He's probably the one who murdered Jimmy's uncle.
Maybe better Tonto stay here and help.
No. Clearing Jimmy's name is just as important as clearing our own. Technically, he did steal his uncle's horse. He's been convicted. We need that pardon.
Tonto, go. Get him up, Scout.
All right, Silver.
Where'd Tonto go?
Do a mighty important job. He'll meet us later. Steady, big fella.
And you and me are going to wait here till sunup?
There's no use trying to find our way through Devil's Sink in the dark.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Now, what about those handcuffs?
I think these handcuffs may help us locate Bandy's gang.
Help us? What do you mean?
Now, wait, Jimmy. We can't do anything till sunrise. Got those handcuffs on, Jimmy?
Yes, sir. Now what do we do?
We haven't the slightest idea where Bandy's hideout is. So if we can't find him, let him find us.
What do you
Yeah, like this. Do you understand?
Oh, sure.
Do you hear any signs of anyone?
Nary a sign yet.
Hey, what are you two hombres trying to do?
Get your hands up. These chains won't stop me from using a gun.
Masked. Now wait a minute, stranger, and take it easy. I spied you from across the ridge. Saw what you're doing.
What's it to you?
Yeah, spying on us. If we thought you were a lawman, we'd...
But I ain't. In fact, I'm just the opposite. You might call me the same breed as you two.
Yeah?
Sure. No need of us showing our teeth at each other. Come along with me and I'll get them irons off you.
Who are you?
My handle's Pete Letterman.
Never heard of you.
You can't trust these jaspers in this neck of the woods.
You've heard of Duke Bandy, ain't you?
What of it?
Well, I'm a part of his. We got a little cabin down on the floor of this sink. I know Duke'd like to meet you, gents. You could get them cuffs off, too.
Well, what do you say, kid?
Well, might as well take a chance. But if this hombre tries any tricks, we'll plug him.
All right. Lead the way to your cabin. The kid and I'll walk our horses and follow you.
Sure. Come on.
It took a good half hour for the little cavalcade to reach the bottom of Devil's Sink. The pathway was full of loops, turns, and switchbacks. Finally, they came in sight of a well-concealed little cabin that was built close to a subterranean spring. This was the secret of Duke Bandy's hideout. He had discovered water in the wilderness. He could live in the wasteland in which other men died of thirst. As they approached the cabin, a small man with thick black hair and close-set eyes stepped out of the door.
Hey, Duke.
What's the idea?
You won't need the shooting iron, Duke. These gents are friends.
Yeah? Who says so?
Look, I found them up on the rim trying to knock their bracelets off.
Masked man. Who are you?
I'm not used to names. Numbers are better.
Oh, jailbird, huh? Who's the button?
Just call him the Kid.
Well, I'll figure that out for myself. Let me see those cuffs you two are wearing. Come here.
Ever wear any yourself, Duke?
Oh, guess it's all right. Well, you might be lawman. Using them braces a trick to sneak in here.
No, I never thought of that.
Where'd you bust out of?
Kingsford. We were in for murder.
Yeah? Who'd you beef?
Nobody. But the law figured we killed a gent over by Mount Oro.
Mount Oro? Was the cabin burnt?
Yeah.
Well, what's so funny?
You showing up here after being nailed for that job. That was ours.
Oh, is that right?
Sure. We grabbed all of that old coot's gold and drilled him when his house got too hot. Well, I guess you hombres are all right. Just unlucky, that's all. Get a chisel and knock off the hardware, Pete.
Sure, Duke. Got it right here. Hold him on this stump. There. That does it.
Thanks.
Come here, kid.
Just the two of you here?
No. Spider's running up the horses. He'll be back pretty soon. We got a job on tonight.
Job? Where?
Place you just left. Kingsford.
What's in Kingsford?
Not much. Bank, express office. Most of all, a sheriff.
Sheriff?
Yeah, an Injun sheriff that I don't like. Tonight I'm going to tell him about it. With lead.
You mean...
I'm going to riddle that dumb redskin before he knows what's going on. You gents might as well come along. The more, the better.
Yeah, sure.
By the way, stranger, that's a nice set of peacemakers you got in those holsters. Let me see one of them.
My guns? Sure.
See, real fancy, ain't they? Bet they got good action. How do they break? Yeah, slick as a whistle. And these bullets, Oh, I see.
What's the matter?
Put up your hands, you double-crossing low-down...
Duke, what's wrong?
You almost fooled me, too. I should have known when I first saw you wearing a mask. But it didn't catch on till I saw the silver bullets. So you were going to get in here and pull some of your lawman tricks, huh?
Lawman? Who is this critter?
He's the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger?
So this is the critter. Let him have it, Duke.
No. Wait till we get back from Kingsford.
But how are we going to...
Get the stakes and some rope. We'll tie them both out in the sun. After about 10 hours, that 150-degree sun, there won't be enough left to plug.
Sure, Duke. I'll get the ropes and stakes.
The Lone Ranger. Well, mister, this is one time you run up against somebody smarter than you are. I'd like to see you about 2 o'clock this afternoon, staked out in the middle of the sink.
Duke Bandy proceeded with his murderous plan. The Lone Ranger and Jimmy were tied to large stakes, face up toward the blazing desert sun. And as the long hours wore on, the torture was almost unbearable.
I don't think I can stand this much longer.
It's tough, Jimmy, but we've got to stand it. We've got to get out of here some way and warn your father.
You know, I've been thinking the only reason a kid like me can stand this is because I'm part Indian. And Indians are tough. I'm proud I'm an Indian.
Sure you are. And another thing, Jimmy,
What?
Listen. Thunder.
Yeah, thunder. And that means rain instead of the scorching sun.
More than that, if it rains hard, the ground will be soaked. Maybe soaked enough so we can pull up these stakes.
Yeah.
Keep hoping, Jimmy.
Within a half hour after the rain began to fall, the Lone Ranger and Jimmy Hightower had freed themselves from the stakes and were astride their horses that the outlaws were unable to catch.
Duke and his gang have a head start.
I know a shortcut.
Lead the way, Jimmy. Ride for all you're worth.
Get up, boy.
Come on, Silver.
We made it, and there's no sign of Duke and his gang yet.
Right straight to your father's house.
It's right here. Hold.
Whoa. There's Duke now. Easy. Quick, we've got to warn your father. Into the house.
Dad!
Jimmy, and the masked man.
Quick, Sheriff. Duke and his men are almost here. Got your rifle.
You an escaped prisoner, man.
You tell him, Jimmy.
Well, you see, Dad,
Never mind explaining. If it's Duke's crowd, I've got some shooting to do.
Give him up, Sheriff. We got you outnumbered.
Never mind, I'll get him.
Oh, my arm!
I think I got one of them.
Hold your fire. I'm through.
Oh, my, don't shoot.
Keep your hands up and walk this way.
Honest, Sheriff, we didn't know it was you. We thought it was like a Lone Ranger and a kid. Here.
It is a surprise, isn't it, Duke?
I thought you two
Sheriff,
were...
these are the men who killed and robbed Anderson. They boasted about it to Jimmy and me.
They're guilty, all right. I can see it in the faces. I guess we'll have use for that new gallows after all.
Sheriff, what's going on here?
Yeah, hello, Judge. I'm just arresting the real killers of Jeb Anderson. One of them's dead. These are the other two.
But I thought that...
Me bring letter to sheriff. Here.
Go on, Sheriff, read it. I think I know what it says.
Sheriff, convicting this masked man, the Indian, of murder may have been a mistake. But your son, Jimmy, is still guilty of horse stealing, and he's got no right to be out of jail. Now, I think...
Judge. Read this.
Glasses. Wait, you know I can't read without my glasses. What does it say?
A full pardon for Jimmy. It is signed by the governor.
The governor?
I'm proud of you, son.
Well, not half as proud as I am of you, Dad. I wanted to... Hey, where'd he go? He and Tonto, they've disappeared.
Who, son? Who do you mean?
The best friend we'll ever have. The Lone Ranger.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Starring Arlene Francis on The Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, makers of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight, on The Cavalcade of America, we present Alaska Under Arms, written by Peter Lyon and based on a new book of the same name by Gene Potter of Fortune magazine. Starring Arlene Francis, The Cavalcade of America brings you a picture of Alaska Under Arms.
Ladies and gentlemen, 400 or 500 years ago, when the world was much smaller, they used to say, When Spain moves, the world trembles. Today, in the hour of the long-range bomber, the center of gravity has shifted. It's important these days to remember what was said by America's great prophet of aviation, General Billy Mitchell. Let's listen.
Alaska is the most central place in the world of aircraft. That is true either of Europe or Asia or North America. For whoever holds Alaska will hold the world. And I think it is the most important place in the world.
Whoever holds Alaska will hold the world. Well, that's quite a sweeping statement. But maybe if we've become used to looking at the map of the world on the globe, as we certainly should do in this global war, maybe then this doesn't come as so much of a surprise to us. Fairbanks, Alaska is really the hub of the aircraft world. The spokes which reach out from this hub to London and Paris and Berlin, Warsaw, Moscow, Tokyo, San Francisco, and New York are almost equal in length. Fairbanks is truly the hub in a great wheel. Yes, Alaska is the most central place in the world of aircraft. And we hold Alaska. Let's begin our report on Alaska away up in wilderness, where a scant few weeks ago no man had ever been. Well, there are two characters in this first scene, an Army private from Texas and a Negro corporal from Philadelphia. These two men are driving great heavy bulldozers, one south having come from Fairbanks, the other north up from Dawson Creek. Here they come, two great juggernauts grinding over the wilderness.
Hey, get out of the way. Where do you think you're going? You're in the way.
I'm in the way. How do you like that? How'd you get ahead of me in the first? Hey, wait a minute, soldier. Well, which way you going?
South. I'm going south.
Yeah?
So get out of the way.
Hold on now. Wait a second. I guess neither one of us should get out of the way. We've gone as far as we need to go, buddy. This is the end of the line.
What do you mean?
Shake, soldier. The Alcan Highway is open.
What would you think of as a pretty big engineering project? The pyramids, the Panama Canal, the Grand Coulee Dam? Well, now we've got another one to add to the list. One we can be mighty proud of. Our men, Army and civilian, have built a highway that stretches 1,671 miles through the wildest imaginable country, twisting up at times to an altitude of more than 4,000 feet, spanning 200 streams, broad and tumultuous. We have built a wartime lifeline through Alberta, British Columbia, and the Yukon to Alaska. And we have wrought this miracle in the unbelievable time of less than 6 months. Brigadier General C.L. Sturdivant, Assistant Chief of Army Engineers, is in charge of the project. He has inspected its progress several times, both in Canada and Alaska. Now, speaking from Washington, General C.L. Sturdivant.
Thank you, Miss Francis. You know, that little scene in which the engineer soldier with his southbound bulldozer met the other engineer soldier with his northbound bulldozer is typical of the entire Alcan project. The road has been built by young American soldiers in whose hands our country has placed the finest of engineer equipment. In no other army in the world would you find such a combination. The credit for pushing this road through the wilderness in the short span of one working season therefore belongs first and foremost to the 10,000-odd American soldiers who took their fine equipment and did the job. By this statement, I do not overlook the excellent and necessary work accomplished by the civilian forces of the Public Roads Administration in following up the troops and improving the Army road. These soldiers of ours worked early and late. Neither heat nor cold, nor all the challenges of the pathless wilderness could stop them. During March, the men braved bitter winds and temperatures of 35 below. In July and August, gloved and swathed in netting against swarms of huge mosquitoes and tiny flies and insects, they sweltered under 90-degree heat. The rainy season found them slogging through bottomless mud. They threw into their job the same spirit and the same courage that their comrades in arms have thrown into the operations in Algiers, in Morocco, and at Guadalcanal. Yes, America can well take pride in the way its soldiers have performed in the building of the Alcan Highway. Now that we have the Alcan Road, America can look with increased confidence on the military situation in general and on the situation as regards the bastion of Alaska in particular. No longer is that bastion, on which so much depends, accessible only by sea and by air. It is now accessible by the always dependable means of a two-lane road. For that, I repeat, we Americans can thank the superior equipment produced in our factories and, above all, the superior qualities of the American soldier.
Thank you, General Sturdivant. Now then, let's talk about this most important place, Alaska. And let's start out by admitting that our ideas of it are at best romantic. Let's just admit that when we think of Alaska, we are likely to summon up a picture of an old sourdough in a saloon away up in the frozen north. A grizzled old sourdough with his bag of gold dust beside him at the bar.
A bunch of the boys were whooping it up in the Malamute saloon. The kid that handles the music box was hitting a jag time tune. Back of the bar, in a solo game, sat Dangerous Dan McGrew. And watching his luck was his light of love, the lady that's known as Lou. Went out of the night, which was 50 below.
Say Alaska to most people, and that's what they remember. But the old sourdoughs today spend most of their time laughing at what people from the States think about Alaska. By now, they've almost gotten tired of correcting what we think. Is that right, partner?
Oh, I reckon there's a few folks on the outside that know something about Alaska by now.
Well, let's see. How about some typical opinions about Alaska?
Alaska is a cold country, frozen. Nothing but ice and snow.
How about that, partner?
Well, now, at Fort Yukon, above the Arctic Circle, I've known it to go as high as 110 degrees in the shade. In the summertime, they call the country around Fairbanks the Banana Belt.
Well, here's another opinion.
It's dark up there. 3 or 4 months out of the year, you get total blackout.
What about that, partner?
Up in the Arctic, it's never dark. Worst comes to worst, you can read by the moonlight shining up off the snow. Fact is, you get as much daylight up in the Arctic as you do down in the equator.
Shows what people from the States think of Alaska, doesn't it, partner?
They're all the time making mistakes. Sometimes we even get to making tourists think that there's long worms in the glaciers. Ice worms, we tell them they are.
Oh, now the laugh's on you, Alaskan. There are little things like worms in the glaciers. Scientists have found them.
Must have been scientists on the outside. No Alaskan scientist ever found any.
It's really not so funny what Americans think about Alaska. Alaska is ours and has been for 75 years, since we bought it from Russia. But we've always treated it like a mentally retarded stepson. We don't even know what Alaska means or where the name comes from.
The name Alaska comes from the Russian, Alexkaya, meaning mainland.
If you will forgive me, the fact is quite otherwise.
Oh?
The word Alaska comes from the Aleut, Alaxax, spelled Alaxsxaq. The X is like the German CH, the Spanish J, or the Russian or Greek X.
But it does mean mainland.
No part of the word means main, and no part means land. By taking the word apart, particle by particle, and reassembling its individual meanings, we find that it means the object toward which the action of the sea is directed. That is, alax, meaning sea or sword. It's a reflexive and element occurring in nouns.
Yes, but it all adds up that Alaska means mainland.
That is correct, yes.
Alaska, The mainland. To the Aleuts on their westering Pacific islands, the mainland was a great wall of rock, lofty mountains, highest in a hemisphere, rising up sheer out of the sea, cut by long, still curving inlets, hushed and timeless, holding on their surfaces the green of the spruce and the fir. Alaska. They called it the Great Land. It's a land of glaciers and volcanoes. Why, one valley is called the Valley of 10,000 Smokes. This is a land of riches and plenty. Somebody wrote of Alaska that it's the land that God forgot. But actually, he remembered Alaska, and lavishly. Fruits and flowers grow thickly, delphiniums as high as 9 feet, and strawberries 2 inches across. And although this land is ours, belongs to all 134 millions of us, when last the heads were counted, there were only 73,000 of us in Alaska. Why, that's not quite enough to fill the Yale Bowl. For 3/4 of a century, we've been busy looking down our noses at Alaska. Back in 1867, Secretary of State Seward was the only man in official Washington who wanted Alaska, and even he didn't know why exactly. But fortunately, there was a young man named Robert Kennicott, whose reports were able to give him the reasons he needed.
Of course, the natural resources, fish, fur, who knows what sort of mineral deposits. But there's a more important reason. Alaska is a natural bridge to Asia, or from Asia. Alaska is more than just a peninsula. The Bering Sea is less than 50 miles across. Alaska is a strategical necessity for us. It must be ours before it's too late.
The strategical necessity of Alaska was a little less than apparent to the gentlemen in the Congress of 1867. Nearsighted. That was their trouble.
Mr. Speaker. The honorable gentleman from Connecticut. I say that this whole discussion is the most arrant nonsense. More than $7 million for an ice cap, which even the Russians have found worthless. As for this talk of the use of Alaska for invasion by our enemies, I would like to be told who are these enemies. What people is there so strong that they will be able to sweep down from Alaska and threaten our security? I should like to say, Mr. Speaker, that I regard this whole affair as nothing more than $7 million worth of sewage folly.
The nearsighted were proven wrong, as they always are. But even after Alaska's purchase price had been returned to us 100-fold, in America, we thought of Alaska as an icebox, suitable perhaps as a vacation land, if it wasn't so far away. But if we in America were nearsighted, there was an island people to the west who were not. The year is 1937.
14 fathoms. 14 fathoms. And that is this point here on the map, is it not? That is right. We're moving closer now. I want a sounding as close to shore as we can get. And be sure to note the wind direction.
Captain Hachikimo.
Yeah?
The lookout has just reported there are Americans watching us from the shore.
How does he know?
The sun glinted off a pair of binoculars just there to the left of the cove.
Tell the wireless operator to send out a message. Any message he wishes. Just enough to take care of their suspicions.
Should he use our real call letters?
Of course not, you fool. Instruct him to use force call letters. What is the sounding now? 12 and 1/2 fathoms. 12 and 1/2 fathoms.
Fishing boats. Even if they are fishing boats, they got no right to be here.
We ought to write to the delegate in Washington. Tell him to have him send up some guns to take care of our rights.
Now, listen. We've got to be practical. I got an idea.
Now, what is it?
Now, we could get Corky or Joe or one of those other pilots to take us up in one of their planes. Fly it over those chaps.
Oh, what good will that do? They'll just send out some funny message on the radio.
Yeah. Only we could drop some bombs on them.
Hey!
Are you crazy? Where are we going to get bombs?
Make them ourselves. If Washington won't drive those Japs away from here, we're going to have to do it ourselves.
That was in 1937. However, before the tough Alaskan fishermen took matters into their own hands, in Washington, the State Department launched a protest to the Japanese ambassador, and the reply came back promptly.
The Japanese government regrets extremely the alleged violation of fishing rights and the alleged illegal entry into Alaskan territorial waters. The Japanese government is anxious to give all assurances that there will be no repetition of these alleged activities.
Fog is thicker now. Very well. We may proceed. Make a note of fog and wind prevalence. You do not think the American Coast Guard cutter will be arriving? No. It would not be here for another 3 days. Come, we must hurry. We must finish our soundings before the end of the summer.
In America, we still paid no attention to the Northwest. We still ignored our rich territory. Halfway around the world, men were not so willfully blind. Let's just imagine the conversation that must have taken place in an office of the Institute of Geopolitics at Munich, sometime in 1936. Even if we don't know the exact words, we can be pretty sure of the general conversation. The first to speak would have been Major General Professor Dr. Karl Haushofer.
I will tell you what I have on my mind, Goldschlager. I have been thinking about it for some time.
Yeah, Herr Professor.
The reports you worked up on Central America were, of course, just what we wanted. Good research. Now then, the North.
The North?
I have been thinking about Alaska. I know you are just home from America, but I need a good report on Alaska. I think you are the man.
We have men in Alaska I can get in touch with?
Oh, yeah, we must have. Get Miss Ernst to look them up in the files. How soon can you leave?
10 days.
Good. Thanks, Goldschlager. Drop in for final instructions sometime toward the end of the week.
Right, Herr Professor. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
Yes, their conversation was something like that. But the result of the conversation is not imaginary. It's down in black and white. Let's read a few sentences from Alfred Volschlager's report. It's headed...
Alaska, future land of the white race. Like a powerful, large, and patient animal, Alaska is still waiting for its master. It is a Nordic land created for Nordic people, the true home of the Nordic race. Everywhere are lakes and rivers suitable for the landing of airplanes. Alaska is only waiting for the advent of people who are a match for her. Here one can study how a great empire is conquered. And when we think of the future of our race, we must have Alaska.
That was written in 1937. And then there was a 1938 and 1939, even as late as 1940, when the Army asked for an appropriation to build an air base at Anchorage. The Congressional Committee was skeptical. A half dozen legislators examined an Army officer, while reporters and interested citizens watched and listened.
Why is this base necessary, Colonel? To develop cold weather flying?
It's more than simply a question of developing cold weather flying, Senator.
I must say I can't see the danger of any military operation so far north.
Colonel, what do you mean by an air base at Anchorage? Doesn't that constitute an unfriendly act toward Japan?
Why do we need an air base there in the first place? Is it not a fact that the Gulf freezes over in wintertime?
Gentlemen, we're asking for less than $13 million. In the Army's estimation, this figure represents an absolute minimum of what's necessary.
Well, frankly, Colonel, I am very skeptical as to the advisability of this project.
And I am yet to be convinced of its necessity.
I can only hope you won't have to be convinced too forcibly, sir.
But by the time the winter snows of 1940 were melting, and up in Alaska the spring rains were starting, the nearsighted men were beginning to find themselves in the minority. That spring of 1940 saw the arrival of the first contingent of American troops.
All base. Yeah, I thought we were being shipped to some air base.
Yeah. Okay. Take a look around. Here's mud, trees, and rocks. Don't look for any barracks, because you ain't getting any. You're pitching your tents right here. You looking for the air base? Well, brothers, right where you stand is where it's going to be. You're on it.
A handful of troops on a lonely field near Anchorage. They cussed at the rain. They slapped at the big Alaskan mosquitoes and cussed at them, too. They unslung their packs and pitched their pup tents. The American army had arrived and was there to stay for the duration. Today, their base is the headquarters of the Alaska Defense Command. Today, it is the headquarters of General Simon Bolivar Buckner, who even back in the summer of 1941 was fully conscious of the nature of his command.
Well, everybody thinks that Hawaii and Pearl Harbor are closer to Japan than we are here. But up here in Alaska, we never forget Dutch Harbor is 1,000 miles closer to Japan than Pearl Harbor is. That's why there's an Alaska Defense Command here. Now, mind you, we're not at war. But when we are, and if we are, here's one thing that you can tell the people down in the States. Alaska Defense Command's the wrong name. Look at the map. We should be called the Alaska Offense Command.
Since December 7th, there has been scarcely a flicker of light from dusk to dawn near the Army and Navy bases of Alaska. And out to the west, on the furthest flung islands, the long, careful years of Japanese preparation have paid off. For the first time since 1814, enemy troops occupy American soil in the Western Hemisphere. It's a precarious toehold, a slipping toehold. But the fact remains that Japanese soldiers and Marines are in possession of American soil. Today we know that what General Buckner predicted is coming true, that the Alaska Defense Command is becoming the Alaska Offense Command. We know that the men who have gone north to Alaska to guard the country made for giants to live in are fit guardians for our bridge to Asia. And we know that Alaska, like the rest of our world, is going to emerge from this war a greater and richer and freer place. A bridge from one continent to another. A bridge from one world to another. Don't forget, Americans, from our Alaskan outpost to Tokyo, airtime 7 hours. Whoever holds Alaska holds the world.
Gene Potter's book, Alaska Under Arms, is published by the Macmillan Company. The orchestra and musical score on tonight's program were under the direction of Don Voorhees. On December 1st, ladies and gentlemen, mileage rationing for everyone goes into effect. To buy gasoline after that date, you must have a mileage ration book. Only by rationing gasoline can necessary auto transportation be assured for all who need it. Gasoline rationing is the only way our government has to preserve rubber. Do your part. Drive your car only when absolutely necessary. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Eyes Aloft.
Army flash. 1, single, very low, Scene 8, Catherine 2, overhead, southeast.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft.
Eyes Aloft. The 4th Fighter Command of the United States Army Air Forces, in cooperation with West Coast radio stations, presents this series of programs honoring the 150,000 volunteer civilian observers and filter center workers whose round-the-clock vigilance keeps watchful guard of the Pacific coast against attack by enemy planes.
Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
This is Ken Carpenter speaking. Tonight, the 14th edition of Eyes Aloft, featuring a new and true great American story. You'll hear the Gordon Jenkins Orchestra and the Sportsmen, the weekly presentation of the Gold Trophy Award, excerpts from the famous McKinley Diary, our bouquet department, Why Will They Do It? And during the program, Captain Russell Z. Smith will give further important information regarding supplemental gasoline rationing to volunteers doing essential driving in the interests of the Aircraft Warning Service. Here now, your Eyes Aloft narrator, Jane Whitman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is shameful to have to admit that within our own rank of civilian volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service, there are saboteurs. Sprinkled here and there, we occasionally uncover small-time fifth columnists. But we believe a few of those committing the crimes realize what they are doing. And so we hold up this mirror for these offenders to see themselves as others in their home community see them. That is why we have established this department called Why Will They Do It? A short time ago, a certain gentleman in Oregon made a trip into southern Washington. On his trip, the man saw some things he had never seen before. When he returned home, he complained to his chief observer.
Boy, have I been a sucker for the last 5 months.
What do you mean, Jack?
Oh, we're all suckers. Every one of us have put in our time at that observation post.
Now, wait a minute.
I just come back from a trip, Bill, and I've seen plenty.
Now, what'd you see? What makes you think we've been given the runaround?
Wait till I tell you. And from now on, you can mark me off your observers list. I'm done going up there and putting in my good time watching for planes.
Now, hold on, Jack.
You know what I saw?
What?
Well, I drove into a town and dropped into the drugstore to say hello to an old friend of mine. I just happened to ask if the town had an observation post in it.
And did it?
Sure. My friend told me where it was. On top of a certain warehouse, just across the tracks on the way out of town. Well, driving out of town that afternoon, I spotted the warehouse my friend told me about.
Yeah?
There it was, right on top. A little tower they'd built. You know who the observers were in that shack?
No, who?
Soldiers.
Soldiers?
United States Army soldiers. Well, what do you think of that?
You saw soldiers up in the tower, Jack?
Well, I didn't see any soldiers in the tower. I was driving by a little fast. But I saw plenty of soldiers all around the ground, around the warehouse. Don't you get it, Bill?
Get what?
We're suckers in this town of ours. Other towns let the Army operate the observation post.
Now, hold on, Jack. You aren't sure.
Why should I spend my good time up in a shack at night looking for planes if some places have the Army doing the job? Wait till I tell some of the other observers here in town. Wait till I tell...
That was startling, disconcerting news to be tossed at the chief observer by one of his watchers. If it were true, that chief observer could see his entire local structure falling down around him. He telephoned his county director at once. The county director, equally surprised, checked with the Army at once. That same afternoon, the county director, fortified with the truth of the situation, arrived in town.
I drove right down to see you, Bill. Oh, you got here fast. And thanks for the phone call letting me know you were coming. I got Jack to come over.
Yeah, I got to get back to my office.
Fred, you remember Jack. He's the fellow who told me about the soldiers running the observation post up in that Washington town.
Yeah? Well, you made a mistake, Jack.
Oh, yeah? Well, I know what I saw with my own eyes, don't I?
Look, I called the Army. Talked to our ground observer officer in this area. He didn't know anything about soldiers taking over any observation posts in this neck of the woods.
Well, I saw it myself.
The officer checked with headquarters and called me back within the hour. Told me the whole story.
And what is it, Fred?
Let me tell it right straight to Jack here. He's going to change his tone. I'm just a little bit annoyed about this.
Well, I wouldn't have come here if I'd have thought that
Now listen to me. Your kind of talk is unfair to the Aircraft Warning Service. It's sabotage, man, pure and simple. You thought you saw something and you made a beautiful story out of it and brought it home.
I know what I saw.
All you saw was soldiers on guard around that warehouse.
What?
A short time ago, the Army rented that warehouse for a temporary garage for a bunch of Army trucks. Wherever there's Army equipment, there are soldiers to guard it.
So what?
So the observation post was on top of the warehouse. And civilian volunteers are up there running it and always have run it.
Yeah, but
Well, what do you think now, Jack?
Well,
I'm glad I caught this thing before you spread it around, Jack.
Oh, I'm getting out of here. I got to get back to my office.
He was always stirring up trouble with one kind of wild story and another. I'm glad he's out of our picture.
Why will they do it? Well, what kind of a vote do you want to give a bird like that? We agree with your decision. Have you ever stopped to realize what would happen if the 150,000 of you civilian volunteers didn't continue to assume the job of operating the Aircraft Warning Service for the 4th Fighter Command of the Army Air Forces? Well, listen to this. In the current November 16th issue of Time magazine, in the radio section, the editors make this comment.
A collapse in the volunteer system would have meant that 150,000 soldiers would have had to be turned into airplane spotters.
That indeed is a compliment. A hearty pat on the back to you who so loyally carry on day and night the vital work of the Aircraft Warning Service. You, 150,000 of you on the Pacific Coast. You civilian volunteers have made it possible for thousands of soldiers to carry on with the intensely vital tasks of war. You have released these soldiers so that they may man guns, tanks, planes, and carry the fight for freedom to the very doors of the Axis dictators. You are doing a vital work on the home front. You must continue. Don't let saboteurs and gossip mongers dissuade you. You are needed. You, too, are fighting this war. Now, one of our most popular features, the McKinley Diary. Unedited excerpts from the famous little black and white notebook. Comments jotted down by the observers of the McKinley, Oregon Post. We follow the winding path, a forest path, soft and resilient, with a fresh crop of dry brown needles dropped from pine and fir trees. Follow the winding path up over the crest of the mountain ridge, and then look down to the green little valley below. There, below, a farm, neatly squared by a fence. The barn and sheds, red. The farmhouse, a mellowed white of weathered time. There is the call of turkeys, the bawl of a cat, the chug-chug of a distant logging donkey engine. We follow the path on down the side of the hill, across a meadow, through a barbed wire fence and over the gravel road. Up the road to the bend, through a gate, and there, beneath the empty branches of the age-old cherry tree, stands the little unpainted shack, the valley's observation post. Shall we step in? Yes, here on the table, open, the McKinley Diary. Let's turn a page or so. Oh, yes, here's an entry. October 18th, 5 a.m.
Here we are on watch again. We were sorry to find Mrs. O'Sullivan ill when we arrived last evening. I tried to spade some in the yard today, but find the ground is too hard. It is only wet a few inches deep. Curtis Turner stopped yesterday on his way to Portland to go into the U.S. Army. He brought it to keep for him until... He certainly thinks a lot of that dog. He bade it goodbye with tears in his eyes. It is time now to get started home. Georgia Bunch.
Time for one more. Let's turn up to the front of the diary. Here's one. Written last May 11th.
1 a.m. The sky has become cloudy. The stars obscure. I hereby enter this poem I have scrawled tonight. Do not fret because another has an easier task to do. In the strife to save our country, this is set aside for you. Never mind the weary hours spent while others quietly laugh. In other posts are other people watching there in your behalf. When the clouds of revolution broke to make the people moan, just to warn the sleeping farmers Paul Revere rode forth alone. Always must the individual seek to serve his fellow men when an angry foeman threatens to enslave the land again. When once more the dove of peace shall quit the thundering guns of death, and we hear the songs of gladness pouring out in every breath, you will gain much satisfaction from belonging to the hosts of courageous men and women at our observation posts. T.S. Easton.
And so we close McKinley Diary until another time.
Songwriters from Tin Pan Alley, New York to Vine Street, Hollywood have been turning out war songs by the hundreds. Few of them have hit the mark like Over There in the days of 1918. 6 weeks ago, Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition took the nation's fancy. Within the last 10 days, another one is skyrocketing. It's Hoagie Carmichael's tune with the jingle-jangle lyrics, A Cranky Old Yank in a Clanky Old Tank. It's Gordon Jenkins and the Sportsmen.
I'm a cranky old Yank in a clanky old tank, and I'm heading for a hullabaloo. I'll be riding my tank through a Tokyo bank, sure as I'm an army buckaroo. And when I set my khaki down in old Nagasaki, I'll be singing like a wacky jackaroo. And you can bet by a cracky, every sukiyaki lackey will be looking mighty tacky when I do. I'm a cranky old Yank in a cranky old tank, and I'm heading for a hullabaloo. I'll be riding my swank little hanky-pank tank through the streets of Yokohama with a Honolulu mama, singing those beat-o, flat on his seat-o, hero-hito blues. I go rolling along in my clanky old tank. Bing! Hey! Bing! Hey! Rolling along in my hanky-pank tank. Down the streets of Yokohama with the Honolulu mama, swinging those beat-o, flat on his seat-o, hero-hito blues. The cranky Yank and a clanky old tank will make hero-hito sing the blues.
Last week, we issued the first official statement to observers and filter center workers about supplemental gas rationing to civilian volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service. This week, we have further word. Here is Captain Russell Z. Smith to give you the latest data. Ken Carpenter, will you and Captain Smith take over?
Indeed we will, Gain, and it's good news, Captain Smith?
Yes, Ken. Very good news. Last week, we made an announcement on the Eyes Aloft program that arrangements have just been made with the regional office of the Office of Price Administration. Volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service, upon proper certification, will be granted supplemental gasoline rations. This is to take care of the essential driving done by such volunteers in the interests of the Aircraft Warning Service.
Mm-hmm. Well, Captain Smith, didn't we mention last week that details would be given later? I mean, can you give any of those details now?
Well, Ken, instructions covering the gasoline rationing program, as it applies to the volunteers of the AWS, are now in the mail. These instructions, approved by the regional office of the Office of Price Administration, have been sent out to all chief observers and to all information and filter centers. Volunteers of the Aircraft Warning Service will be eligible for gasoline for all essential driving in the interests of the AWS. And that's the story to date, Ken.
Well, that's good news, Captain. Great and encouraging news to the civilian volunteers who plan to carry on the work of the Aircraft Warning Service. We know they're all glad to hear it.
Well, that's my story, Mr. Bruce. What can you do for us?
I'm not sure, Fay, but we'll do what we can.
You'll try to have your installation boys get a phone up there on the roof by tonight?
Well, I don't know where we're going to get the material. We'll have it there for you. The least we can do is cooperate with the Army and the Sheriff's Office. Yeah, we'll get your phone in.
Back at Ed Benedict's service station by about 11:30, Fay Jones found Ed half-hearted.
You talked to anybody yet, Ed?
I've been up one street and down the other all morning.
Sign up any observers?
Yeah, I knocked off a few public-spirited boys. Carlton Minner.
Fellow who runs Minner's Furniture Company?
Yeah, Carl's going to serve as an observer. Matter of fact, I chiseled Carl into donating a gas stove for the Post.
Good.
Sending one of his men up to connect it this afternoon. Fellow over at the J.C. Penney Company donated a table.
But is he going to serve as an observer?
Sure. And the Woolworth store manager is going to give us some things to make the Post comfortable. Say, I saw Dr. Radabaugh.
Dentist over at the Kern General Hospital?
Yeah, he says he'll serve as an observer anytime we want.
How many got lined up, Ed? This is swell.
No, it isn't swell, Fay.
Oh, what do you mean?
Actually, I didn't get so many. Only got 11 lined up.
11? That all?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we need 50 or more. You gotta get 'em, Ed.
Where? I'm willing to keep canvassing, but some people don't catch on to how important this is.
Hey, wait a minute, Ed. I got an idea.
What?
Over at the Southern Pacific Shops, they're going to have a big meeting this noon during lunch hour.
Yeah?
I heard about it around town this morning. They got a new public address system installed over at the Roundhouse so they can have meetings.
Yeah, what are you driving at?
They're going to dedicate their public address system this noon. There'll be a big crowd of Southern Pacific workers there, won't there?
Yeah? You mean we'll go over there and ask them if we
Listen, Ed. How does the circus get a town all steamed up?
I don't know, Fay. They got elephants and camels and clowns and parades.
Have you got an elephant?
No.
You got any camels around your service station?
No.
Have you got any clowns or parades?
No.
Well, neither have I, but I'm going to get a parade.
A parade?
Yeah, a parade with a brass band and uniforms and everything. And we're going to form at your service station here at noon. And we're going to march over to the Roundhouse and bust in on that public address system to recruit observers.
Yeah? Where are you going to get the brass band, Fay?
Over at the Washington School. I just got time to catch the principal before noon. 25 minutes to 12 now. Yep, I'll make it.
Hey, come back here, Fay.
Well, what, Ed?
Look, are you a little bit nuts?
Yeah, I think so, or I wouldn't be organizing a street parade. See you in half an hour.
At 20 minutes after 12, there at Ed Benedict's service station, a uniformed band had organized. It was quick work. School children in uniforms had their instruments and were waiting for the leader's whistle.
Hey, what goes?
Hey, don't ask me. School kids going to have a parade, I guess.
Okay, let's go.
Ready, Fay?
Come on, Ed. We'll take my county sheriff's car. Lieutenant Buford from the filter center is in it now to give it a little military flavor.
Yeah.
We'll lead the parade. Come on, let's go. Get in, Ed.
Okay.
Okay, have the band follow me.
Ready, Mr. Jones?
And turn.
The little parade marched over to the Southern Pacific Roundhouse. It marched into the Roundhouse. 200 or more workmen were gathered for a meeting. The band, headed by Fay Jones, Ed Benedict, and Lieutenant Buford, marched up to the platform. Before the meeting started, Fay Jones explained to Mr. Malloy, the head of the SP workers, what was needed. And then Mr. Malloy got up on the platform and called the meeting to order.
All right, quiet, boys. Hold the talk. All right, now, meeting has come to order. We're gathered here today to dedicate our new public address system. Unexpectedly, a group of townsfolk have come in on us. I'm glad they're here. Fay Jones of the sheriff's office and the man who's organizing a new observation post in our town wants to talk to you. I can think of no better way to dedicate our public address system and to have a patriotic appeal delivered over it. I want you to meet Mr. Fay Jones.
Thanks. We have the Washington School Band with us. A lot of the kids in this band are your kids. I want you all to rise while the band plays America, and we'll all sing. All right. I want to put something up to you straight from the shoulder. You've got a job here running a railroad. You keep engines and cars and trucks and troop trains running so it can transport soldiers and sailors and tanks and planes and army equipment. Well, what would you do without that job? Now tell me, is your job worth protecting? Is it worth sitting up a night or so a week watching the skies to warn the Army if an enemy plane should ever come over Bakersfield and this roundhouse with a load of bombs? Tell me, would you fellas be willing to serve your country here at home as ground observers? Well, I'll tell you what a ground observer is. I'll tell you why we need you. I'll tell you...
That noon, Fay Jones got up before those workmen and sold them some good, solid, practical Americanism. They all wanted to help. Nearly all of them volunteered as observers. And now their wives are helping, too. Today, the East Bakersfield Post has a high efficiency rating. It is a highly successful post, of which the 4th Fighter Command is proud. But wait. True, Fay Jones and Ed Benedict got that post operating within a single day. By 6 p.m. that May evening, it was reporting planes. But when a proud and tired Fay Jones reported back to the sheriff's office that evening, when he reported back to his county director, Sheriff Johnny Lusterlow.
I didn't think you could do it, Fay.
You said to organize it by the end of the week, Johnny.
Yes, I know.
Well, we did it in a single day.
Oh, that's swell. But, Fay, you put the sheriff's office in a very embarrassing position.
I have? Oh, my gosh, what have I done, Johnny?
You forgot to get a license to stage that street parade this morning.
I did? Gosh. Well, Chief, shall I apply for it now?
Well, I think it's too late, Fay. The good work has been done. And, pal, let me congratulate you.
Each week, we present the National Broadcasting Company's Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award to some outstanding observation post or filter center. Here now is Captain Gomer Lewis, Regional Signal Officer of the Los Angeles Air Defense Wing. Captain Lewis.
Good organization is essential in any successful institution. Enthusiasm and efficiency usually go hand in hand to create a job well done. The present East Bakersfield observation post today is well manned, a strong link in the aircraft warning service. Therefore, we salute the East Bakersfield post and present it with the Eyes Aloft Gold Trophy Award.
Next week, we dedicate this program to the Santa Maria Valley Red Cross chapter, whose motor corps is performing a splendid service to the Aircraft Warning Service. We think other sections of the Pacific Coast will be interested in learning how Santa Maria, California, solved a disheartening transportation problem. This is Gain Whitman saying goodnight to the 150,000 Aircraft Warning Service volunteer civilians who keep constant vigil of our home front so that America will be safe from any attack by air. Good night.
Eyes Aloft is written and produced by Robert L. Redd. Music is composed and conducted by Gordon Jenkins. This is Ken Carpenter charging you to always remember, Eyes Aloft.
Eyes aloft, watching the sky, watching for planes flying the lanes up above. Eyes aloft, always on guard, lending a hand, protecting the land we love. One if I land, and two if I sea was once a sentinel's cry, but a modern 20th century Paul Revere must watch the sky. Eyes aloft, night and day, will help protect the USA.
Eyes Aloft comes to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
NBC's Eyes Aloft program, hosted by Ken Carpenter, dedicated to the over 150,000 volunteers of the Air Observer Corps across America during the period. That from November 16th of 1942. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills coming up in just a moment, but first, we'll hear from the white-winged warrior, Chicken Man.
It's night aboard a commercial jet airliner, aloft high in the sky.
Say, stewardess.
Yes, sir.
I think there's somebody knocking on the door of your airplane.
Why, that's impossible.
See, I told you.
The surprise steward is quickly issuing oxygen masks to the passengers and depressurizing the cabin, unlocks the massive jet door. And as it slides open...
Hello there.
How do you do?
May I step in, please?
Well,
I'd appreciate your deciding quickly because keeping up with your speed is rather taxing to me.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Come in, please.
Thank you. Oh, that's better. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chicken Man, the wonderful white-winged weekend warrior, the fantastic feathered fighter, perhaps my identity card.
Oh, thank you. Welcome aboard Allied Flight 417, bound for Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, and New York.
Yes.
Our cruising speed is
That's fine. However, I won't be staying. You see, I wonder if I could just borrow a map.
Oh, yes, right here it is.
Fine. I'm looking for Minneapolis.
Oh, right here is where we are, and there's
Chicago.
And here's Minneapolis.
That's strange. I thought it was down here.
No, that's Yucca Flats. A lot of people make that mistake because Minneapolis looks a lot like Yucca Flats.
Yeah. I have a cousin in Yucca Flats.
Oh, how nice.
Yes.
You may have this map if you like.
Well, that won't be necessary. Well, goodbye for now, and thank you for your help.
Goodbye. Will you be fighting crime in Minneapolis?
No, I'm the guest speaker for the Minneapolis Poultry and Egg Association segment. Well, so long for now.
Have a nice trip.
Thank you.
Well, can the white-winged warrior recover his lost time this night? Will the Minneapolis Poultry and Egg Association banquet begin without him? And if so, will the feathered fighter ever be invited to be the guest speaker again?
We can't get much sillier than Chicken Man on the WRVO Playhouse. More of our story tomorrow night, right before radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. This CBS broadcast aired June 28th of 1955 and features Harry Bartell, Parley Bear, and William Johnstone in Holdout. Another tale well calculated to keep us all in suspense.
The bailiff held the door open, counted each person entering. 8 women, 4 men, 12 of us. He closed the door and locked us in. There was a long table, chairs, a water cooler, clock on the wall. 9:30. With the windows closed, the air was warm, moist.
Well, I guess we'd better get started, folks.
And we began the process of deciding whether a man was guilty or not guilty to a charge of murder. There were 2 hours of open discussion before Mr. Muncy, the jury foreman, decided to take the first ballot, the secret ballot. He collected the folded pieces of paper and sat down.
Miss Keller, would you keep count as I read the ballot, please?
All right.
The first one is guilty. 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 Not guilty. Huh? Guilty. Guilty. And guilty.
11 to 1.
One holdout. Now. Start over, I guess. How much time have we got? All day.
And if we don't reach a verdict?
I guess they'll lock us up in a hotel overnight. They're not locking me up. I gotta get home tonight. All right, then. Let's go over it again, folks. Someone will have to change their mind before we can get out of here.
Mr. Donovan,
Yes, Mrs. Carmichael.
you've been awfully quiet. Anything you'd like to say?
Well, I was trying to think the way the one holdout might be thinking. Is there something we failed to consider? Possibly the matter of intent to commit murder. Was it definitely premeditated?
Oh, Avery knew his wife was with that Cy Randall fella, so he got a gun and went up there and killed him.
I don't care how you spread it. That's murder. No, there's more to it than that, Mr. Smith. For instance, there's the plea of temporary insanity.
Yes, that confused me a little. The judge said we should consider temporary insanity.
Oh, to tell you the truth, Mrs. Medina, my woman's intuition tells me...
Hogwash.
Really, Mr. Smith, your manners...
Let's keep this discussion sensible.
I refuse to discuss it.
That psychiatrist...
Clyde Avery was as sane as any...
Clyde Avery's mental condition at the time of the shooting? After the stories he heard about his wife, well, how would you feel under those conditions?
Me? Well, what do you mean by every... That's intent, ain't it?
I wouldn't let Smith bother you, Mrs. Carmichael.
Some of these people...
The 11th Forum of the New York Herald Tribune on Current Problems features an address by the President of the United States. Here is the publisher of the Herald Tribune to introduce the President, Mrs. Ogden Reed.
Before the forum was undertaken this year, the chief executive of the nation was consulted about the kind of program that might prove useful. Obviously, current war problems could not be discussed, but we believed it important just now, not only as a means of heartening the war effort, but in preparation for the difficult task of reconstruction ahead, to clarify to some extent our ideas for the kind of world for which we are fighting. In closing the Forum of 1942, I feel sure you will all wish to join with me in saluting our Commander-in-Chief, who has so brilliantly effected the start of a second front in North Africa. I have the great honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have always welcomed the opportunity to participate in the Herald Tribune Forum because I have always been interested in the public presentation of all kinds of national problems. In time of peace, every variety of problem and issue is an interesting subject for public discussion. But in time of war, the American people know that the one all-important job before them is fighting and working to win. Therefore, of necessity, while long-range social and economic problems are by no means forgotten, they are a little like books which for the moment we have laid aside in order that we might get out the old atlas to learn the geography of the battle areas. In time of war, your government cannot always give spot news to the people. Nearly everybody understands that, and the reason for it. This means that those relatively few people who do have the facts from all over the world, not only every day, but every hour of every day, are somewhat precluded from discussing these facts publicly, except in the most general of terms. If they did, they would almost inevitably say things that would help the people who are trying to destroy us. In reverse, those who are not in possession of all the news must almost inevitably speak from guesswork based on information of doubtless accuracy. Though they do not know the facts, and therefore the value of their statements becomes greatly reduced. Nor must we, in the actual progress of the war, lend ears to the clamor of politics, or to criticism from those who, as we know in our hearts, are actuated by political motives. The fact that this type of criticism has done less harm in the United States than might be expected has been due to the good old horse sense of the American people. I know from a somewhat long experience in wartime as well as peacetime that the overwhelming majority of our people know how to discriminate in their reading and in their radio listening between informed discussion and verbal thrusts in the dark. I think you'll realize that I have made a constant effort as Commander-in-Chief to keep politics out of the fighting of this war. But I must confess that my foot slipped once. About 10 days before the late election day, one of our aircraft carriers was torpedoed in the Southwest Pacific. She did not sink at once, but it became clear that she could not make port. She was therefore destroyed by our own forces. We in Washington did not know whether the enemy was aware of her sinking, for there were no Japanese ships near enough to see her go down. You will realize, of course, that the actual knowledge of the loss of enemy ships has a definite bearing on continuing naval operations for some time after the event. We, for instance, know that we have sunk a number of Japanese aircraft carriers, and we know that we have bombed or torpedoed others. We would give a king's ransom to know whether the latter was sunk or was saved, repaired, and put back into commission. However, when we got news of the sinking of this particular ship, a great issue was being raised in the Congress and in the public vehicles of information as to the suppression of news from the fighting fronts. There was a division of opinion among responsible authorities. Here came my mistake. I yielded to the clamor. I did so partly in realization of the certainty that if the news of the sinking were given out 2 or 3 weeks later, it would be publicly charged that the news had been suppressed by me until after the election. Then, shortly thereafter, protests came in. Protests from the admirals in command in the Southwest Pacific and at our great base in Hawaii, on the ground that in all probability the Japanese Navy had no information of the sinking, and that handing them the information on a silver platter, although we were careful not to reveal the name of the carrier, still gave to the Japanese a military advantage which they otherwise would not have had. This confession of mine illustrates to the people of this country the fact that in time of war, the conduct of that war with the aim of victory comes absolutely first. They know that not one of their inalienable rights is taken away through the failure to disclose to them for a reasonable length of time facts. Facts that Hitler and Mussolini and Tojo would give their eye teeth to learn. Facts, therefore, become paramount. Facts that cannot be told to the public at the time, as well as facts that can and should be told at all times. The posters that tell you loose talk costs lives do not exaggerate. Loose talk delays victory. Loose talk is the damp that gets into the powder. We prefer to keep our powder dry. We have a gigantic job to do, all of us, together. Our battle lines today stretch from Kiska to Mormans, from Tunisia to Guadalcanal. These lines will grow longer as our forces advance. Yes, we have an uphill fight, and it will continue to be uphill all the way. There can be no coasting to victory. During the past 2 weeks, we have had a great deal of good news, and it would seem that the turning point of this war has at last been reached. But this is no time for exultation. There is no time now for anything but fighting and working to win. A few days ago, as our army advanced through North Africa, on the other side of the world, our Navy was fighting what was one of the greatest battles of our history. A very powerful Japanese force was moving at night toward our positions in the Solomon Islands. The spearhead of the force that we sent to intercept the enemy was under the command of Rear Admiral Daniel J. Callahan. He was aboard the leading ship, the cruiser San Francisco. The San Francisco sailed right into the enemy fleet, right through the whole enemy fleet, her guns blazing. She engaged and hit 3 enemy vessels, sinking one of them. At point-blank range, she engaged an enemy battleship, heavily her superior in size and firepower. She silenced this battleship's big guns and so disabled her that she could be sunk by torpedoes from our destroyers and aircraft. The San Francisco herself was hit many times. Admiral Callahan, my close personal friend, and many of his gallant officers and men gave their lives in this battle, but the San Francisco was brought safely back to port by a lieutenant commander, and she will fight again for her country. The commander of the task force of which the San Francisco was a part has recommended that she be the first of our Navy's vessels to be decorated for outstanding service. But there are no citations, no medals, which carry with them such high honor as that accorded to fighting men by the respect of their comrades in arms. The commanding general of the Marines in Guadalcanal, General Vandergrift, yesterday sent a message to the commander of the fleet, Admiral Halsey, saying, "We lift our battered helmets in admiration for those who fought magnificently against overwhelming odds and drove the enemy back to crushing defeat." Let us thank God for such men as these. May our nation continue to be worthy of them throughout this war and forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the President of the United States.
Presenting Hop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. CX-4 calling control tower. CX-4 calling control tower. Standing by.
Control tower, back to CX-4. Wind southeast, ceiling 1200. All clear.
Okay, this is Hop Harrigan coming in. Fellas and girls, doesn't the roar of Hop Harrigan's plane make you want to learn to fly? Doesn't it make your fingers itch to get hold of that joystick and feel the thrilling response of the ship to the controls? I'll bet it does. And I'll bet many of you listening right now are dreaming of a career in aviation, ambitiously planning to learn to fly just as soon as you can. Some of you, no doubt, are even looking forward to the day when you'll be qualified to join the Army or Navy Air Forces. Well, believe me, aerial warfare requires lots of physically fit, well-trained young men. Yes, sir, aviation in war and aviation in peace is a field for youth. But as you well know, there's much more to flying than merely guiding a plane through the skies. A good pilot isn't made overnight. A well-trained pilot for combat or peacetime civilian aviation requires many months of preparation, long hours of hard work and study. You boys who want to join the Army or Navy Air Forces when you reach the required age, and you boys and girls who are planning careers in peacetime aviation, when this war is won, you can begin to prepare. You can start your training right now. How? By taking the pre-flight training courses now being established in high schools all over the country. These courses, approved by the Army and Navy Air Forces and the Civilian Aeronautics Administration, teach aerodynamics, theory of flight, navigation, meteorology, all the necessary fundamentals. And what's more, you can take these courses as part of your regular high school curriculum during school hours. If you're a high school junior or senior, or between 16 and 18 years of age, you are eligible to take these aviation courses. Now, if you're not old enough, tell your older brothers about them. But don't waste any time. If pre-flight training courses have not yet been established in your high school, talk with your principal about them and ask him to include them in your curriculum for the next semester. If additional information is required, address inquiries to the U.S. Office of Education in Washington, D.C. America needs flyers. And now to our story. Forced down over the icy wastes of northern Russia, when their plane's oil line parted, Hop Harrigan and Tank Tinker were rescued by a Soviet guerrilla band, led by Captain Kirov, a young Russian girl. Taken to the hidden encampment of the guerrilla fighters, the boys were about to sit down to their first meal in many hours when a scout reported that Nazi Panzer Division had been sighted advancing toward Murmansk. Immediately, orders were given to prepare for battle. Hop and Tank pleaded for a chance to go along against the warnings of the young female captain. Their position behind the German lines meant that capture would result in instant death. Heedless of the risk, the boys insisted. Listen.
The warning is sounded. Now we must prepare.
Well, what are you going to do now, Captain? Dig in and prepare to defend?
No, Comrade Harrigan. We Russians do not believe in defending. We will attack.
Attack? You mean you're going to attack a Panzer Division?
That is the only way we like to fight, Comrade Tanker.
But how? With what?
Oh, you will see. Now you had better eat your food.
Boy, I don't need no second invitation.
And after that, you must rest. We leave in 2 hours. If the scout's report is accurate, we should meet the Nazis as they climb the hill.
I see. Then we'll be firing down at them.
Exactly. They have the big guns. But this is our country and our land. We know each hill and each valley. We make the land fight for us.
You know, one thing. You can't have no scorched earth up here. It's all frozen.
You are right. In the south, we burn what we cannot take with us to keep it from the Nazi swine. But here, nature is our guardian.
Gosh. Why, this is one of those things you read about. Imagine, Tank, we're going on a guerrilla raid. Yeah. Say, Hop, are you forgetting that we're supposed to report at Leningrad?
Oh, of course, it is my mistake. How could I possibly keep you from your assignment? You must be escorted to Leningrad.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Captain. We can leave right after we take a crack at that Panzer Division. There's plenty of time.
You are sure it is all right?
Say, I wouldn't miss this tea party for all the gold in Fort Knox. Yeah, me neither. Hey, and this force, you know, it ain't bad at all.
Well, I hope you are doing the right thing. Now I must go to inspect the sleds and our guns. Some are in need of repair, but it is difficult here. We have no mechanics.
Did you say mechanic?
Yes.
Oh, Miss Carroll. I mean, Captain. Now you're talking my language. Sure, Captain Carroll. Tank's the best mechanic in the world. Anything from planes and locomotives to watch springs. Hey, what's busted?
Well, there are several guns and trucks that we have captured.
Oh, you lead me to them. I'll have them running in no time.
They are very complicated.
Oh, machinery ain't complicated. Some guys that try to fix it get mixed up. But in a machine, one thing fits into another. All you gotta do is figure out where the parts go. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. Machinery is beautiful. Tank, I'm positively proud of you. That was beautifully said. Never mind the wisecracks. Now, when you start talking about politics or philosophy or junk like that ain't my meat. But, boy, when you get to talking about mechanics, you're playing in my backyard. And, you know, he's not joking, Captain Kirov. You know, I've seen him use a vacuum cleaner and a sewing machine to build a motor for a freezing unit. Honest. Oh, no, Hop. Anyone could have done it. Will you stop acting shy?
We have very few tools.
A couple of wrenches and a hammer and a screwdriver is all I need. Motors, I tune by ear.
Oh, if you can do this, Captain Tanker, it will help more than you can imagine. We have several pieces of Nazi field artillery. And more important than that, one of our airplane-driven sleds has not been running. We cannot use the motor at all. It will not start.
Now, you let me finish up this here bullshit I'm eating, and I'll start working on that sled motor. You think you can fix it, Tank? Oh, what do you mean, think? Hey, I could make it say uncle in Russian. Kapitan, Zero! All is ready. Good! Untrue. Give me that sled motor.
Sergei will take you to where it is hidden.
Okay, but tell him he ain't to start kissing me after I get it fixed, huh? I don't like his beard to tickle. Sure, Sergei, tavarish, but no kissing, huh? Не понимаю. Oh, jumping Jenny, here comes Panama Hattie. Let's go. You know, Jack was a little surprised at Sergei's affectionate greeting. Say, tell me, Captain, how far behind the German lines are we?
About 60 kilometers.
And you're going to attack? But how about supplies, ammunition?
We take what we need from the Nazis.
How?
When the Nazis are dead, it is surprising how little they resist. But there is only one grave danger in tonight's attack.
What's that?
There is a great new secret weapon the Nazis have. Perhaps you can explain it.
Well, what sort of a weapon is it?
It is a German tank, part of their panzer force.
What about it?
We have attacked Nazi panzer divisions twice already during the last week. And both times we narrowly escaped being trapped and encircled. For suddenly, out of nowhere, these tanks appeared on both sides.
But where? Where'd they come from?
They seem to spring from the ground. And the strange thing is that even when we took careful aim with our heaviest anti-tank guns, these tanks seemed invincible. They did not stop.
Oh, no, wait, hold on a minute. You trying to tell me that you hit those tanks dead on with an 80-millimeter cannon, and it didn't stop them?
I have seen it with my own eyes.
Well, then, why don't the Nazis use those tanks at Stalingrad or Moscow or Leningrad?
We ask ourselves the same question.
Well, and you say the tanks seem to spring from the ground.
That is how it appears. Of course, we must know they come from somewhere. But I sent out scouts, and they report nothing, so we attacked. And then, on our flank, suddenly, lumbering noiselessly toward us, come those huge, monstrous tanks.
Did you say noiselessly?
So it seems. The other German tanks, those we can hear miles away. But these new devils are silent.
I don't understand it. Well, tonight we'll find out something about those new tanks. All I want is a heavy anti-aircraft gun mounted on one of those motor sleds.
It will be arranged. And now, why do you not stretch out on one of the cots and get some rest? You will need it.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
And I will send Comrade Tanker back here if he is finished.
Okay, Captain.
Stretching out on a cot in the hidden Russian dugout, Hop soon drops off to sleep. 2 hours later, with a raw, biting wind whipping across the frozen waste, the motor sled carrying Hop, Tank, and young Captain Kirov comes to a stop at the crest of a small hill.
You may cut the motor now, Comrade Harrigan.
Right. Where are we now, Captain?
You will have to keep down your voice, Comrade Tanker. Voices carry far on this wind.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We are now only a kilometer away from the German panzer encampment and supply dump. They have roughly 3,500 troops on guard. We have much less, but we hate more.
Oh, where'd you say those mystery tanks come from?
Always they appear on our flanks, if at all.
Hey, what's this about mystery tanks? Well, the Nazis evidently have a new secret weapon tank. Armored cars or tanks that can't be destroyed. So, Captain, how soon is the attack supposed to start?
In just 15 seconds. We are covering the left flank. Be ready to open fire at once.
I got this gun loaded for bear.
We have never raided so close to a panzer base before. If we are trapped, we will be cut to ribbons.
We won't be trapped on this flank.
Oh, if we only had a couple of planes, we'd sure show them a thing or two.
It is time for the attack. Now! If you look through these glasses, Comrade Harrigan, you will see that the supply trucks are on the right.
Yeah, I see them.
And our attack is being launched in the center and on the left. That will give our picked troops time to circle the Nazi base and seize the trucks.
Still don't see no tanks.
It is when the trucks are seized that the Nazis will start their counterattack. And it is then that the mystery tanks appear.
We'll break a couple of them up for the scrap pile tonight, Captain Kirov. You just watch.
I got this gun aimed right at the left side of that Nazi camp. Oh, boy, if she only had the range, we'd blast a couple of them right now.
My men are reaching the trucks. I can see the little stabs of light as the Germans fire on them.
Get that tank.
I'm set.
Keep your eyes on the left flank.
Oh, I don't see anything. It's working the Nazi supply truck.
Oh, we can use those supplies. I think this time we surprise them.
Holy smoke!
What's the matter, Tank?
They came out of nowhere. Look, Hop, look.
What? A panzer division. Look at the size of those babies. Let them have a tank.
All right, Nazis, here's where you get your lumps, but good.
A dead hit. Why, it didn't even stop them. They're still coming on.
Oh, it couldn't be. This is a big gun. It should have blown them to bits.
You see, I told you.
Why, they're rolling on just like nothing happened. Give it to them again, Tank. Give it to them. Right on the target. Why, it went right through them, but they're still coming on.
Okay, don't retreat.
Firing the powerful anti-aircraft cannon as fast as he can pull the trigger, Tank rakes the line of huge armored vehicles with deadly fire. But still they come on, unaffected by the shells exploding in their very midst. What is this new German weapon, so powerful that nothing can stop it? Have Hop and Tank failed? And does their failure mean the destruction of the gallant Russian guerrillas? Don't miss tomorrow's exciting and revealing episode.
Tune in and fly with Pop Harrigan, America's ace of the airways. If anyone were to ask you, is Pop Harrigan a good flyer? You'd probably answer, I'll say, is that boy's an expert. And I'd agree with you 100%. And believe me, to be an expert flyer requires plenty.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Yes, fellows and girls, here is an important message for you. A message direct from our fighting Marines in the Solomon Islands, echoed by our blue jackets on the high seas, by the boys who wear our Army and Navy wings, our troops in Africa, our commandos in England. In fact, by every man in the American armed forces, no matter where he may be. And here's the message. We're going to win this war, they say. We're going to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. We've taken on the job, and we're going to see it through, but we can't do it alone. We can't do it without the help of every boy and girl and every man and woman back home. Now, we know the one way we can help those boys fight this war to a victorious finish is to see that they get all the guns and tanks and ships and planes they need. But those things require a lot of money, and that's where you and I come in. We help our government to buy those war materials by lending them our money, by buying all the war stamps we possibly can as often as we can. Why, right at this moment, there are American fighting men on the new front, and they're equipped with guns and tanks and protected by planes and ships that you helped to buy. That is, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly. Now, that makes buying war-saving stamps pretty exciting, doesn't it? So let's make a promise to ourselves right now. Let's promise to buy war-saving stamps as often as we can. Tell Mother and Dad about it. See if you can't get them to give you a dime a day for a war stamp or even a dime every other day. Remember that every dime is important because 10 cents will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets to be used by our soldiers, sailors, and Marines. 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective. And a dime a day from all the fellows and girls in the United States will buy enough fast pursuit planes to blast Hitler's Luftwaffe right out of the sky. So do your share to help win this war. Every time you've got a dime, buy a war-saving stamp.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Superman and our friends are now in the Hudson Bay region of northern Canada, where they have gone to investigate the weird mystery of the headless Indian, an apparition which has slowly been driving out of his mind the good friend of Perry White, Sebastian Beauvais. For some reason, a man known as Niles Graham, who was actually the sinister character called the Laugher, did not want our friends to reach Beauvais' hunting lodge, and when they at last did reach it, set out to kill them. In our last episode, we heard how a rifle exploded in the Laugher's face when he fired it at Lois Lane. The two were deep in the woods at the time, far from the lodge. Trying to get the Laugher back to the lodge, Lois lost her way in a blinding blizzard. Night came on, and Lois left the Laugher and struck off through the woods alone. At that very moment, Superman was returning to the lodge. As Clark Kent, he entered and was immediately confronted by Sebastian Beauvais and young Jimmy Olsen.
What, Mr. Kent, where have you been?
Hello, Sebastian.
Hello yourself, Kent, and do not evade the question. Where have you been?
Oh, out and around.
Mr. Kent, look. Some funny things have been going on here, and Mr. Beauvais and I are convinced you were mixed up in them.
What? What do you mean, Jim?
I will tell you some facts. They will bore you, no doubt, but they are necessary, oui. 6 hours ago, you are standing in a room upstairs with me and Jimmy. In other room is Perry White. My friend Perry is bad sick from fight with bear.
Well?
Me, I talked to Monty by shortwave radio at Lake Minto. He say we bring Perry there by dog sled to that trip.
That's right.
He say he all plane and rush him to Ottawa.
Yeah, and just about that time you left the room, Mr. Kent.
He leave the room.
Well?
2 minutes later, we go to Perry White's room. Perry is not in bed. He's vanished. And you, Kent, You are also vanished.
Oh, wait a minute.
Now, 6 hours later, you come in out of the storm. What have happened to my friend Perry? What have happened to you?
Okay, I'll tell you. For one thing, Mr. White is perfectly all right.
What's that?
What are you saying?
Let me tell you what happened. When I heard you say it would take 2 days to get White to Lake Minto by dog sled, I left the room to find Henri and tell him to get the dog sled ready.
Oui?
Oh, on my way to the shed where the dogs are kept, I missed the trail somehow.
C'est possible. That could happen.
Well, of course it could. It did happen to me. The next thing I knew, I was off in the woods somewhere without the slightest idea of where I was. I started back the way I thought I had come, and after walking for an hour, I realized that was the wrong way.
Yeah.
So I tried another direction, and that was wrong. Well, you can see the spot I was in.
Gosh, Mr. Kent, sounds like you were hopelessly lost.
I was, Jim, I was. It took me 6 hours, 3 of them in this blinding snowstorm, to find my way back. I was scared to death, I can tell you that. I could see myself dying of starvation and freezing out in those woods.
But what if Perry? You say he's safe? How you know?
No, wait a minute. I'm coming to that. While I was wandering through the woods, I suddenly heard a great burst of wind. It wasn't like the ordinary wind that was howling about. There was a strange, eerie quality to it. While I looked up, and there, flying through the air with Perry White in his arms, was Superman.
Superman? Gosh, I might have known. Superman has been around here. Didn't he save Mr. White and me from the bear in the first place?
Of course. And incidentally, Superman was heading in the direction of Lake Minto.
This is great relief. If Superman pick up Perry, then all is well with my friend. Come. We go upstairs to my room. We get in touch with the mounties at Lake Minto and find out for sure.
All right.
Come.
Oh, golly. It sure is a relief, Mr. Kent. Mr. Beauvais and I didn't know what had happened. There was just no way of figuring it out.
Well, don't you worry. Mr. White will be all right, and the rest of us. Say, by the way, Lois is all right, isn't she, Jim?
Sure, I guess so.
Here is my room. We go in.
Jimmy, what do you mean you guess Lois is all right?
Oh, gosh, I haven't seen her all day.
What?
Mr. Beauvais and I have been running all over the place trying to find you and Mr. White. Half the time we were out in the woods, thinking we could pick up a trail or something.
You haven't seen Lois all day?
I turned on the shortwave radio.
I see.
Well, I guess she's in her room now. She's certainly not out in this storm.
I'll look in on her when we finish here. You got the mounted station at Lake Minto yet, Sebastian?
One moment. Hello? Hello? This is Sebastian Beauvais calling. Hello? That you, Mike? I want to know about Paris. Huh? Oh, magnifique. Très magnifique. Oui. C'est bon. Merci mille fois. Bonsoir, Mike.
Well? Mr. White, is he...
Perry is all right. He's taken there by Superman.
You see?
Perry is now on his way by airplane to Ottawa. He will be all right. It is a relief to me, this.
Oh, golly, same here. You know what I'm going to do now?
What, Jim?
I'm going to go to bed and sleep for the next 3 days.
Yes, you must be exhausted, Jim. Walk down to Lois's room with me first, will you? I want to say goodnight to her before turning in.
Oh, sure, Mr. Kent.
You will leave soon for Metropolis, Monsieur Kent?
Leave for Metropolis? What do you mean, Sebastian?
Well, Paris is gone. Why for you stay?
Well, we've still got to clean up the mystery of this headless Indian. Say, by the way, you've got a pretty tough crowd of people staying here now. They look like gangsters to me, not sportsmen.
Oui, they look like that to me, too. I wish to get rid of them, but I cannot.
Why can't you get rid of them?
Because they have hired a lot for 3 months. They are friends of Mr. Graham.
Say, we haven't seen Mr. Graham all day either.
Yeah, Mr. Graham pay for everything complete. All he says, nobody else. My regular customers, they must not come.
Oh, exclusive, isn't he? Why didn't you mention this before?
Why? Well, because I do not think it is important.
I think it's very important. Jim, did you say something about not seeing Graham all day?
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's what I said. Say, what's the matter? You look upset about something.
Me? No, not at all. Oh, well, here's Lois's room. Care to come in, Jim?
No, I'm too tired. I'll go into my own room if you don't mind.
Oh, of course not, Jim. You go right ahead. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Sebastian.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Kent.
Now then. Lois, it's Clark. I want to talk to you. Lois. Strange she doesn't answer. I'll try the knob. What? The door's open. I better turn on the light. Well, She's not here. The room's empty. Oh, I better find out about a few things. Maybe Jim can tell me.
Hey, why don't you watch where you're going, Mac?
Sorry, you were passing the room as I came hurrying out the door.
Well, that's okay. I was just on my way to my own room.
Oh, say, by the way, could you tell me which is Mr. Graham's room?
Yeah, number 14. But I wouldn't disturb him if I was you.
Oh, why not?
Well, I seen him going out hunting this morning with that dame Lois Lane.
What?
Yeah. I don't know when he got back, but he always gets plenty tired after a day's hunting. And if you wake him up, it's murder.
Okay, thanks for the tip.
Yeah, and you better be taking it, too, Bud.
So, Graham's been out hunting with Lois, and she's not in her room. I knew something would happen while I was away. Gotta work fast. The next step is to see if Graham's in his room. Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham? He doesn't answer. His door's locked. No time to worry about Sebastian's property, and I go. Just as I thought, the room's empty. I've got to figure this out and fast. Now, let's see. Graham and Lois go hunting this morning. No one has seen them all day, and neither of them is in now. And they must still be in the woods. Something must have happened. And in this blizzard. Well, there's no sense waiting. This is a job for Superman.
Off with these clothes. There we are. Now then, up with the window. So. Now, out. Up and away!
Out into the blinding blizzard, red cape streaming in the wind, Superman speeds across the dark forest, barely touching the tops of the tall pines. Meanwhile, deep in the heart of the fearful forest, Lois, hopelessly lost, tries to find her way back to the lodge. Listen.
Oh, snow is waist deep. I can hardly move against it. I've got to keep going. I must reach the lodge. What's that? Stay away from me. Oh, nothing but the branches of a tree. Looked like some fantastic creature out of Alice in Wonderland. What was that? Howl of a wolf. I wonder if that could be the Wendigo. The werewolf that Sebastian spoke of. Oh, what? No. Oh, it can't be. It's my imagination. I must be seeing things. And yet there it is, coming toward me through the woods. A horse and a headless rider, flaming through the night.
Half lying in the snow, a thoroughly exhausted Lois watches with horrified, spellbound eyes as the headless Indian and his flaming horse gallop through the night. Meanwhile, Superman, like some great eagle, circles the forest, searching for Lois. Will he reach her in time? Will he arrive before she succumbs to cold and starvation? Be on hand tomorrow for another thrill-packed episode. Listen in every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
Fellas and girls, don't ever get the idea there's nothing you can do to help win this war. Of course, we can't all be members of Uncle Sam's armed forces because some of us are too young or too old. But that doesn't mean we can't get into this fight. No, sir. Because there's one big, important thing we can do. We've got to see that our fighters are supplied with all the bullets and guns and tanks and ships and planes they need to wipe Hitlerism and fascism off the face of the earth. How? By buying all the war-saving stamps and bonds we possibly can. Because every time we buy a war-saving stamp or bond, we lend our government money with which to finance our fight. So talk with Mother and Dad tonight about giving you an extra dime every day or every other day for war-saving stamps. Talk about it with all your friends. Get them to make a pledge with you to buy war-saving stamps regularly.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look! Up in the sky!
It's a bird! It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine.
This is Mutual.
World News Today, brought to you by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. CBS correspondents are waiting to bring you a complete report from the world's political and battlefronts. But first, here's John Daly.
Admiral Radio takes you at once to CBS Algiers, Charles Cullingwood reporting.
Algiers is a beautiful city. To the thousands of British and American troops here, it is a vast show place with everything in it fascinating and exciting and different. It's not like any city these boys have ever known. In the central section of the town, the buildings are modern. They're big white buildings, half European, half Muslim in architecture with minarets and lattice work and gay colored tiles. Through the streets, there walks a constant, colorful procession. Arabs in their red feathers and baggy native dress. Barefoot Muslim women with only their eyes showing above their white veils. And through it all stroll American soldiers, hundreds of them, their eyes wide open, taking it all in. I stopped on a street corner this afternoon to talk to a couple of them. One of them shook his head. I've never seen anything like this except in pictures, he said. And the other one looked at him and said, I've never seen anything like this, period. And then both of them stopped talking to shake hands with some young Frenchmen who just wanted to come up and let them know that they were glad that the Americans were here. Up in the native quarter, the Casbah, as they call it, piled up on the hill, house above house, the scene is even stranger. The Casbah is another city, a city within a city, full of little houses and twisting narrow streets that run steeply up the hill. By day, it is crowded and picturesque. By night, it is silent and mysterious. I got lost up there last night. There was no soul to be seen, only the green eyes of cats gleaming in the night, and the feeling that behind the closed doors and shuttered windows, there were eyes watching you pass. This, then, is the Algiers that American troops are sightseeing in and working in today. It's a friendly city. In the week that we have been here, we've turned the civil administration back to the French. The French are running the city now. We are their guests. That is the way we try to act, and that is the way they treat us. We are honored guests. The French are doing everything they can to help us. You can't even ask your way in Algiers without 3 or 4 people jumping on the running board of your car and taking you there themselves. And this broadcast, if it hadn't been for the heroic efforts of the French officials who operate Radio Algiers, it would never have got out, and we don't even know now whether it is going out. I'm broadcasting tonight from a tiny, bare little hotel room. It's the only place we can find. There's a French engineer here who presides over a portable outfit that he brought in here yesterday. He's doing 4 things at once, and he's been doing it for hours. If we get on the air, and I say again, I don't know whether we are, it's because of these Frenchmen of Radio Algiers who have surmounted 1,000 difficulties to help us. So today, Algiers lies white and gleaming under the African sun. It's a happy city. A good deal happier, I think, than before we came. But this is a military operation we're engaged in here, and there are a lot of soldiers in Algiers who don't have time to look at the sights. When the Americans took Algiers, they laid a stepping stone. Now the British First Army is here, and the First Army is beginning to step. General Anderson said yesterday that the job of his First Army was to kick Randall in the pants, and he means to do it. It's going to be a hard job. General Anderson knows it, and the First Army knows it too. They have vast distances to cover, and they've got to cover them fast. The Germans are trying to consolidate in Tunisia, and they're trying to throw up a barrier between this First Army of General Anderson and the 8th Army of General Montgomery. So far, the Germans have landed what they call here a considerable air force in Tunisia. They've also landed some ground troops, and they're pouring in more, both ground and air, just as fast as they can. It's the job of the First Army to get there before the Germans can be strong, and the First Army is racing just as fast as it can. So far, the advance is a matter of seizing ports and airfields like the one his bone and leapfrogging from them toward the enemy. Any day now, the main body of the First Army will begin to roll, and when it does, its advance will be rapid and spectacular. This is Charles Collingwood in Algiers, returning you to CBS in New York.
And now for more news of the whole North African and Mediterranean area, Admiral Radio takes you to CBS London. Bob Trout reporting.
In London, just as in the United States, everyone is trying to keep up with the swiftly moving military and political events in the Mediterranean theater. In the rush, it's hard to fit the details into their places in the right perspective, and meanwhile, other news events which would usually be big news are lost in the shuffle. Here in London, we've been listening constantly to Radio Morocco and to Algiers. The political situation down that way is obviously still very, very difficult. In London, the strange case of Darlan looks not one bit less strange tonight. On the military side, all seems to be well, but of course, the hardest times are still ahead. The statement from number 10 Downing Street this evening says that 13 U-boats have been destroyed in the fighting off French North Africa, while Rommel's total losses by casualties and capture to date are now estimated by General Alexander as 75,000 Germans and Italians. We heard Radio Morocco, in American hands, say today that American troops crossed the Tunisian frontier last night and that they are making rapid progress toward the cities of Bizerta and Tunis. We've heard since then from Algiers that British and American reconnaissance parties have penetrated across the border into Tunisia, seeking the best way through the passes for the First Army, which is advancing as fast as possible. Apparently, most of General Anderson's British First Army is still on the Algerian side of that frontier, moving ahead on land, sea, and air as one unit. The British Broadcasting Corporation's observer with the First Army says that General Anderson describes the capture of the Bone Airfield as a good example of British-American cooperation. This Bone Airfield was taken by British parachute troops with a few Americans, all carried by American pilots in American planes. Simultaneously, the Royal Navy landed a mixed body of commandos. General Anderson said to this BBC observer, "A long period of strain, very hard living and hard fighting faces us. This is no picnic." Some of the American parachute troops in action in this theater are the ones who flew direct from Britain, led by their Colonel Edson Raff. Not very long before these parachute troops left, I flew with Colonel Raff and his men over the English countryside, but not very high over it. And they were all eager, very eager, to get over the training period and to start jumping into a real battle. One thing they told me fits in perfectly with General Anderson's words. They said the serious work of parachute troops begins after they have hit the ground. The capture of Bone Airfield has provided a first-class base for the Royal Air Force. Many of the British pilots flying from Bone got their experience flying from Britain in sweeps over northern France, and now they're knocking down the Axis planes on another front. On the other side of Tunisia, Britain's Malta-based aircraft are taking part in the battle by attacking the enemy-held airfield at Tunis. And the Royal Air Force twin-engine fighters from Malta have made another successful low-level attack on this Tunis field. In a moment or two, we shall hear from General Alexander's zone of the Mediterranean, where the British 8th Army is scarcely more than 200 miles along the coastal road from the Axis base of Benghazi. But in the few moments remaining to me in London, let me see if I can explain a little bit more in this period about the political situation which I was telling you about. Last night, CBS was able to bring you the first American broadcast from French North Africa since the landings. In it, Columbia's correspondent Charles Collingwood told us that the political situation is indeed still difficult. There's great allegiance to the established doctrine of Marshal Pétain. That is why, said Mr. Collingwood, Darlan's appointment as head of the government has been so well received in French North Africa, because Darlan is so closely connected with Pétain. I've reported to you before on how the mystery of Darlan looks from London. Now, Radio Algiers, in American hands, is broadcasting French-language announcements in the name of the Marshal, head of the French state. At the same time, the German-controlled French news agency on the continent is telling us that the French admiral commanding the French fleet at Toulon on the wrong side of the Mediterranean has just taken the oath of allegiance to the Marshal, head of the state, meaning, in this case, that the French fleet will not try to escape from the Germans. And now the time is up in London, so next to CBS Cairo and the report of Winston Burdett.
وكان يقصد مؤتمرا دوليا فقال ينبغي ان نطرح كيف يصير هتلر لوجه العالم.
We regret the technical difficulties that made it impossible for us to get the report of Winston Burdett from Cairo, but here in the CBS World News headquarters we have the latest press dispatches which say that RAF fighters shot down at least 7 Axis planes and damaged many more between Tunis and Sicily yesterday, raising their bags of 20 in 3 days of assaults on the enemy's North African transport shuttle route. And meanwhile, the British land forces in Libya drove within 180 miles of Benghazi in pursuit of the shattered Africa Corps. An official announcement said that most of the latest Axis ferry planes, which of course are headed for Tunis, have been knocked down. And there is a report that these transports, when attacked, give off a great concentration of fire, indicating that they are carrying German troops packing Tommy guns. The first attack was made at 10:15 a.m. yesterday when RAF fighters caught up with a flight of 35 of these transports, covered by 12 Nazi Messerschmitt fighters off Cap Bon in Tunisia. At 12:45, they pounced on another formation, and they have been attacking these formations all day long. Pursuit of Marshal Erwin Rommel's hapless desert troops, meanwhile, reached the eastern side of the Libyan hump at Tamimi, some 180 airline miles from Benghazi. The British 8th Army is pounding its way on to one of the greatest victories of this war. Some hundreds of miles to the north in Russia, the latest German attempts to break through to the Volga in northern Stalingrad met with some initial successes, but the Red Army, in some of the heaviest fighting in recent weeks, cut off the Nazi wedge in the factory district and went on to smash attack after attack. The Germans threw masses of infantry, heavily supported by tanks, at a narrow sector which was only about 700 to 800 feet in width. After hours of fighting, this force broke through on one street, but Soviet counterattacks closed the gap before the Nazis could pour through. The Nazis are making what may well be their last try before winter forces them to retire. In the central Caucasus near Nauchik and on the Black Sea coast front above Tuapse, the Russians are improving their positions generally. If Hitler hopes to cover Nazi reverses in North Africa with successes in Russia, he has failed once again. Even the German High Command communique today obliquely admits that the Red Army is holding its own all over Russia. And now, here is a message from our sponsor.
Only a few months ago, a flying fortress flown by Captain Parcell and his crew of United States Army Air Force men was over the Philippines. Inside the plane, these commands were heard. Bombardier.
Bombardier reporting, sir.
Bearing target. Take over.
1 degree to left. Hold on course. Bomb bay's open.
Bomb bay's open.
Bombs away.
Captain Parcell and his crew, in the air 32 hours, stopped 2 Jap invasion forces, sunk loaded Jap transports, and knocked down Jap Zero fighters. Such men deserve the best possible equipment, as much of it as they can use. For them, or others like them, Admiral workers in both great Admiral plants are working, building the finest, most dependable radio equipment they know how. And while Admiral workers build equipment, Admiral dealers act to keep civilian radio sets in perfect condition. Admiral dealers are specialists in radio servicing. Regardless of the brand name your present radio carries, let your Admiral dealer help you make it last for the duration. Or, if you need a new radio, ask him to show you the new Admiral Victory line. Most dealers still have a limited number of both Admiral radios and Admiral radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. Once you've seen and heard an Admiral, you'll know why it's considered America's smart set. And here again is John Daly.
We turn next to the Pacific, where the past few days have produced important developments. Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Honolulu, Webley Edwards reporting.
On the night of November 12th, last Friday night, East longitude time, a series of naval engagements began between forces of the United States Navy and the Japs. These actions continued through Saturday, with our Navy's communique saying that both American and Japanese forces suffered losses. It was obvious at once that no details concerning the battle would be forthcoming while the battle was in progress. When a release such details would provide the enemy with information of great value to him. Thus, there's no statement this morning from the Pearl Harbor headquarters of Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the United States Pacific Fleet. The Admiral and his staff are calm, confident, and very busy. This sea battle is continuing. And while it is more of a series of encounters rather than a full-dress single battle, it is of major importance. The Japs would like to drive our land forces from Guadalcanal Island and its precious airfield. To do this, they must protect their men and supplies with the naval forces. Our Navy is seeking the sea forces wherever they can be found. There's plenty of rugged action in the South Pacific. To give you an idea of what goes on in this vast sweep of ocean and island-dotted area, it must be remembered that there have been, since the Coral Sea battle last May, more major naval actions out here in 6 months than there have been in all the previous history of modern navies combined. And considering long lines of supply and the vastness of the area, there have never been any naval battles quite like these in the Pacific. We have to win them the hard way. Successes in New Guinea give our Army planes a clearer area from which to strike at enemy supply bases, transports, and their escorts. As with all America, Hawaii was electrified at the great news of the rescue of Captain Eddie Rickenbacker and his crew in the Pacific somewhere between here and Samoa by a flying boat of the United States Navy. It is not known whether these hardy survivors will be brought here to Hawaii. The good news from North Africa continues to cheer our fighters out here in the Pacific. Don't forget them. There's a big fight going on out here against a tough enemy. This is Webley Edwards in Honolulu, returning you to CBS in New York.
Here at home, there has been considerable confusion over the political implications of the occupation of French North Africa, as there has been in London, particularly in regard to the status of Admiral Aloft, former French commander-in-chief. Washington has further news on that. So Admiral Radio takes you now to CBS Washington, Lee White reporting.
There's been no War Department communique so far on developments in North Africa, but it's reasonably certain that American forces are now attacking or about to attack the German-held airdromes and other strong points in the vicinity of Bizerte and Tunis. There's reason to believe there are about 10,000 German troops in Tunisia, and that more are coming in as fast as they can be ferried across the Mediterranean from Sicily. Only the position of the naval commanders at Bizerte seems doubtful, and they may well have decided to side with the Allies following Admiral Darlan's recognition as chief of government in all North Africa. As Charles Collingwood told you last night, in the first broadcast received from Algiers, pro-Vichy sentiment was much stronger throughout North Africa than we at first anticipated. Bob Trout has just told you how the Darlan situation looks in London. Here's how it looks in Washington. Whatever Americans may think of Marshal Pétain, it's obvious that the old man was respected to the point of reverence by large numbers of influential political, military, and naval leaders throughout Morocco and Algiers. And all these people remained loyal to Admiral Darlan as Pétain's right-hand man. It's becoming increasingly evident that General Eisenhower was faced with a dilemma, either of signing an immediate armistice with Darlan or facing the prospects of continued Vichy resistance. He seems to have chosen the former alternative for two reasons. First, in order to avoid useless bloodshed and the necessity of wasting 50 or 60,000 American fighting men in policing unfriendly territory, and second, in order to be able to enter Tunisia as soon as possible. Morocco and Algiers were pacified several days ahead of schedule, and now, thanks to our agreement with Darlan, complete order reigns, and it's possible for our army to go ahead with the investment of Tunisia without wasting a single moment of very valuable time. Tunisia is the keystone to our occupation of the African coast of the Mediterranean. And now here's Columbia's military expert, Major George Fielding X. Elliott, with an analysis of the situation in the South Pacific.
The Japanese appear to be making a renewed attempt to establish naval control of the waters around the embattled island of Guadalcanal. What success they are having, if any, is as yet uncertain. It is quite possible that they may be beaten off once more. But even if they are, we should understand that they will keep coming back and keep trying until they are finally deprived of the means of doing so, which means deprived of the basis from which such attacks can be launched. In other words, there is no victory to be chalked up for us in this part of the world until we have taken all the Japanese bases on New Guinea and New Britain, as well as their remaining footholds in the Solomons. And to do this, we must gain command of the sea so that we can move troop ships. If all this can be accomplished, we shall then have 600 miles of open sea between us and the next nearest Japanese bases in the Caroline Islands, and we can consolidate our positions for further operations. It will then take a major Japanese effort to get at us, while we shall have excellent new submarine bases for attacks on Japan's vital overseas communications. But as long as the Japanese remain close at hand, as they are now, with the support of their big advanced base at Rabaul, making possible the continuing assembling of efforts to hit down the long line into the Solomons, we shall have no rest on Guadalcanal. The Japanese will not give us any. Their whole idea appears to be to prevent us from getting comfortably set in the southeastern Solomons so that we can launch new amphibious attacks to gain new footholds. And it is a very sound idea from the Japanese point of view. They have been willing to make great sacrifices to carry it through, and they are continuing to do so. One countermeasure which we are taking may prove to be of unexpected value, and that is the American-Australian advance on the mainland of New Guinea. The Japanese, having lost the mountain passes and their advanced position at Kolkata, have now been driven from Wairopi by the Australians, while an American force is approaching the Japanese coastal base at Buna. There seems to be a distinct possibility that the whole of eastern Papua is about to fall into our hands. And this, if true, menaces the Japanese in the western Solomons and all the approaches from Rabaul toward Guadalcanal. But the real decision will be at sea, and not until we have been able to gain the upper hand there can we expect any decisive results in the southwestern Pacific. Merely beating off Japanese attacks will serve no permanent purpose. We now return to the CBS New York and John Daly.
And that's World News Today. Now here's Warren Sweeney with a word from Admiral Radio.
Do you know what radiogoniometry is? Well, probably not. But the United States Army Signal Corps does. For radiogoniometry is the science by which it locates enemy radio stations. Hundreds of radio terms and devices are unfamiliar to us, yet vital to the armed forces. If you could walk through the Admiral plants, you would see many of these radio devices in the process of being manufactured. Thousands have already been delivered. Many more will be. For Admiral's facilities have been pledged 100% to the war effort until victory has been won. This means, of course, that no Admiral radios, no Admiral radio phonograph combinations are being made for civilian use today. However, most Admiral dealers still have a limited supply of the new Admiral Victory line. If you do need a radio, see your Admiral dealer. The Victory line is comprised of the finest radios and radio phonograph combinations Admiral has ever turned out. See for yourself why Admiral, in peacetime, became the world's largest manufacturer of radio phonograph combinations with automatic record changers. World News Today is brought to you each Sunday at this hour by Continental Radio and Television Corporation, makers of Admiral Radio, America's smart set. Be sure to listen next Sunday when Admiral again will give you World News Today by shortwave, direct from the leading news centers of the world. Americans, this war is a matter of life or death. Don't pull your punches. If you've not already signed up for 10% in war bonds on the payroll savings plan, sign up now. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The WBBM Theater, Rigby Building, Chicago.
Hello? Are you there? Well, we're here.
Swan's the soap that's pure and gentle. Come on, swing to Swan.
Lever Brothers, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, present the Burns and Allen Show with Paul Whiteman. Our singer, Jimmy Cash, yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the Six Hits and a Miss, and George Burns and Gracie Allen. Here they are. Well, today George and Gracie are discussing a subject that most husbands never mention to their wives. In fact, it's a subject that never arises in the average American home. Let's listen.
Gracie, you've been spending too much money.
Look at this budget for November.
Well, it balances. We're not spending any more than we make.
I know, but that's the trouble. Some of the items in this budget are ridiculous. Milk for cats, $2? We haven't got any cats.
No, but we have mice.
Well, I don't get it.
Well, if I put bowls of milk all around the house, the mice will think we have cats and they'll be afraid to come out of the hole.
Oh, fine. And some night I'll kick over a bowl of milk and ruin the rug.
Oh, you're right, dear. I hadn't thought of that. Oh, I know. I'll scare the mice with milk that doesn't splash.
Milk that doesn't splash?
Sure, cheese.
Yeah, that'll scare the mice to death.
I'll answer it.
Okay, dear.
Oh, it's the postman. Good morning, Mr. Postman.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Only one for you today, and I'm afraid that one's a bill.
Oh, well, that's all right, Mr. Postman. I realize the post office only sends us what they get. How are you feeling?
Oh, simply marvelous. I took a nice cold shower. Ice cold shower this morning and then ran around the reservoir a couple of times in my shorts. I guess that's what put all this pep in me.
Oh, no doubt about it. It is a gorgeous morning, isn't it? Cool and snappy, sort of.
Yeah. On a morning like this, I can feel the blood racing through my veins. Can't you?
Well, no, I can't, but then you're much closer to your veins than I am.
Yeah, that's true. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Any mail, dear?
Oh, it's just a bill, probably for my new hat. It only costs $12.
$12?
Well, George, I only buy what I absolutely have to. Just bare necessities.
Is a $12 hat a bare necessity?
No, but I didn't want my head to be one.
Gracie, you don't need any more hats. And today, when you buy anything you don't need, you're taking something away from our fighting men.
Oh, well, gee, I never thought of that. I'll wrap up the hat right away.
That's the idea.
I wonder who would look better on, a soldier or a sailor.
Gracie, it's not the hat. You see, very few things are being made for civilians today. And if everybody tries to buy those things, the demand makes prices go up, and we've got inflation.
Oh, well, gee, the sales girl said that the hat would cause comment, but I never thought it would cause inflation.
Well, let's get back to this budget. What's this silly item? Bicycle pump, $1.
Well, that's an economy. That'll save us lots of money on breakfast food.
A bicycle pump will save us money on breakfast food?
Well, yeah, from now on we'll puff our own rice.
Yes, that'll save us a fortune. And what's this? Rose bushes, $75.
Well, you know that florist who has that lovely big greenhouse just off Glendale Boulevard?
Yes.
Well, I happened to be out in that direction yesterday and went through it.
Yeah, but I don't see any rose bushes around here. Where are they?
Well, there's one still stuck in the bumper of my car.
You really went through
Yeah,
it?
but I'll save enough money to make up for it. I'm going to buy one of those things that conductors punch tickets with.
What's that for?
Well, then we won't have to pay the cleaner to take the spots out of your necktie.
I see, we just punch them out.
Yeah.
Look, sweetheart, from now on, we only buy what we absolutely need. The rest of the money goes for war bonds.
But we do buy war bonds every month.
Yes, but if we cut out these silly things, we can really buy more. And not only that, we get $4 back for every $3 we put in. We help prevent inflation, and we help win the war.
Oh, you're right, dear. Everybody should cut down on their spending and put that money into war bonds.
That's the idea. So let's throw the silly budget right out of the window.
Well, but don't you want to look at the items for our Thanksgiving dinner?
We'll cut that, too. Oh. The turkey we had last year should have had a pilot and a bombardier.
Well, this year we're only getting a 12-pound turkey, 3 pounds for each of us.
Well, I don't follow that arithmetic.
Well, Blanche and Harry Morton are going to eat with us.
Not again. Those sponges have had Thanksgiving dinner at our house 5 years in a row.
They're not sponges, George. They contribute their share. Every year, Blanche brings over a jar of her homemade pickled peaches.
I know.
And every year, Harry helps you clean the walls when the jar explodes.
Sure, they're absolutely wonderful people.
Hi, George. Hello, Gracie. What's cooking?
I am. Burnt up about Harry Morton. That guy's a sponge.
He's not a sponge.
He is, too. We'll leave it to Bill.
Now, wait a minute, George. I'd rather not get in the middle of a family quarrel.
Bill, I'm trying to prove to Gracie that Morton is a sponge. Now, you know him. What do you say?
Well, George, of course, there's only one way to tell a sponge. That is, a real sponge. You rub soap on it, and if you get loads and loads of pure baby gentle suds, you've got Swan, the new white floating soap.
What's Harry Morton got to do with Swan soap?
Well, now, look, George, I don't want to get involved in a family argument.
Yeah, but just answer me one question. Have you ever known Morton to reach for a check?
Well,
Oh, come on, admit it, have you?
Well, maybe you don't notice his hand when he reaches across the white tablecloth to pick up a check because his hands are so soft and white. You know, he washes his wife's dishes with Swan soap, George.
Oh, brother.
That's Swan for you, George. So kind to your hands. Mild as the finest Castile soaps. So mild you should use it not only for washing the dishes, but for every soap and water job in the house. In fact, Swan is great for everything.
Bill, I'm going to get you to agree that Harry Morton is a moocher if it's the last thing I do. What about the other day when the three of us went into a drugstore for sodas? Who paid the check?
Oh, you mean the drugstore that's having the sale on Swan soap?
Yeah. How about that?
Oh, it's going great. Lots of dealers are now running a big sale on Swan.
Bill, I'm talking about Harry Morton.
Oh, well, he bought 3 bars.
Oh.
You know, you buy 3 bars and save. Yes, sir, you save in more ways than one.
Well, I give up. There's a guy invites himself to my house for Thanksgiving dinner, and nobody agrees with me that he's a chiseler.
Well, now, wait a minute. Did he do that?
Yes.
Well, anyone who invites himself to your house for Thanksgiving dinner without being asked certainly is a chiseler.
There. You see, Gracie?
Oh, George, that reminds me why I dropped in.
Why?
Shake hands with another chiseler. So long. See you Thanksgiving.
Well, I'm glad his salary is frozen. It'll be easier to break off. Anyway, Gracie, there's no reason why we should buy a turkey to feed the Mortons.
Well, but George...
Look, Gracie, why can't we eat at their house for a change?
Well, I could call Blanche and sort of hint around.
Well, I wish you would. Of course, I don't want you to be too blunt about it.
Oh, don't worry, George. She won't suspect a thing. I'll be very subtle about it. Hello? Hello, Blanche. This is Gracie. How about inviting us for Thanksgiving dinner this year?
That's very subtle.
What did you say, Blanche? Oh, I see. Your mother and father are coming for Thanksgiving. What? Oh, no, that's all right. Yeah, we understand. And goodbye, Blanche. Well, Judge, Blanche's mother and father are going to be in town.
I know, I heard.
So we won't need to get a turkey for 4 people.
Oh, good.
We'll get one for 6.
This is Paul Whiteman, and here's Jimmy Cash voicing the hopes of millions of people all over the world.
When the light's gone again all over the world, and the boys are home again all over the world, and rain or snow is all that may fall from the skies above. A kiss won't mean goodbye, but hello to love. When the light's gone again all over the world, and the ship will sail again all over the world, then we'll have time for things like wedding rings, and free hearts will sing. When the light's gone again all over the
Well, George didn't say positively that the Mortons couldn't come for Thanksgiving dinner. He just gave Gracie $1.50 and told her to buy the turkey. So now we pick up Gracie at Myers Market.
Hello, Mr. Myers.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Well, now, I'm in sort of a hurry. Can you wait on me right away?
Why, of course I can. What would you like?
Well, I'd like to place an order for...
Gracie, darling!
Patsy Bagwell!
Oh, my, it's good to see you again, Gracie. Where have you been keeping yourself?
Oh, around. Where have you been?
Oh, here and there.
Oh, hell, no wonder we haven't seen each other. Oh, what are you doing? Shopping for dinner?
Yes, I bought some nice carrots.
Oh, well, what a piece of luck, Tootsie. Only yesterday I read the most wonderful new recipe. It's called Carrot Supreme.
Oh, sounds delicious.
Oh, it is. First you take the carrots.
Yes.
And then you wash them.
Yes.
And, well, that's all I remember, but it's called Carrot Supreme, and it's wonderful.
Oh, I can't wait to try it.
Oh, dear. Mr. Myers has wandered off somewhere. Mr. Myers?
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
Look, I don't want to be a pest, but I am in a hurry, and could you wait on me now?
Right away. What would you like?
Well, I'd like... Oh, Tootsie, I noticed you're carrying a hat box.
Yes, I got a new hat at Sally's.
Well, I got a new hat, too, but George made me send it back.
Is he trying to act like a man again?
Well, he was right this time. We're cutting our budget down, and besides, the hat was pretty extreme.
One of the new creations?
Well, yeah, with a military motive. The hat had a flat top, and when you leaned over, a little toy airplane took off.
Oh, how adorable.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Myers is gone again. He's much too scatterbrained to run a market. Mr. Myers?
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
Look, I hate to complain about the service, but I do think you might remember that I'm in a hurry.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Burns. What would you like?
Well, I'd like it... Oh, Tootsie, look! Look who's driving by the market.
Who is it, Gracie?
Bill Walsh. Have you still got a crush on him?
Not anymore. After what happened Saturday night, I never want to see him again.
Why? What did happen?
Oh, I invited him for dinner, and I thought it would be more cozy if I locked all the doors. Well, there I was picking broken window glass out of my soup.
Well, this is the limit. That silly Mr. Myers has forgotten all about it. Mr. Myers!
Yes, Mrs. Burns.
Look, if you want me to trade here, you shouldn't keep disappearing when you know I'm in a hurry.
Okay, Mrs. Burns, what would you like?
How much is turkey?
50 cents a pound.
All right, here's $1.50. Give me an 18-pound turkey.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, that isn't enough.
Oh, yes, it is. We're only having 6 for dinner.
No. $1.50 would only buy that little turkey over there. He only weighs 3 pounds.
Why didn't you pluck his feathers out like the others?
Well, he might not like it. You see, he's alive.
Oh. Say, I've got an idea. I could fatten him up, and then the Mortons could come to dinner, and it'll only cost George $1.50. Mr. Myers, I'll take him.
Okay, Mrs. Burns, I'll get it.
Gracie, what does George say if you bring a live turkey in the house?
Oh, gee, I never thought of that. He'll be mad. He even had a fight with Herman this morning.
Did he pick on that sweet little duck?
Yeah, George yelled and yelled, but Herman didn't say a word. He just sat there quietly in the nest he'd made of George's shorts.
Oh, such a darling.
Yes. Oh, I know. I'll sneak the turkey in. Tootsie, would you lend me your hat box to hide it in?
Of course I would. I've been dying to show you my new hat anyway. I'll take it out of the box.
All right.
Here's the turkey, Mrs. Burns. No, not by the neck. You hold him by the feet.
Oh, all right. Oh, my, his little feet are chapped. Well, he shouldn't be running around barefooted in November. Oh, Mr. Myers, why does he make that funny noise?
Well, all turkeys gobble.
Well, then he should eat slower. or else take some bicarbonate of soda.
Gracie, look. I've got on my new hat. How do you like it?
Well, do you want my frank opinion, or would you rather have me tell a little white lie?
I'll take the little white lie.
Tootsie, it's simply gorgeous.
Oh, thank you, Gracie.
You're welcome, Tootsie. Goodbye. Hello, dear.
Oh, back so soon. Gracie, did you buy another hat? And what's in the box?
What box?
The box you have under your arm.
What arm?
What arm?
Well, you mean
arm.
this arm? The one attached to my shoulder?
Yes, what's in it?
Oh, bones and muscles and arteries. And...
Not the arm, the box.
Oh, the box.
The box. What's in it?
Well, a picture?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm telling you. It's a picture of my cousin Philip. That's what it is, a picture. A talking picture. Oh, Cousin Philip spoke very little English.
Gracie, for the last time, what is in that box?
Well, all right, I'll tell you. But you've got to promise you won't get mad. Will you get mad?
No.
How much do you want to bet?
Gracie.
Well, you told me I could spend $1.50 for a turkey. So I bought a little live one, and we can fatten them up, and that way we have the morsels over.
You bought a live turkey?
Well, they're easier to fatten up that way than the other kind.
Oh, well, that's fine. I knew we'd wind up feeding those Mortons again. Okay, let's see this turkey that we're going to fatten up. Gee, he isn't very friendly. He looks like he's thinking of biting my nose off.
Well, look what you're thinking of doing to him.
Yes, I guess so.
Oh, it's my darling little ducky. Oh, Herman, Mama has a surprise for you. Yes, really. Look in this box. Oh, Herman, don't be frightened. It's only a little turkey. And he's got to live with us for a while, Herman. Oh, why Herman Burns, you're jealous.
This is the happiest moment of my life.
From Irving Berlin's This Is the Army, here's a tune that's coming up fast to be a real winner. The Boys and 6 hits and a miss in I'm Getting Tired So I Can Sleep.
So I can be with you. Baby, I'm yours. I've got your picture by my bed. Soon I'll place it neath my head to keep me company the whole night through. For a little while, whatever befalls, I will see you smile till reveille calls. Do-do-do-do, I hope you're tired enough to sleep. And please sleep long enough to dream. And look for me, for I'll be dreaming. I'm dreaming dreams, but now it seems I'm getting tired, so tired.
Gracie, are Herman and that Tux and that duck still fighting in the pantry?
Well, I'll look and see. I think they're still fighting.
I got the same impression. And unless we do something, the neighbors will be complaining about the noise.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past that snippy Mrs. Marks who lives next door. She's had it in for me ever since I borrowed her vacuum cleaner last week. I don't know why.
Well, maybe you kept it too long.
Oh, no, I gave it back to her as soon as I finished cleaning the fish.
Very unreasonable woman.
Hi, people.
What brings you back, Chisler?
Well, that's what brought me back. I invited myself over here for Thanksgiving dinner, and then I remembered I have a date with a girl for Thanksgiving.
Oh, well, that's too bad, Bill.
But, Gracie, you love having her. She eats like a horse.
Oh, fine. Well, Bill, your Thanksgiving dinner's in the pantry, and he's fighting with that silly duck.
Oh, a live turkey? Well, I better go out and break it up. You know, it'd be just like Herman to bite him in the part I like best. Leave it to me, George. Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Just a minute. Don't you birds realize that you get along better in life if you behave yourself and don't fight? Yes, that's so. Now, you take the case of a little swan I know, Herman. He was a good little bird, and now he's famous. They put his picture on every swan wrapper, and he's very proud, because Swan is the new white floating soap that gives you all that pure, mild lather so fast. So you see, Herman, it pays to be a sweet little bird. Yes, that's so. Oh, shut up. Oh, now, wait a minute. I didn't mean that, Herman. I meant you should be gentle, like Swan soap is gentle. It's as mild as the finest Castile soap, so mild that mothers use it to bathe their babies, so mild that it's perfect for anybody's bath or shower. So, Herman, why don't you be mild and gentle, too, and put your wing around a cute, itsy-bitsy baby turkey? Why, listen, you little ducky. There's plenty of room for both of you. So instead of fighting, why don't you go half and half? You know, like Swan soap. You break it in two, put half in the kitchen for dishes and cleaning, and the other half in the bathroom for your hands and face. Now do you see what I'm talking about, Herman? Well, what do you say to the little turkey? Hey, ow, cut it out, ow! Well, so long, George. So long, Gracie.
Oh, what's your hurry, Bill?
Why are you limping?
Herman bit me in the part he likes best. Goodbye.
Gracie, go in the pantry and stop that fighting or we'll be thrown out of the neighborhood.
All right, dear. Oh, now, stop that right now. Stop it. Why, shame on you, Herman Burns. That's no way to treat a little girl turkey. Yes, a girl. Herman, isn't she cute? Yes. Why, Herman Burns. You know, sometimes I think you're older than you look. Hey, George.
Gracie. Look,
George,
Gracie, our man just delivered all these things. What are they anyway?
Well, they're for the turkey, George. I bought a little tub for it to swim around in, and I also bought...
A tub for the turkey to swim around in?
Well, yes, I thought it would be more humane. The turkey can get used to it by degrees, and it won't be such a shock when the time comes.
Get used to what by degrees?
Well, I'm going to fill the tub with gravy.
Well, that's a brilliant idea. Anything else?
Yes, I bought a sun lamp.
A sun lamp for the turkey?
Yeah.
Well, why did you get that?
Well, mostly for your sake.
For my sake?
Yeah, I know you prefer dark meat.
Gracie, your ideas about raising a turkey are too advanced.
But, George, people shouldn't be afraid to try something new. Suppose Marconi had been afraid to experiment. We'd only have spaghetti.
Oh, sure. Gracie, this turkey is costing me a fortune. Look at these price tags. Tub, $5. Sun lamp, $15. I could have bought 3 turkeys with this. This is absolutely ridiculous. Going out and buying.
Have you a little turkey and a little duck, as reported by a neighbor?
Well, yes. Why?
May I refer you to Statute 193 of this county? Possession of 2 or more live fowl shall in this county be deemed ipso facto a poultry farm, and such aforesaid property pertaining thereof shall be governed according to Article 38, Section 17 of the laws of said county.
What does that mean?
Cough up $10 for a poultry license.
Well, that does it. I'm going into that pantry, and the next time you see that turkey, he'll have parsley where his feathers used to be.
Oh, but dear.
Come on. I'm going to settle this right now. I knew that this thing would cost me a fortune.
George, look. Herman and the turkey. Herman's got his wing around it.
Well, that's fine. Get this. Love comes to Herman Burns.
George, come inside a minute.
What?
George, I won't let you touch that turkey. It would be inhuman, that's what it would be.
What would be inhuman?
To eat our son's fiancée for Thanksgiving dinner.
Well, George and Gracie will be right back, so I've got just a second to remind you to stop in where you see the Swan sign that says buy 3 and save. Take advantage of the big sale on Swan that so many dealers are now running. And don't forget, sale or no sale, you save with Swan. You save because Swan gives you more soap per penny than any leading toilet soap tested. And you save because Swan goes further than easily wasted packaged soaps. No matter what you use Swan for, it saves you money. So buy 3 bars and save. Well, here they are again, George and Gracie. Gracie's on the phone.
Hello? Is this Harry Morton? Hello, Harry. Harry, will you tell Blanche George is on his way over with a little turkey? He wouldn't let me keep it. It's pretty small, but you can fasten him up. How? Well, just feed it chocolate fudge sundaes. Well, sure it'll work. Look at your wife.
Next week at the same time, Eddie Cantor will be George and Gracie's guest, and there's a rumor that Ida might join the Beverly Hills Uplift Society. So the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in. Remember, Swan now brings you 2 of radio's top shows. George Burns and Gracie Allen, and Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou over another network. And now till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, hi, Swan. How about you?
Try Spry. You'll find the baking you turn out fluffy and light. Try Spry. You're sure to hear your family shout, what a delight. For cake, pies, donuts, the things you fry. Try Spry. What's that you say you're going to try today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Try today?
Why, sure.
Try Spry.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with This Is the Army, Mr. Jones. Every now and then I overhear a friendly argument about who has the hardest job in a family, the man who earns the money or the woman who takes care of the home. I know I should side with the man, and of course most men are working harder today than ever before in their lives. But aren't you ladies doing that too? I'll say you are, and my hat is off to you. With less help and more outside activities and war work, you still have all the family chores, and besides that, you've got to take better care of everything you have to make it last. You can't neglect your cleaning either, because dirt wears things out. What you can do is to practice protective housekeeping. Protect your floors, furniture, woodwork with genuine Johnson's wax. The coat of wax acts as a shield against dirt and wear, guards finishes against scratches and fingerprints. And in the bargain, Johnson's Wax Protection saves you hours of work, reduces daily cleaning to a minimum, and adds greatly to the beauty of your home. Isn't it fun to go for a walk in the new fallen snow with the icy wind bringing a tingle to your blood and whipping the roses into your cheeks? Oh, you don't think so? Well, neither do Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Ah, boy, I'm sure I ain't out in that snow. Whew. Glad I'm not out in that snow, I mean. I'll take my flakes made out of corn with cream and sugar.
You know, I love the first snow of winter myself.
You do?
Why, sure, you'll have to admit it's beautiful, McGee. Just think, 1.5 foot of snow and made of billions and billions of little crystals, each one a tiny little work of art.
Yeah, and you take a handful of them little works of art and sprinkle them on the top step of the porch, and wham! They carry you inside with a busted clavicle.
No, don't be like that. Now, you haven't any appreciation of nature, dearie.
Oh, I have so, too. Nobody gets a bigger honk out of a beautiful sunset than I do.
And why? Because right after the sunset comes supper.
Well, so what? Anyway, I'm glad it's stormy and I can't go anyplace.
Well, that's fine. Then you can help me clean out the attic.
What do you mean, clean out the attic? We just did.
When?
Why, well, it was just before...
Just before Election Day?
Yeah.
And who got elected?
Roosevelt.
Which one?
Teddy, but my gosh, the attic can't...
Listen, McGee, we've got to do it.
Molly, I ain't going to have time to be...
Besides, I think I saw your old Army uniform up there.
I don't care. That attic has gone this long and it... You saw what?
I think I saw your old Army uniform. The one you've been looking for all these years?
Well, why didn't you say so? Did it have my sharpshooter's medal on it?
I didn't notice. Were you a sharpshooter?
Was I a sharpshooter? You know what I used to do?
What?
I used to hold my rifle over my left shoulder with a looking glass in my left hand and knock a cigarette out of a soldier's mouth at 200 yards.
Heavenly days.
Yeah.
Who on earth would volunteer to let you do that?
Oh, an old buddy of mine. One-ear Coggins. He was always...
You mean the poor lad that only had one ear? How'd he lose the other one?
Well, if you must know, even a sharpshooter like me has his off days. Come on, let's go up in the attic.
Wait a minute now. You better put on some old clothes. It's pretty dusty up there.
My old clothes don't fit me anymore. I tried on those old green pants of mine this morning, and I split the whole seat out of them.
McGee, you didn't have any green pants.
Huh?
Those were my new slacks.
They were?
Yes, and they cost me $7.95, too. Oh, McGee.
Oh, well, okay. I'm sorry. But that's what women get for wearing trousers. There was a time when a man knew what was his and what was his wife's. Now, if he dresses in the dark, he's lucky if he don't get whistled at by the guys in front of the cigar shop.
Just the same, dearie. I'm in
It used
favor.
to be in your sweet little Alice blue gown, and now it's in your baggy old Harris tweed slacks.
My slacks are not baggy, McGee.
Now, maybe yours aren't, but did you ever see Mrs. Uppington in hers? She looks like she was walking around sitting down. Now, let's go up in the attic and get it cleaned up.
Oh, for goodness sakes. I wonder who's out on a day like this.
Must be some friend of ours. I don't know any strangers that silly. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl.
Oh, hello there, dear. McGee, now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going up in the attic. You come up as soon as you can.
I'll be right up, Molly. Just as soon as I get rid of... I'll be right up. What's on your mind, sis?
Hey, there's a dandy lot of snow out now, mister, and I thought maybe you'd want to pull me on my sled. Will you?
No. No, I won't. You couldn't get me out of the house today with dynamite.
You mean you won't and pull me on my sled?
No.
Don't you like little children?
Yes, I do, but I'm very fond of my health, too.
Oh.
The only time I want to play on the ice now is when my upper lip coasts down a cold cube in a tall glass of root beer. You catch on?
According to my daddy, you're going to play outdoors a lot this winter, I bet you.
And stop quoting your old man at me, too. He was born dumb, and he's been losing ground ever since.
You can't talk that way about my daddy. He's a nice man.
Well, you're the one who brought him up, and he's the one who brought you up, and two wrongs don't make a right. Anyway, how does he know how much I'm going to play outside?
I don't know, but after he heard your last couple of programs, he said, boy, that mug is going to have some hard sledding this winter.
Oh, he said that, did he?
Sure. But I don't think he meant it.
You don't?
No, he looked awful happy when he said it.
Now, look, too little and too late. I haven't got time to stand around and rattle a cup with you. Now, so go on home. Beat it. I'm busy.
What you doing?
I'm going to clean out the attic. Mrs. McGee just found my old Army uniform up there from the last war.
Oh, gee. Were you in the last war, mister? Were you a general?
Well, no, I wasn't. Though if it hadn't been for petty politics... but that's a long story. You know what General Pershing said to me when I asked him to make me a captain?
No.
Who told you? I mean... Now, look, sis, you drop in some other time, and I'll show you my sharpshooter's medal.
All righty. Gee, I never knew you had a sharpshooter's medal, mister.
Well, I have.
What'd you get it for? What'd you?
Doggone it, I got it for sharpshooting. I used to hit the bullseye 99 times out of 100.
Oh, didn't it hurt him?
Hurt who?
The bull.
There wasn't any bull to it.
Oh, no? 99 times out of 100? Oh, no song, mister.
Oh, just look at this attic, McGee. Did you ever see so much junk?
What do you mean, junk? There's a lot of valuable stuff in this junk. Hey, where'd you see my old uniform?
Isn't that right there behind you?
Huh?
Isn't that it there?
Well, I'll be it. It sure is. Oh, look. Here's where I tore the knee climbing into a truck outside of St. Nazaire.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Here's where a bayonet went through the shoulder.
Heavenly days, McGee. In a hand-to-hand fight?
No, on a dark road. I stumbled and fell on my Springfield. And here's my sharpshooter's medal. Did I ever tell
McGee,
you? Huh?
you never told me you were in the Air Force.
I wasn't.
Well, then what are those wings on the left breast of your coat?
Where? I don't see any. Oh, that's a moth. Shoot, scratch, get out.
Oh, look, McGee. Here's a newspaper from September 3rd, 1922, 20 years ago. And listen to this headline. German printing presses pour out 100 billion marks every day. Why were they printing all that money, McGee?
Inflation. Terrible mess. In Germany, after the last war, it took a bushel basket of money to buy a pair of shoestrings. If anybody had the shoes to put them in.
Heavenly days. Does every war do that?
It don't have to. That's why the government wants us to buy war bonds and pay off our debts and buy only what we need. If they keep things under control, then after the war, our money will really be worth something. Hey, do something for me, will you, Molly?
What?
Save that headline. Every time I start yipping about taxes, wave it in my face.
It's a promise. Every time. What do you got there?
Bunch of old letters in the bottom of this trunk. Oh, here's one from my granduncle Jefferson.
Oh, my.
I ain't heard of that old snarly old coot for years and years and years.
Is it addressed to you?
No, it says, to whomsoever in the McGee family it may concern. I guess that's me as much as anybody. Here, you read it. Stingy old twerp must have wrote it with a toothpick in homemade ink.
Oh, it's probably nothing. McGee, listen to this. It says, should any of my descendants read this note, this is to inform them that I have concealed $20,000 in the upholstery of my horsehair sofa.
My gosh, $20,000.
If this letter is never found, it won't matter much, because no McGee could ever be trusted with more than $3 at a time. Signed Jefferson McGee, August 13th, 1867.
Why, that dirty old $20,000. And who knows where that old sofa is now?
You know, that's funny. I wrote a note just a day or so ago about a horsehair sofa.
What? You did? Where? Oh, my gosh, Molly. Maybe we can find it. What'd you write? What is it? Where'd you...
calm yourself. I'm thinking now. Let me see. Where did I think I had it in the desk downstairs.
Well, what are we waiting for? Come on, hurry up now.
Here, quit pushing me.
You go through that desk with a fine-tooth comb, Molly. If we can only trace that horsehair sofa, we'll be rich.
I look for it, McGee, but I'm not sure what it said about a sofa, and maybe it wasn't even the same sofa.
Oh, you think the McGees ever had two horsehair sofas? No, sir. We were strictly a one-horse family. Come on, Molly, get busy.
Stop nudging me. I'm looking here. Now, let me see.
Oh, Dad, come in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. You look excited.
I am excited, Latrivia. I'm an heiress. I just come into $20,000 from my granduncle Jefferson.
No, you haven't, McGee.
Huh?
First, I have to find that note I wrote, and then we have to locate the sofa, if it's the same one, and then we have to see if the money is still in it.
Good heavens, what is this all about? Why did he leave the money in a sofa?
Because he knew a McGee would spend most of his life lying down, Mr. Mayor.
He never knew any such a thing, Latrivia. He wanted it to be discovered by a McGee with initiative, with brains, ingenuity, and enough interest in him to read the letters he left behind him, which I did.
Which you did nothing of the kind. You refused to read it.
Well, could I help it if I had tears in my eyes? Poor old granduncle Jeff.
You realize, I hope, McGee, that the possession of wealth entails certain responsibilities?
Yes, you've got to live up to it, McGee.
I know.
Now, when a panhandler asks you for a cup of coffee, don't just give him a dime. Go with him and see where he gets it and get me some.
First thing I'm going to do is endow the Elks Club.
Oh, my.
Going to stake them to a new deck of cards. That pack they're using now are so worn the kibitzers can't read them over your shoulder anymore. They have to sit in your lap.
That isn't what I was referring to, McGee. I meant that riches bring obligations to the possessor. Oh. You must set an example to those who are not so well off. Help the underdog.
Oh, he loves dogs, don't you, dear?
I'll say I do. I'm going to get me a nice Irish setter pup.
I didn't mean real dogs, McGee. I was referring...
how can you help a dog if he isn't real, Mr. Mayor?
I was referring to people, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, so you think people are dogs, do you, Latrivia? A fine altitude.
I didn't say people were dogs. I merely said that I, as a leader of the people...
Oh, now calm yourself, Mr. Mayor. We can't have the leader of the people turning purple.
I am not turning people. I mean purple. I started to say that as a person,
He's got the pip.
I've got the pip. I have not! I was trying to say that if a person wants to be a popular, he'll probably... Excuse me if I go out on the porch. I think I have a flea.
You know, Molly, on second thought, I won't buy that Irish setter Latrivia was trying to sell me. I'd rather have a good Springer. A Springer is
You can't buy a hot dog till you find that money, McGee.
Oh, I'll find it, and that dough is rightfully mine, too. That horsehair sofa was in our house in Peoria for years.
And what became of it?
I don't know. Kids divided up the furniture. I remember all I got was a lot of old pictures. Must have been 50 of them. I threw them away. Too old-fashioned.
Who painted them?
Oh, a couple of amateurs named Currier and Ives or something like that. Corny stuff.
I see. So you threw away 50 Currier and Ives prints?
Yeah, but I was no fool. I saved the frames. Kept us in kindling wood for months. Hey, you better get busy and find that note you wrote.
Yes, I wish I could remember just what Now, let me see now. Horsehair sofa.
Hello, folks. Am I intruding?
Oh, not a bit, Mr. Wilcox. Come right in.
Hi, Wilcox. Don't worry about tracking snow in here. We're moving very shortly.
Moving? Where to?
Don't look at me, Mr. Wilcox. 'Tisn't my idea.
We'll probably take a penthouse in New York, Wilcox. For the winter season, anyway. Possibly a few months at Virginia Hot Springs. Then we may summer in the White Mountains or Lake Louise. I hope you can visit us for a weekend, old fellow. Get in some golf, you know.
Pardon me for pointing, but do you feel all right?
Well, he's a bit seasick, Mr. Wilcox. His dreamboat is a little rocky.
Oh, come, Mrs. McGee. Let us maintain our dignity. In our juxtaposition, we must not descend to bandying words with the tradesmen.
That's you, Mr. Wilcox. You're the tradesman. Take it from there.
Hey, what goes on here anyway? Don't give me that Park Avenue piccalilli, Fibber. I knew you when you thought a country club was a hole.
Tut, now, none of your impudence, my good man, or I shall have to report to you to your superiors. The, Henderson Mott Company of Sheboygan, I believe.
S.C. Johnson and Son Incorporated, McGee, of Racine, Wisconsin.
Oh, yes. Make a note of that, Mrs. McGee. Report of insolent employee.
Hey, what is this? You know darn well who we work for, and you know they make self-polishing glow coat, the protective floor polish that shines as it dries.
I believe I have heard some.
Oh, you've heard it plenty, brother, and you'll hear it some more. You'll keep on hearing that Johnson self-polishing glow coat protects and preserves linoleum against dust and dampness, and that it saves hours of housework because it eliminates old-fashioned floor scrubbing. And you'll hear that...
Say, old man, is it quite necessary to be so beastly raucous?
Oh, so now I'm raucous. I'm an insolent, raucous tradesman, am I? Well, I don't know what this is all about, but something tells me there's going to be a new face around here. I wonder what Ed Wynn is doing now.
Didn't you overdo that a little, McGee? After all, you're not rich yet, you know.
Nah, but I soon will be. That $20,000 is just as good as in my pocket right this minute.
Look, dearie, whoever that is at the door, let's not say a thing about the $20,000.
Okay, maybe the less we say about it, the better. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Uppington.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee and Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppy. Beautiful day, ain't it?
Definitely not, Mr. McGee. It's horrible. The snow has drifted clear up to...
Your clavicle, Uppy? Oh, no, that can't be right because your clavicle is your collarbone.
You'll have to excuse him, Abigail. Clavicle is the only bone he knows the name of.
I understand, Mrs. McGee. Anyway, I was merely going to say that the snow was way up past my spare tire.
Well, keep walking in the snow and you'll lose that, Uppy.
McGee. So the snow is really pretty deep, is it, Abigail?
Oh, it's dreadful, my dear. But I felt that I should come over to ask you to return my snow shovel. My houseman informs me that Mr. McGee has had it since last winter.
Why, sure. Tell him to come and get it any time, Uppy. Of course, he'll have to sign for it in triplicate. When I borrow things, I do it systematic.
You know, you look like you enjoyed being out in this weather, Abigail.
Oh, I don't really mind it, my dear. I'm a trooper, you know. And as an actress who has traveled from coast to coast...
Incidentally, Uppy, did you know the Cherry Sisters?
Oh, they were my dearest... No, of course not. That was much before my time.
Oh.
Though my father probably knew them. He was connected with the stage for many years.
He was?
Oh, sure he was, Molly. He drove it between here and the county seat till the railroad come through.
And who, may I ask, told you that?
Oh, I heard.
Well, what's the matter, Abigail? Are you cold? You're shivering.
No, Mrs. McGee, I am not cold. I was being shaken by the conflict between my patriotism and my impulses.
What you mean, Uppy?
I mean, Mr. McGee, that in spite of this being a meatless day, I was sorely tempted to give you a few chops with the handle of my umbrella. Oh, goodbye.
sing Abraham. Upon a February morn, a little baby boy was born. 'Twasn't Henry, 'twasn't Sam, 'twas Abraham. Right? He grew up, this little babe. Folks all called him Honest Abe. Folks from Maine to Alabama loved Abraham. In 1860, he became the 16th president. And now he's in the Hall of Fame, a most respected gent. That is why we celebrate this blessed February date. Abraham, honest Abraham.
The USA's united thanks to one whose name was Nancy Hanks.
Abraham, oh Abraham.
He gave this land the finest son who ever went to Washington.
Abraham, oh Abraham. Abraham, the country's going to the dogs, they shouted loud and long. Then from a cabin built of logs, the right man came along. And that is why we celebrate this blessed February date. Abraham, Abraham, thank the Lord for Abraham, Abraham.
Let me see now. 20,000 divided by, with a surtax of 4% on top of a secondary bracket. That'll be 16,700, minus the accrued interest and investments, plus depreciation. Oh, my gosh. Hey, Molly.
Yes, McGee.
You know what my income tax on that $20,000 is going to be?
What?
$74,672.09. I'm going to be worse off than I was before. I wish you could find that note, so... Dad, come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple. Terrible weather, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. McGee. I really don't mind the snow. I find it rather inspiring.
Me too, Imp. It inspires me to stay inside with my slippers on.
I think he means poetically, dearie. Don't you, Mr. Wimple?
Yes, Mrs. McGee. I love to sit in the park on a snowy day and feed the squirrels and think up poems.
Have you batted out any beautiful ballads of late, Wimp?
I just wrote one this afternoon, Mr. McGee. I call it To My Dear Wife.
How sweet. Must be wonderful to have a husband who writes poetry to you.
What do you mean it must be? I used to write poetry to you.
I know, dearie, but that was free verse.
Oh. Did Mr. McGee write free verse, Mrs. McGee?
Yes. He took it freely from Longfellow, Byron, and Burns.
Well, he was a great poet, that Byron. I still think he should have been president.
Oh, he couldn't have been, Mr. McGee. He was an Englishman.
What are you talking about? Williams Jennings Byron was an Englishman? Go on, Wimp.
Skip it, McGee. I want to hear Mr. Wimple's poem, To His Dear Wife. How does it go, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, it's just a simple little thing, It goes... To my dear wife. I wish I was a little squirrely.
Well, that wish is granted, Wimp. You got two more coming.
Quiet, McGee. Go on, Mr. Wimple.
I wish I was a little squirrely, frisking in the trees so early, chattering down at passer-bys and throwing twigs down in their eyes, scampering gaily here and there, leaping gracefully through the air, storing food up 3 whole seasons to last through winter and other reasons, every one of which I often brood, so when I climb down to dig up food and bring back breakfast to my wife so true, I can say, here, sweetheart, nuts to you.
Why, that's very good,
How'd
Wimp.
your wife like it, Mr. Wimple?
Sweetie face? Oh, I haven't shown it to her, Mrs. McGee. Besides, she isn't much for modern poetry. She likes limerick.
Ever write her any limericks, Wimp?
Oh, I started to once. I wrote, there once was a woman named Sweetie Face, whose figure had many a meaty place.
Well?
Yes, I am now. But I was laid up for weeks and weeks. Well, goodbye now.
Goodbye, Mr. McGee, I'm going to take one more look through that desk and see if I can't find that note I wrote.
Well, if that fails, I'm going to wire all my relatives and see what become of that horsehair sofa.
Might be a good idea. Maybe they'll... McGee, here it is. I found it.
Oh, what does it say? What does it say? What does it say?
Oh, shut it off. Shut it off. Stop shaking my arm.
Huh?
Listen.
Yeah?
It says, how about new slipcover for a horsehair sofa?
Yeah, but what does that mean? I don't see
it. It means this is that horsehair sofa right here.
What?
All right, a silly one. Remember, I made this slipcover 4 years ago.
Oh.
This is the sofa that was sent from Peoria.
Oh, my gosh. You mean I'm sitting right on top of $20,000? Give me my jackknife, quick. I'll soon
McGee,
find
don't
out.
cut it to pieces. Take it apart carefully, and then we can...
Carefully, my clavicle. I gotta know, and I gotta know quick. I'll fix it.
Oh.
I'll show old Uncle Jeffy.
McGee, stop. Here it is. Look.
Wow. Look at that stack of dough. Oh, Mama, we're rich. Hey, Molly, we're rich. Here, take a handful. Take 2 handfuls. Hot diggity. Tonight we go out and paint the town red. Tonight we celebrate. Ah, good old Uncle Jeff. What's the matter, Molly? Is there something wrong?
McGee.
Huh?
Where was your grand Uncle Jefferson from?
Richmond, Virginia. Why?
Nothing. Except this is Confederate money.
What? Why, that dirty sourpuss.
Right this minute, in thousands of closets and attics across the country are leather suitcases and handbags and other luggage that all need the same thing, a coat of wax. Have you tried putting a coat of Johnson's wax on a suitcase recently? Then you'll know what I mean. Remember how the leather seemed to take on new life and resilience as well as better appearance? Yes, the wax does protect the leather and helps to keep it from drying out. In fact, most leather objects benefit by an occasional waxing with Johnson's paste or liquid wax. Boots and shoes, for example, book covers, briefcases, straps, belts, and purses. And by the way, when you're through using the bottle or can of Johnson's wax, don't forget to put the lid back on tightly. That will prevent evaporation and help keep the wax in best condition.
You know, Molly, I don't regret losing that $20,000.
No?
What could I have done with it? Buy clothes, they go out of style. Buy diamonds, they get stolen. Buy a yacht, it sinks. What good would it be?
For $20,000, you can buy a wonderful steak.
What kind of a steak would be worth $20,000?
A steak in our country, McGee. War bonds.
Oh, yes. Good night.
Good night, all.
The part of Wallace Wimple heard on this program was played by Bill Thompson. This is Marlowe Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for the home and industry. We invite you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The 11th Forum of the New York Herald Tribune on Current Problems features an address by the President of the United States. Here is the publisher of the Herald Tribune to introduce the President, Mrs. Ogden Reed.
Before the forum was undertaken this year, the chief executive of the nation was consulted about the kind of program that might prove useful. Obviously, current war problems could not be discussed, but we believed it important just now, not only as a means of heartening the war effort, but in preparation for the difficult task of reconstruction ahead, to clarify to some extent our ideas for the kind of world for which we are fighting. In closing the Forum of 1942, I feel sure you will all wish to join with me in saluting our Commander-in-Chief, who has so brilliantly effected the start of a second front in North Africa. I have the great honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have always welcomed the opportunity to participate in the Herald Tribune Forum because I have always been interested in the public presentation of all kinds of national problems. In time of peace, every variety of problem and issue is an interesting subject for public discussion. But in time of war, the American people know that the one all-important job before them is fighting and working to win. Therefore, of necessity, while long-range social and economic problems are by no means forgotten, they are a little like books, which for the moment we have laid aside in order that we might get out the old atlas to learn the geography of the battle areas. In time of war, your government cannot always give spot news to the people. Nearly everybody understands that, and the reason for it. This means that those relatively few people who do have the facts from all over the world, not only every day, but every hour of every day, are somewhat precluded from discussing these facts publicly, except in the most general of terms. If they did, they would almost inevitably say things that would help the people who are trying to destroy us. In reverse, those who are not in possession of all the news must almost inevitably speak from guesswork based on information of doubtless accuracy. Though they do not know the facts, and therefore the value of their statements becomes greatly reduced. Nor must we, in the actual progress of the war, lend ears to the clamor of politics or to criticism from those who, as we know in our hearts, are actuated by political motives. The fact that this type of criticism has done less harm in the United States than might be expected has been due to the good old horse sense of the American people. I know from a somewhat long experience in wartime as well as peacetime that the overwhelming majority of our people know how to discriminate in their reading and in their radio listening between informed discussion and verbal thrusts in the dark. I think you'll realize that I have made a constant effort as Commander-in-Chief to keep politics out of the fighting of this war. But I must confess that my foot slipped once. About 10 days before the late election day, one of our aircraft carriers was torpedoed in the Southwest Pacific. She did not sink at once, but it became clear that she could not make port. She was therefore destroyed by our own forces. We in Washington did not know whether the enemy was aware of her sinking, for there were no Japanese ships near enough to see her go down. You will realize, of course, that the actual knowledge of the loss of enemy ships has a definite bearing on continuing naval operations for some time after the event. We, for instance, know that we have sunk a number of Japanese aircraft carriers, and we know that we have bombed or torpedoed others. We would give a king's ransom to know whether the latter were sunk or were saved, repaired, and put back into commission. However, when we got news of the sinking of this particular ship, a great issue was being raised in the Congress and in the public vehicles of information as to the suppression of news from the fighting fronts. There was a division of opinion among responsible authorities. Here came my mistake. I yielded to the clamor. I did so partly in realization of the certainty that if the news of the sinking were given out 2 or 3 weeks later, it would be publicly charged that the news had been suppressed by me until after the election. Then, shortly thereafter, protests came in. Protests from the admirals in command in the Southwest Pacific and at our great base in Hawaii, on the ground that in all probability the Japanese Navy had no information of the sinking, and that handing them the information on a silver platter although we were careful not to reveal the name of the carrier, still gave to the Japanese a military advantage which they otherwise would not have had. This confession of mine illustrates to the people of this country the fact that in time of war, the conduct of that war, with the aim of victory, comes absolutely first. They know that not one of their inalienable rights is taken away through the failure to disclose to them for a reasonable length of time facts. Facts that Hitler and Mussolini and Tojo would give their eye teeth to learn. Facts, therefore, become paramount. Facts that cannot be told to the public at the time, as well as facts that can and should be told at all times. The posters that tell you loose talk costs lives do not exaggerate. Loose talk delays victory. Loose talk is the damp that gets into the powder. We prefer to keep our powder dry. We have a gigantic job to do, all of us, together. Our battle lines today stretch from Kiska to Murmansk, from Tunisia to Guadalcanal. These lines will grow longer as our forces advance. Yes, we have an uphill fight, and it will continue to be uphill all the way. There can be no coasting to victory. During the past 2 weeks, we have had a great deal of good news, and it would seem that the turning point of this war has at last been reached. But this is no time for exultation. There is no time now for anything but fighting and working to win. A few days ago, as our army advanced through North Africa, on the other side of the world, our Navy was fighting what was one of the greatest battles of our history. A very powerful Japanese force was moving at night toward our positions in the Solomon Islands. The spearhead of the force that we sent to intercept the enemy was under the command of Rear Admiral Daniel J. Callahan. He was aboard the leading ship, the cruiser San Francisco. The San Francisco sailed right into the enemy fleet, right through the whole enemy fleet, her guns blazing. She engaged and hit 3 enemy vessels, sinking one of them. At point-blank range, she engaged an enemy battleship, heavily her superior in size and firepower. She silenced this battleship's big guns and so disabled her that she could be sunk by torpedoes from our destroyers and aircraft. The San Francisco herself was hit many times. Admiral Callahan, my close personal friend, and many of his gallant officers and men gave their lives in this battle, but the San Francisco was brought safely back to port by a lieutenant commander, and she will fight again for her country. The commander of the task force of which the San Francisco was a part has recommended that she be the first of our Navy's vessels to be decorated for outstanding service. But there are no citations, no medals, which carry with them such high honor as that accorded to fighting men by the respect of their comrades in arms. The commanding general of the Marines in Guadalcanal, General Vandergrift, yesterday sent a message to the commander of the fleet, Admiral Halsey, saying, "We lift our battered helmets in admiration for those who fought magnificently against overwhelming odds and drove the enemy back to crushing defeat." Let us thank God for such men as these. May our nation continue to be worthy of them throughout this war and forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the President of the United States. And now, our national anthem.
We wish to thank Brown and Williamson, the makers of Raleigh cigarettes, for relinquishing part of their time of the Red Skelton program in order that you might hear the special program that's just been concluded. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Raleigh Cigarette Show starring Red Skelton.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Truman?
Hello, Red. Say, Red, how'd you like the party Mr. Raleigh gave the other night?
Oh, it was just peachy.
Did you like the sandwiches?
Oh, just peachy.
And the drinks?
Peachy.
And did you like the girl I brought for you?
She was a little fuzzy, too.
Well, Red, we had fun when we went to the fight at the American Legion Stadium anyway.
Yeah, say, Harriet, did you enjoy the fight the other night?
Oh, I certainly did, Red. Say, what was that thing that fell out of the fighter's mouth when he was hit on the jaw?
Oh, that was his mouthpiece.
Oh, gee, that lawyer will work anywhere to make $1, won't he?
Say, you know, Wonderful Smith used to be a fighter. Hey, come here, Wonderful.
Wonderful. Did you used to be a fighter?
Why, yes, ma'am, Miss Harriet. I'll never forget my first fight.
What happened?
Well, I ran out on the canvas, and the next thing I knew, I was part of it.
Well, when you fought Wonderful, did you stand back and box like Jim Corbett, or did you get in there and slug like Dempsey?
No, I ran like Romo.
Look, Wonderful, were you ever carried out of the ring on stretchers?
No, I used to have silver handles sewed onto my shorts.
Well, you know, I used to be a pugilist.
A what?
A pugilist. Pugilist, you know, P-U...
Yeah, that's you. You a fighter? You know, Red, I can't picture you as a fighter.
Listen, I'm in pretty good shape, Truman, considering I was very puny when I was a baby.
Yeah.
In fact, I was so puny they were going to drown me.
Well, why didn't they?
They were ashamed to be seen carrying me down to the river.
I was punchy once. But I'm terribly muscular now.
You are?
Yeah, here, feel my right arm.
Let's see. Hey, those shoulder pads are losing weight.
Now feel my left arm. Now get a load of that chest.
Yes.
Well, what do you think?
I'm sorry, I can't give you more than 4 cents a pound.
Operator, this is J. Newton Numbskull.
Deposit a nickel, please.
Okay.
Was that a nickel?
No, I just turning in some scrap.
What number do you want, please?
I want to talk to my wife. I got the number here.
What's her number, please?
Don't be silly. She hadn't had a number since she was paroled.
Pardon me, sir. I'll get your number for you.
Would you?
Yeah, operator, give me golden.
Pardon me, what was that prefix, please?
Golden. Like the more golden tobaccos you can see in Raleigh cigarettes. You know, the more golden tobaccos that experts agree are choicer, more expensive.
You'll have to call information.
That's right. For your information, golden means sunshine. And warm sunshine gently ripens the 31 rich golden tobaccos that are blended into Raleigh cigarettes for unrivaled richness, smoothness, mildness.
Just a moment, mister. You're taxing my patience.
Sure, I know there's a new cigarette tax, but with Raleigh cigarettes, you get valuable golden coupons worth 1 1/2 times as much as the recently added tax. They're redeemable for cash, 3/4 cent each. That's around a dime dividend when you buy Raleighs by the carton. Raleigh coupons may also be redeemed for war stamps. Yes, and for dozens and dozens of handsome luxury premiums.
Just a moment. I better get my wife myself. Hello, operator. Now she's gone.
Sure, she's gone to get the pack with the coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we celebrate a birthday. 1 year ago tonight, we introduced to the air for the first time a mean little boy called Junior. So tonight we're going to look back and see what would happen if he'd have thought of all of his escapades in one night. So Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid. Mummy, we gonna starve.
Why, Junior?
Well, you know that turkey we got for dinner?
Yes.
Well, Pop picked all the feathers off of it, and then he jumped out of the pan and ran away.
Oh, don't be silly. He's in the oven.
I knew I would find out where he was. You know, I kind of sorry we killed that old turkey.
You are?
Yeah, but he put up a great fight, though, didn't he? 3 times he took the axe away from Pop.
Now, Junior, don't bother me.
Okay.
I'm busy cooking.
All right.
Wait a minute. Where did you get that black eye?
I was playing Peep and Tom.
What happened?
I peeped when I should have Tom.
Oh, go play, Junior.
Okay, I will run around the room a couple of times. Get a little exercise. You up? Hey, Mummy, I found me roller skate. Oh, somebody's at the door. I will go see who it is. Somebody at the door. Hello, who sent you, Joe?
Hello, son.
Hey, what you selling?
Nothing.
What you collecting for?
Nothing.
Who you got a warrant for?
No one.
I'm sorry, Bub. You got the wrong house.
Oh, Junior, why did you slam the door in that man's face?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Good morning. I'm awfully sorry.
Is your husband home?
Uh-oh, the FBI. I better tell Pop to set off them printing presses.
Printing presses?
Yeah.
Well, what's he printing?
I can't tell you. But he sure has those pictures of Washington and Lincoln down pretty good.
Junior, now you get in the other room.
Okay. Oh, look, the window is up. I think I will crawl out and eavesdrop. Well, what do you know? They washed her. I thought it was over.
Junior, what did you break?
Meow.
Oh, that darn cat, he breaks more things.
It always was. Boy, oh boy. Hey, one for your life. I just put a firecracker in the goldfish bowl. That'll teach them to make faces at me. Hey, Mummy, can I have a walnut?
Well, just one. Dinner will be ready pretty soon.
Okay, I will bite it open. Well, there goes the last of me baby teeth. Hey, Mummy, look what I learned today. I can slide down the banister and turn around halfway down. Watch me. Ooh.
Now you stop that. You want to fall on your head and put a dent in the floor?
Don't worry, I won't do that no more.
Why not?
I was going south and I met a splinter going north.
Now, I'm going to go out and finish dinner.
Okay.
You sit in that chair and don't let me hear one peep out of you.
No, I'm going to go with you.
No.
Now, you let me go with you or I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody you used to be a barmaid.
Oh, I was not.
Oh, no. Hey, Queenie, 2 beers.
Coming right up. Now, Junior, you sit in this chair like I told you.
Okay. Oh, you broke me with a bat. You broke me with a bat. You threw me in a chair and broke me with a bat.
I couldn't break your back on that chair. It's upholstered with pillows.
Sure is soft, isn't it, man? Hey, Mummy, if you let me go with you, I will be good.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
But just because I trust you. Because you wouldn't say that if you didn't mean it.
You don't know me very well, does she, boy?
Well, come on.
Okay.
Oh, wait till I get the milk off the porch.
Okay. Here, let me carry it.
No, I'll carry it.
No, I want to carry it. Okay, you can carry it.
Oh, Junior.
Don't you hit me. Uh-oh, somebody back at the door. I will go. Howdy.
Well, what a pleasant smile.
Who's smiling? I got a banana in my mouth, sideways.
Sonny, will you tell your mother I'm here to collect the rent?
Oh, the rent. Hey, Mummy, Simon LeGreet here. Hey, come on in. The new Esquire just came. Got some pretty nice cartoons, too.
Oh, do you like Esquire?
Sure. I ain't always going to be widow, you know.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. I was just talking to your little boy. He
Yeah.
sure is healthy.
Ain't I,
Well,
Doc?
yes, he is now.
Yeah.
But he was pretty ill when he was a baby.
Yes, I was.
We thought we were going to lose him.
Yeah, but they didn't take me far enough out in the woods.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, make yourself at home. Take off your shoes. Do you drink?
Why, yes.
Very bad habit. Well, here I is, all alone. Took a long time, but here I is. Oh, look, the landlord left his car out here. I think I would get in and sit down. Oh, boy. Oh, look, he left the keys in the car. I all by myself, too. If I do, I get a whipping. I do it. I got calluses anyway. I gotta learn to drive sometime. I just turn it on and press it. Oh, I'm moving. Mommy.
Junior! Good heavens, what happened? Are you hurt?
That depends on what you gonna do to me.
Oh, look at my car.
Nice hunk of salvage, if you ask me, Bob.
Oh, Junior, get in the house.
Okay.
Why are you so mean?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't have a little brother to play with.
Oh. Junior, would you like to have a little brother to play with?
Well, if it's all the same to you, I'd just soon have a pony.
Junior. Look, dear, will you do me a favor? I want you to take this pumpkin pie next door to Mrs. Denny.
Now, she ought to know better than that.
Now, be careful, because it's got whipped cream on the top.
Okay, oh, boy, don't that look good? I will carry it like a bowling ball. Oh, boy.
I wonder if he'd be as mean if I hadn't had that witch doctor when he was born.
Well, here I is back. I think I'm going to go up and wash me widow face and take a nap.
Why, don't you want to eat?
Now, for some reason, I ain't hungry.
Hello? Why, Mrs. Denny, I sent that pie over by Junior.
Trouble in the front.
Oh, now I'm beginning to understand.
Now there'll be a little trouble in the rear.
Junior, come here.
Put that shillelagh down, and I will.
Come here.
You'll never take me alive!
Junior, what happened to that pie?
Now, wait a minute. Let's not get nosy, Mom.
Did you eat that pumpkin pie, Junior?
Nope, only half of it, the punk part.
Why didn't you eat all of it?
Well, what, you think I ate, a pig?
What did you do with the part you didn't?
Well, I put a hunt over in this pocket.
Oh, now you're going to get it.
What'd you do that for? I had a hunt in that pocket, too.
Hey, fellas, you pipe smokers, here's a word about uniforms.
Pipe smokers, Sir Walter Raleigh has given the tin off its pack to help win the war. Now it comes to you fully protected in its new Home Guard uniform. Same familiar orange and black design, but free of metal. And, of course, in keeping with its vital role in providing a peaceful pause from war work, Sir Walter Raleigh is rich and mild, smoothly satisfying. Blended in a masterful manner from extra-choice burleys, Sir Walter Raleigh is flavor-packed with a mellow, nut-like goodness, pleasingly aromatic. Tonight, try the quality pipe tobacco of America, Sir Walter Raleigh.
Remember, we'll all be back again next Tuesday at the same time. Red Skelton, Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. In the meantime, listen to the Tommy Dorsey Show tomorrow night over most of these same stations. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. And to save gas, share your car.
Red Skelton is heard on this program through the courtesy of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This program has been broadcast to the armed forces overseas and has come to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights-out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now. And now, come to the bank.
Please, would you come to the bank with me? Please. I have so many people, but they won't listen to me. Will you come to the bank with me? No, don't turn your head. Please don't go away. Listen, if I tell you very carefully why I want you to come to the bank with me, you will come, won't you? He's locked up in there. He can't get in the air. No, don't get excited. I didn't say he was locked up in the vault. All he's got in there for is money. I don't care about money. All I care about is him. I didn't mean to tell you. All right, I did. Come to the bank with me and help me. It's Fred Ross. He's in the bank and he can't get out. What are you laughing about? That's not so funny. I said he was in the bank and he can't get out. He's been in there for, I think it's 3 weeks. Blast you, stop laughing. Please listen to me. I'll tell you all about it for the start. I'm a school teacher. At the National High School, I teach physics. It's a rational science. Cause and effect. Cause and effect. Mr. Ross teaches in the same school. Psychology. The way of the human mind. But that's not an exact science, is it? The human mind is not exact at all. And that started it. That's what started it. Mr. Ross said to me.
Well, speaking quite frankly and candidly, Miss Moss, I don't think very much of your exact sciences.
2 and 2 always add up to 4, Mr. Ross.
Not where the human mind is concerned.
I don't understand.
Well, it is my profound conviction that the potentialities of the human mind and body have never been realized by any human creature.
But there have been great men. Plato, Lincoln, many scientists.
Yes, but only fractional greatness, using perhaps 1/10 of the power latent within themselves. It's all a matter of concentration. Thomas Edison used perhaps 1 iota more concentration than the average man and became one of the great inventors of all time. I tell you, Miss Moss, if men would concentrate their minds to the limit, the universe would be theirs.
That's a very innocent start, isn't it? Just a teacher talking about the human mind. I thought nothing of it. Mr. Ross was such an intense young man. I liked his intensity.
Just think what could happen if a man could bring his mind to the proper point of concentration. He could move objects with his mind. Yes, why not? Think that a table should move, and it would move.
Mr. Ross.
No. Think that he wanted to be a certain place, and he would be there. Men conceived this civilization just by a thought, and here it is. all his power of mind over matter.
I like to watch his eyes while he talks. They were so bright and burning. And his mouth, as he talked, the way it twisted. I couldn't help liking Mr. Ross, could I? We had dinner together once.
Will you have coffee with your dinner or later? What did you say?
The waiter wanted to know if you wanted coffee with your dinner.
Oh, no coffee.
Very nice of you to have dinner with me, Mr. Ross.
On the contrary, I'm grateful to you. You're a very good listener.
Thank you.
I've done a great deal of work in the week since I last talked to you.
Have you? Please tell me.
Well, it isn't exactly work. It's more of a decision.
Yes?
Yes. I've come to the decision to stop theorizing. Yes, I've decided to put what I believe into practice.
I don't know what you mean.
Well, it's quite simple. The powers of concentration. I've decided to put into practice the fruit juices for the lady. Yes, for the lady. Concentration, Miss Moss. I've decided to put into practice my theory of concentration. I don't want to anticipate, but I expect wonderful results, Miss Moss. I might even say unbelievable results.
Unbelievable results. Oh, must I tell you more? Please, come with me to the bank. All right, I'll tell you the rest. The day after he talked to me in the restaurant, Mr. Ross didn't come to school. I know that because at lunchtime he wasn't in his usual place in the cafeteria. And when I asked, they told me that he suddenly had taken leave of absence and that an extra teacher was taking over his classes. I was very disappointed. A week went by, 2 weeks. I decided to go see him. I took a few days off from my work. I found out his home number. Friday morning, I bought a new dress, very becoming one. Then I went to visit Mr. Ross. I was certain he wouldn't be angry with me. It's perfectly proper that I call on him as a friend.
Yes, Mr. Ross, he's at home. He has for the 2 back rooms. He has not been out of there for a week. Who's he going to let me go in to clean up? You go right ahead. Enter the staircase and to the right.
Mr. Ross, are you in there? It's Miss Moore. Could I speak to you for a moment? Standing there knocking, I suddenly realized that the door was ajar. Well, he didn't answer. Yet the landlord had said he was at home. I pushed the door open farther and glanced through the opening. Mr. Ross! Mr. Ross! Dead! Oh, no,
I'm alive.
Oh, I thought... Oh, Mr. Ross, your face, the way you look.
Water.
You are sick.
Not sick. Water.
I'll hold it. Doctor, I'll call a doctor.
No, wait.
But you ain't ill.
Listen to me.
Yes.
I'm not sick.
Well, then what?
I told you.
But I don't know.
I've been sitting here for a week.
Sitting for a week?
Concentration. Practicing concentration. Concentration. The experiment was most successful. Yeah, most successful. I've proven that I can do what some of the Orientals profess to do. Slow down through concerted willpower the essential life processes. A week without food and water. Is that not a triumph, Miss Moss?
I don't know. Mr. Ross, why do you do these things?
I'm trying to explain it to you simply. The human thoughts are like the rays of the sun, spreading in all directions. By the use of a lens, the rays of the sun can be focused on one point. And instead of warmth, there is a focal point of intense light that can burn its way through all obstacles. And so it is with human thoughts. If through concentration a man could focus them on one point, he would be a god among men. I tell you, Miss Moss, that I
I'm confident that I, through training, can become that one man in a million. Even as muscles can be trained. So I am training my mind. And the day when my training is complete, I will be able to do anything I desire. You hear me? Anything.
When he said that, thin and weak and tired as he was, his eyes looked at me and I was afraid. For him. I made up my mind right then. The first thing was to get him out of that room. He ate, rested, and then went out with me.
I don't see why I let you talk me into this, Miss Moss. I have so much work to do.
The walk will do you good.
Where are we going?
Well, first I want you to come to the bank with me.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you see, I've been thinking of taking a little vacation, and I need some money. Going to withdraw some.
Oh, I see.
I too want to get off someplace where I can concentrate.
Yes, most important.
Yes. Have you thought about going out to the country?
These buildings, Miss Moss. Look at them. Steel and concrete. So firm and so solid. So enduring. You know something, Miss Moss? Once upon a time, they were only an idea in man's mind. Perhaps even now they have no solidity, but are just ideas hanging in air, through which a man with single-mindedness of purpose could walk as easily as if he were walking through air. Do you understand me, Miss Moss?
I'm not sure. The country would be a wonderful place to work. Now, wouldn't it, Mr. Ross? We went into the bank. He kept talking about the powers of concentration. I hardly listened to him. All I could think about was that somehow I had to get him into a new environment. The foyer of the building where the bank was. We went in. People. Elevators. Suddenly Mr. Ross stopped. He stared at the wall. I said, Mr. Ross, what are you looking at?
This is the time.
Time for what?
I told you. When my subconscious reached the proper point of incubation, I would know that my powers had reached the point where I could do anything.
Mr. Ross, anything. Let go.
This is the time. Now. I must make use of that power now.
No, please. What are you going to do?
Marble wall. Straight ahead. I say I can walk through it.
No, please stop joking.
I will walk through it.
No, Mr. Ross, come out. Don't. Mr. Ross.
Oh, what?
Mr. Ross, he walked through the wall. You hear me? He walked through the wall. They're smart and self-certain, don't you? It couldn't have happened. But listen, you thing had mind, I tell you it did. I saw it with my own eyes. Mr. Ross walked right toward that marble wall and he went into it and then he was gone. You hear me? Gone. But I mustn't call you names. Make you angry, must I? Because you must come to the bank with me. Yes, I'll tell you more of just what happened on that day.
Look, lady, take it easy.
Get out of my way. The wall. He walked through that wall. I said he walked through that wall.
Say, please.
You said he did do it. He walked through that wall. He walked through that wall. Don't call me.
Oh, this lady. All at once she's doing you now.
Let's go. Mr. Ross, he's contemplated his mind. He said he'd walk through that wall, and he did. He did.
Mr. Sir.
Let go of me. That wall. Mr. Ross went through that wall.
Yes, we'll take you out of your mind.
Let go. Mr. Ross,
That wall is solid. Solid concrete faced with marble. You'd better go home and stop disturbing the peace. Show her to the door, Libby.
So they put me out. I stood in the street. I didn't know what to do. And then I knew. I would wait there until Mr. Ross came back. And he would come back. He'd gone through the wall. He must have come out on the other side. And now he would walk around the building and come back and make me fast. So I waited.
Good night, George. See you in the morning.
I waited a long time.
Are you waiting for something, lady? The bank's closed, you know. I've seen you standing here ever since I got on my feet, so I thought I'd talk to you.
A long time. It began to rain. I stood there in the rain. Mr. Ross. And what a terrible thought. What is he? I ran to the door of the bank building. It was locked. Let me in. Please, let me in. Listen to me. Let me in, Mr. Ross. I'm not going to Mr. Ross.
Hey, lady, what? Don't you know that this thing won't round? Now, take it easy, you. Hey, aren't you the one that's been standing out here?
Mr. Ross is in there.
Now, lady.
I will get in.
Hey, the door.
Mr. Ross.
I'll be acting like
I will get in. After this, I will get in.
Chicken the door in. Now, you come along with me.
Did you get in to see Mr. Ross last night? No.
Order in the court. Order in the court. Prisoner will be held for further examination. Next case.
I tried to tell them, Mr. Ross, but no one would listen to me. All night. And the next terrible day, no one would listen.
Now tell me, do you have dreams, Miss Marsh?
Only questions over and over.
Do you think that people dislike you?
Over and over.
Have you often seen Mr. Ross or other people disappear?
Over and over.
When did you first begin to have hallucinations?
So when I tried to tell them about Mr. Ross, they started to say terrible things to him.
The fact of the matter is, Mr. Ross has disappeared. It is the opinion of the police that he decamped for this woman's money. Yes, took her money and ran off. Yes, took her money and ran off.
I didn't care what they said. I had to get them back. You know why? Mr. Ross had started for the wall, and I had seen him go through it, and he hadn't come around to listen. So there was only one answer. He was still in the wall. And while Mr. Ross was in the wall, they were keeping me in the hospital. I had to get out.
How are you resting now, Miss Moss? Miss Moss, where? Window. Nurse, the woman in this room. She's gone. Out the window. Nurse, Miss Moss is gone.
In the street, still raining. I ran along the dark streets until I was at the bank. Closed. There was a dark doorway in another building. I hid in the dark and waited all through the night until morning, until they opened the doors of the bank. I went into the bank. I walked toward the wall. That wall. I wanted to run to it, but I walked. And I was there. The very wall he'd gone into. Mr. Ross, are you in there? It's Miss Moss. Ada Moss. Mr. Ross, please, if you're in there, answer me. They'll see me standing here by the wall talking, and they won't let me stand here. Mr. Ross, please, I've got my ear close to the wall. If you're in there, answer me. You did walk into the wall and stayed there. Yes, but what are you saying? I can't understand you. Please, Mr. Ross, speak so I can understand you. I will get you out of there. Help! Help! There's a man at the wall. Help me get him out. Mr. Ross, you here? I'll get you help. Hurry, people! There's a man at the wall. Mr. Ross is at the wall. They put me back in the hospital. They didn't believe me. They didn't help Mr. Ross. I was very sick. I don't know how many days I was in the hospital. Then I was all right. They let me out.
And this is your last warning, Miss Moss. You are to stay away from the bank. You are to behave yourself as a good, intelligent citizen you normally are. Your last warning, Miss Moss.
And all the time, Mr. Ross was in that wall, waiting for me to help him. And there was a little time left. A man such as Mr. Ross, powers of concentration. He could and did perform a miracle, walking through a wall. But even considering his strength and breath and the way he said, slowing down the vital life processes, how long do you think he could live entombed in that wall? I had to get to him. But when I walked by the bank, hiding in the crowd so they wouldn't see me, I saw that there was a policeman there. They put a policeman there just to keep me out. I had to figure out some way to get in there. Tell Mr. Ross to keep alive, that I was working to help him. I had to figure out a way. There's a store across the street. A insane.
Something for cleaning? Of course, madam. How much do you think you'll need? Oh, I suggest a pint. We have it here in bulk. Open it? Sure. See, it's standard cleaning fluid. Lady, no, that match. Look out, don't, it's inflammable. Don't! Help! Fire! Grab that woman! She set fire to the stove! Fire!
A few moments, everyone was so busy that I was quite free to go into the bank. In a few seconds, my ear was against the wall. Mr. Ross, I'm back. They tried to keep you away from me, but I'm back. Mr. Ross, can you hear me? Alive. Yes, still alive. Oh, Mr. Ross, what should I do? What? Yes, I will. They won't stop me this time. Something inside on the wall. Fire off the wall. Mr. Ross, look. If you could see, I got a fire out. Could they help you? We'll get out. We'll get you out. Yes, we'll get you out. The mob is crossing, Mr. Ross. And we'll get to you. Yes, no one will stop you now. There's no one to hold you. And I'm warning you.
Give me that axe.
No, you won't stop me. I bet they have Mr. Ross.
Give me that axe.
I'll give it to you.
Lady, what is that? The policeman. Come here. You the policeman.
Been my first visitor in weeks. Do you know what that means? All his days he's been in that war holding himself alive with all his will. But sooner or later, if he thinks I'm not going to help him, he'll give up hope. And he'll lose his will to live. And suddenly he'll die. He'll die. Please make them let me go and come and help me save Mr. Ross. If you don't help me, it will always be on your conscience, won't it? At night when you're alone and you can't sleep, you'll open your eyes and you'll see Mr. Ross entombed in that wall. But it won't be Mr. Ross anymore. Just the bones of a man. Bones and dead, decaying flesh and worms. And the skull will talk to you and ask you, why didn't you help me? So I ask you again, please, won't you come to the bank?
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world, who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman, who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Fellows and girls, have you ever seen a squadron of American bombers roaring through the air in formation? Have you seen newsreel pictures of Uncle Sam's destroyers cutting through the seas on patrol in search of enemy subs and surface raiders? I'm sure you have, and I bet you were thrilled. You probably felt terribly proud, too. Well, if you've been buying war-saving stamps regularly, you have a right to be proud. Not only because those planes and those ships represent the fighting spirit of America, but because you helped to build them. Yes, sir, every time you bought a war-saving stamp, Your money helped buy the labor and materials that are used to make planes and ships and equipment to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. So next time you hear some boy or girl on your block say, "Oh, shucks, what difference does it make if I buy one stamp or not? What difference can one dime make?" You tell them that it does make a difference. It makes a big difference. You tell them, for instance, that 5 dimes will buy enough fuel oil to take an American destroyer 1 full mile closer to its objective, or that 1 dime will buy 5 .45 caliber bullets. Tell them that if every boy and girl in the United States bought just 1 10-cent war-saving stamp every day, it would add up to enough money to buy a lot of swift pursuit planes with which our Army and Navy forces could blast the Axis out of the air. And while you're at it, you might remind them that this is one way that all you fellows and girls can help to win this war. Now, after all, everybody can't join Uncle Sam's armed forces, but all of us can buy war-saving stamps. So talk it over with Mother and Dad tonight. Tell them that you want to help Uncle Sam win this war by buying war-saving stamps regularly, every day if possible. And I'm sure they'll be glad to cooperate.
And now, the adventures of Superman. Superman and his companions in adventure are now in the Hudson Bay region of northern Canada, where they went to solve the mystery of the Headless Indian, an amazing phenomenon who rides a flaming horse through the night-filled forest. In our last episode, we heard how Lois Lane, lost in the deep woods in the midst of a raging blizzard, tried desperately to find her way back to the lodge. Niles Graham, otherwise known as the Laugher, had died of an accidental gun wound, and Lois had left him in the snow to return to the lodge. After hours of fighting her way against the storm, Lois suddenly realized she had been walking in a circle. All strength gone out of her, the girl reporter sank exhausted into the snow. Just then the howl of a wolf came to her on the wind, and she knew that the Wendigo, the werewolf, was abroad. And then, galloping through the night astride his flaming white horse, came the Headless Indian. Lying in the snow, unable to move, Lois watched with horror-struck eyes.
The Headless Indian. It's the Headless Indian, galloping through the night. It's true. There is a Headless Indian. Oh, no. No, it can't be. I'm seeing things again. It can't be true, because if it is, I'm safe.
Of course you're safe, Lois.
Oh, no. Oh, it's not you. It can't be Superman. How could you possibly have found me?
I've been circling about looking for you. I heard you scream. You're suffering from exposure. Here, I'll wrap my cape about you.
Oh, thank you. Warm. It was so cold.
Now, listen, I've got to work fast. The lodge is 3 miles away, but I'm going to fly so fast that we'll be there in 5 seconds. I'm going to cover your head with my cape, otherwise the wind will cut you to ribbons. When I tell you, take a deep breath and hold it. Can you do it?
Oh, yes, yes.
Good. All right, take a deep breath. Now, up, and away! We're here, at the lodge.
Oh, it can't be.
I'm going to leave you here at the front door. I'll knock on the door so someone will come and find you.
Oh, Superman.
Another time, Lois. Up, and away! Now to intercept that horse and his headless rider. He'll undoubtedly make for the Devil's Canyon again, the spot where the horse appears to take off and fly through the air. Well, I know there's a Superman, but I have my doubts about a super horse. Here we are. Well, not long to wait either. Here comes the flaming horse and his headless rider through the forest now. Certainly is a frightening sight. If I weren't Superman, I'd be scared green. Oh, what's this? The horse is stopping. The rider is pulling him up. Hello. The rider is removing what appears to be a headless pair of shoulders. Another Ichabod Crane, eh? The headless horseman of sleepy Canada. This will be interesting to watch. Let's see what happens.
Hey, Joe, for the love of Mike, send down that flag and tackle, will you? I'm numbered the cold.
Take your shirt on. You think I'm any warmer than you are sitting up here on this platform in a crane?
Oh, come on. Can it chatter? Send down that block and tackle.
Well, this is wonderful. A block and tackle to lift that horse into the air. To create the illusion that the horse took off into the air. Exactly the sort of fantastic but practical thing the Laugher would invent. He said this little adventure would end in the death of one of us, and he was the one to get it. Now what are they doing?
Hurry up. Let's get this thing over with.
I got to buckle this strap into the horse's belly, don't I? Give me a chance. Okay, I got the strap buckled. Now up with the horse. Take him up.
Well,
I think it's high time to take a hand in this amusing little incident. Just a moment, gentlemen.
But Lucifer, it's a guy in a Halloween costume. Say, what are you doing here?
Believe it or not, I was waiting for a headless Indian, and I believe I found him.
Come on down here, Joe. I got a feeling I'm going to have trouble.
There we are, Joe. I'll be up to you in a minute.
Now, look here, bud. I don't know who you are, but I ain't taking no chances, see? I got a rifle attached to this saddle, and I'm going to let you have it.
You're wasting your time.
What do you mean?
Bullets can't harm me, but you won't believe it until you see it. Go ahead and shoot.
Hey, this guy's crazy. He's plain nuts. He's asked me to shoot him.
Okay, shoot him.
Okay, I will. Jumping Judas, them bullets are bouncing off his chest like a jelly bean.
Now you're convinced?
Brother, I'm fixated. Here, you take the rifle.
You hold on to it.
I can't. I can't on account I'm going to pass out.
Hello up there. Joe.
Yeah?
Your partner has fainted. I'm coming up.
Now, wait a minute, bud.
Hello, Joe. What a neat little theatrical setup you've got here. Strong platform built between two pine trees, ropes, pulleys, wires, all for the one purpose of lifting that horse into the trees. Very interesting.
I done it all myself. I used to be a mechanic before I joined up with... Hey, I'm talking too much.
Nothing you can tell me I don't already know, Joe. All this hocus-pocus, the headless Indian, the flying horse coated with luminous paint, by the way, to make him glow in the dark. All this was designed to frighten Sebastian Beauvais away from the hunting lodge. I wonder why.
You do, huh?
Yes, I keep wondering why the laugher went to all this trouble to frighten Sebastian away from the lodge instead of killing him. Will you explain that, Joe?
Not me, but I ain't explaining nothing.
But I insist, Joe.
And I refuse.
Don't refuse, Joe.
I ain't talking.
I haven't much time to fool with you, Joe. Talk or you'll be sorry.
Nothing going.
My wrist. Hey, look out. You're breaking my arm.
Are you going to talk, Joe?
No, I ain't.
Your last chance, Joe. Talk or I'll break your arm.
Okay.
Well?
Okay, I'll talk. I'll tell you anything.
Excellent. Now then, why all this bother to frighten Sebastian away from the lodge? If the laugher wanted to get him out of the way, why didn't he kill him?
Well, that was what we was going to do. Until we found out that every night Sebastian played chess with that money at Lake Minnow by shortwave radio. If we killed Sebastian, he couldn't play chess no more. And if he didn't play chess no more, the money would get suspicious. And if the money got suspicious...
He would have made the trip up to see what was wrong, and that would have spoiled the laugher's plans, eh? Well, why did the laugher want to get rid of Sebastian Beauvais? Why did he want to get White and Miss Lane and Kent out of the way?
Well, the laugher was in the counterfeiting business.
Oh.
We counterfeited everything from the United States currency to victory bonds, including Canadian dollars.
I see.
The cops was getting pretty close to us in Metropolis, so the laugher decided to go far away, but he would never find us. So we hired this place from that French Canuck, and up we come. It took a lot of trouble getting the equipment in without the Canuck catching wise. We told him all them cases and things was hunting equipment and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he ever really believed it, but there wasn't much he could do. We set the stuff up in the cellar, and we've been working there ever since.
The cellar?
We made sure the Canuck stayed out of the cellar, I can tell you that.
Well, that about answers everything. Okay, Joe, now I'm going to take you for a little ride.
Hey, wait a minute. I told you everything you wanted to know, didn't I? What do you want to butt me off?
Oh, you misinterpret me, Joe. We're going for a little ride back to the lodge, where I intend to clean up this mess as quickly as possible. I'll just tuck you under this arm.
Hey, stop it! Will you stop it?
And we'll pick up your sidekick on the way down. Now to tuck him under the other arm. There we are. And now, up, and away!
And I tell you, my friends, for the first time in 2 months, I can sit back and enjoy myself.
Me too.
No more worry, no more trouble.
Well, the Northwest Mounted should be here by tomorrow night if they make good time. They can take your customers back with them. Say, by the way, Sebastian, you're sure they can't get out of those rooms we locked them in?
No, it is impossible. You know, I used to amazed when I see all that counterfeiting machinery in the cellar.
I should think you would have been.
Yeah, never once they let me go into the cellar. I know it's something wrong, but what? I do not know. This Mr. Graham, he is the head of the great counterfeiting business?
You mean counterfeiting racket?
Oui. He was the man known as the Laugher?
He certainly was. I was never so shocked in my life as when he confessed everything to me out there in the woods just before he died.
Day after tomorrow, you will go back with the Mounties, n'est-ce pas?
Yes, Sebastian. I'll be sorry to leave you. Somehow, despite all the danger and excitement, I've sort of enjoyed myself up here.
So have I.
And I, too, have enjoyed having you. But I must speak the truth. I would be happy to return to my quiet way of living, alone, by myself, with nothing but the wild creature of the woods. The deer, the caribou, the bear. This is my life.
What was that?
Sounded like... Like the laugher.
We must be hearing things. The laugher, Niles Graham, is dead.
You think maybe he's ghost?
Oh, nonsense, Sebastian. By this time we should have convinced you that ghosts don't exist.
Hark! Ghosts or no ghosts, someone is laughing outside that door. And it sounds like...
C'est impossible. The laugher is dead. You saw him die in the woods.
What are we going to do, Clark?
Well, I'm going to open that door.
No.
Impossible. It can't be.
Lois, Kent, and Sebastian stand transfixed, staring in shocked amazement at a huge, fat man whose many chins are aquiver with silent mirth. Can this be a joke that someone is playing on them? Or can it really be... But wait. Listen tomorrow for the answer to this puzzling question. Listen tomorrow and every day, same time, same station. Tune in and follow the adventures of Superman.
By all means, don't forget to tune in to Superman tomorrow for another thrilling and exciting episode. And don't forget to talk to Mother and Dad before you go to bed tonight about making arrangements to buy war-saving stamps regularly. Start the day off right tomorrow. Buy at least one 10-cent war-saving stamp first thing after breakfast. And remember what I told you at the beginning of this program. Every single dime is important, because all our dimes put together can go a long way to help pay for the guns and the tanks and the planes and the ships we need to knock out the Nazis and the Japs. And here's an idea for you. Why don't you get together with your friends tomorrow and make a joint pledge to buy war-saving stamps every time you've got a dime? See which of you can buy the most war-saving stamps every week and every month. In that way, you'll be doing your share to win this war.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Follow the adventures of Superman every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Superman is directed by George Lothar and is a copyrighted feature appearing in Action Comics magazine. This is Mutual.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! There's danger on the trail ahead! Oh, Silver! Hoy!
Black clouds scudded across the night sky. Wind whipped along the border like a surf lashing the shore and swept north with countless whirlpools of prairie dust. Shivering in the wintry blasts, a herd of longhorns huddled closer together and bawled plaintively. The waddies detailed to guard them blew into their cupped hands and ducked their heads against the dusty onslaught.
Watch them calves, Lefty. If they stray from the herd, we'll never find them in this dust.
Yeah.
Can't keep the sand out of my eyes.
I'll be glad to get back to the bunkhouse.
Lefty, look.
What?
Prairie fire.
Holy cats.
The wind's blowing it this way.
Quick for the cattle.
And the ranch buildings, too. Get the boys. We gotta hit it up. Get up there.
As the waddies raced to the ranch house for aid to combat the fast-spreading flames, the small, shrewd eyes of two men who watched them go flickered with amusement. They pulled their hat brims over their faces to shield them from the sandstorm, then looked again at the now roaring prairie fire they had started.
They won't stop that blaze in a hurry, Barney.
You said it, Spade.
You got the wind with us, too.
Yeah, and a dust blizzard. Just to make it harder for them cowpokes to put it out.
It'll take just about every hand they got to fight the fire.
Yeah. Even them that's guarding the cattle.
As soon as they're all busy with the blaze, Leif and the boys will rustle the steers.
Lighting a grass fire is the best decoy we've hit on yet.
Yeah, ain't no way they can meet it.
Waddies are coming back.
Bringing scythes to cut the grass.
Look back there. Ain't that Leif and the boys?
Yeah, that's them. They're splitting up to stampede the herd.
Bring them scythes over here. Cut down the grass.
How in thunder do you suppose it started?
Oh, I don't know, but it'll take every hand to put it out. Spread out, boys. We gotta work fast.
What's that?
Sounds like gunfire.
Rustlers.
We're stampeding the herd.
We've been tricked, Mac.
Yeah.
What do we do?
Stay here and fight the fire. If them flames reach the ranch, it'll burn like paper.
What about the stairs?
We'll trail them after the fire's out. I'd sure like to get my hands on the polecats and start a prairie fire just to get their crooked fingers on some cash.
Sheltered from the dust storm in a cave, the Lone Ranger and Tonto watched a faint red glow spread against the black sky.
It's a grass fire, Tonto.
Ah. How far away would you say it is?
Maybe 10, 15 miles. With this wind, it'll take the ranchers hours to put it out.
We right there?
Yes, Kimosabe. They'll need all the help they can get. Yes, Silver.
Come, Scout.
Big fella. All right, big fella.
Get him up, Scout.
Oh, Silver.
Meanwhile, in the back room of the cafe in Border City...
Hey, your deal, Barney.
That idea of yours, Spade. Set the grass fire to call off the guards while Leif and the boys rustle the cattle.
Another thing they could do about it either, as long as the wind was blowing the flames toward the range.
They'll trail the stairs as soon as it's out, though.
Not more than a few miles. The boys are covering up the trail by driving the herd over a rocky patch. That way they won't leave tracks.
Yeah. Well, I guess Leif will be collecting the cash from that cattle buyer pretty soon.
Leif's got a job to do first.
What kind of job?
Tad Harrison arrives in town this morning.
Yeah, no. Heard he went straight to see the sheriff's daughter, Betty. They can't sweeten each other.
He was just let out of the state prison.
What about it?
Tad was sent up for cattle rustling. Leif testified against him to save his own skin.
Yeah, I remember.
When the sheriff hears about tonight, he'll suspect Tad. But Tad will have an alibi and put it on Leif's trail.
That means our trail. What'll we do?
Leif's already figured it out. He's aiming to beat Tad to the draw by pinning the blame on him.
How?
Leif's meeting Tad tonight in Silver Basin.
Well, that's on the trail where the boys are running the cattle.
Yeah. Leif's going to cut about 100 longhorns from the herd and drive them into the basin. Them steers will trample Tad to kingdom come.
He'll ride away from him.
He can't. Silver Basin's a regular pocket. He'll be trapped by rock walls on 3 sides and 100 stampeding steers from the other.
Say, that sure is slick.
Yeah, and when the sheriff finds him, he'll figure the longhorns ran Harrison into the basin while he was rustling them, huh?
The wind howled wolfishly overhead as Tad Harrison reined in his horse in Silver Basin. He beat the sand from his sombrero and cotton shirt and waited impatiently for the man he had agreed to meet.
Steady, boy. I don't like it any more than you. At least we're not eating prairie dust for a change. I don't know why Leif Stevens has to see me tonight, and here of all places. If I hadn't promised Betty I wouldn't, I'd settle accounts with that double-crossing polecat. What's that? Sounds like thunder. Longhorns. Coming this way. They're heading in here.
As the longhorns thundered toward Silver Basin, the death trap Leif Stevens had cunningly prepared for Tad, the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced along the same trail near the basin's entrance.
Rain over to the side, Tonto. Those steers will run us down. Then come plenty fast. Over Silver. Let those longhorns have the trail. Come on, Scout. Here's the basin. We're waiting the entrance while the cattle go by. Ho, Silver, ho, ho. Ho, fella, ho, ho, fella, ho. Looks like the Bar Z brand, Tonto.
That right?
They're coming from the direction of the fire. I wonder if they...
Maybe ranchers driving here. Save them from fire.
Looking to the size of that glow in the sky, I'd say the Bar Z needed all hands to stop the flames.
Well, how cattle get here, then?
I don't...
Huh. Look there. Holler fire guns.
Cowboys don't do that. They're rustlers.
Them stampede some steers this way.
They'll trample us, Tonto. Right back into the basin. Go on, Silver.
Look, Scout.
Into the basin raced the powerful white stallion and the sturdy paint. Behind them thundered 100 Texas longhorns.
We're gaining on them, Tonto. We've got to stop them. This basin has only one outlet.
That man up ahead.
We can use him. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
With only seconds to spare, the masked man and his Indian friend rode until they faced a sheer stone wall, then leaped from their horses. The Lone Ranger recognized Tad Harrison and quickly made him a part of his plan.
Hurry. Cut down the brush with your knives. Keep it in as many piles as you can.
Working against time, the 3 men raced the scattered brush, cutting it down and heaping it in piles in front of them. Then they set fire to each of the brush heaps.
The cattle are almost here.
They've got to stop.
Flames stopping, you see.
To the 3 men standing with their backs to the wall, the longhorns seemed to hurl their massive bulks forward for the kill. And the flames from the brush piles leaped into a curtain of fire, shielding the men.
Cattle are turning. They're heading back.
That was a close one. Say, what was that?
Look. The man who stampeded the cattle. He's fallen under them.
Riding with Tad to where the fallen man lay, the Lone Ranger and Tonto bent to examine the outlaw.
Him dead.
Why, it's Leif Stevens.
Yes, I know.
He must have planned that stampede to kill me. That's why he asked me to meet him here.
Why would he want to kill you?
Why, I don't know.
The cattle you saw were part of a herd stolen by Leif and his men from the Bar Z ranch. Tad?
But you know who I am?
Yes.
That mask. Are you
I'm not an outlaw. Tad, you were sent to prison for cattle rustling. Are you connected with this gang?
No. Well, when they set me free, I swore I'd go straight.
Well, I believe you, but I doubt if the sheriff will.
I don't understand.
Those steers were driven from the direction of that prairie fire.
Yeah, I saw the glow in the sky. It's gone now.
Them maybe put out flames.
That fire was apparently no accident, Tad. It probably was started by men working with Leif, so the gang could steal the cattle.
I guess you're right.
The sheriff will suspect you as one of them.
But it's not true.
Leif was friendly with 2 strangers in town. If they're members of the gang, they probably knew of his plan to kill you.
I don't know any strangers.
And since you just left jail, the chances are they don't know you.
But you've got
It'll be necessary for you to stand a cover for a while.
Oh, I can't even see Betty.
The sheriff's daughter?
Yeah. We were planning to be married soon.
Won't help your chances if you're jailed for rustling again, Tad.
You're right.
Take care of Leif. Come along, Tonto.
What we do now?
We'll trail those steers. Steady, big fella. We'll be back soon to take you to our camp, Tad. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Hey, I don't even know who you are.
You look in saddlebag.
Saddlebag? A silver bullet. What? The Lone Ranger.
As the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Tad Harrison talked in Silver Basin, the men of the Bar Z Ranch, with the help of neighboring ranchers and townspeople hastily recruited by the sheriff, threw sand on the last flickering flames of the once roaring prairie fire.
Fire's just about out, Max. Tell your men to stack them sides, Lefty. The sheriff has a word to say.
All right, boys. Drop what you're doing. We got other work to do. Ben, you all know this fire was started so a gang of the lowest coyotes you can imagine could rustle a Bar Z steers.
You bet we know. And when we get our fists on them, we'll teach them what it means to play with matches. Huh, boys?
I'm calling for volunteers to trail them hombres right now.
Count me in, Sheriff. I reckon he can count us all in. Can he, boy?
Yeah. All right, boys. Get to your horses and ride.
Back on the trail, the muscular legs of the great horse Silver and the sturdy Scout stretched with powerful strides in pursuit of the stolen cattle. Even in the dark, the herd's hoof prints were easy to follow, though partly obliterated by the sifting sands. Then suddenly they were swallowed up by a 5-mile stretch of stone and shale known as Rocky Patch.
Silver, I was afraid of this, Tonto.
Rustler's plenty smart.
It'll take hours to patrol the rim of this patch and pick up the trail. The way the wind is blowing the dust, the rustlers' tracks will be completely covered before they're found.
We hunt anyway?
I know, Tonto. I have a better idea. Wait. The men from the Bar Z.
Them follow cattle, too.
Look, Sheriff! A masked man on an engine!
There we are!
Come on, Silver!
Get him up, Scout!
They're riding away!
Don't let him! They may be the polecat that started the fire!
Boys! It's no use, Mac. That white horse is traveling like a streak.
Keep on, shoot!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Continue our story. The next day, 2 figures concealed by the low-hanging branches of a tree crept stealthily to the window of the back room of a cafe. One wore a white sombrero and a black mask. The other was an Indian.
Those are the 2 strangers I saw with the Leif, Tonto. They may be members of the gang.
We listen, maybe find out.
Yes, come on.
Another game, Bonnie?
No. I'm sick of this waiting, Spade.
Yeah, take it easy.
We've been gambling here all night. What's keeping Leif?
He'll be along.
Yeah. Suppose he don't come.
What do you mean?
It'd be easy for him to slip over the border once he collected the cash.
I don't like that kind of talk, Bonnie.
I don't like this waiting either. We risked a noose setting that fire so he could rustle them cows. I want to see my cut.
Yeah, something must have happened, maybe.
What? Why, we watched him till he got the cattle clean away.
I mean in Silver Basin, while he was stampeding them steers.
You're loco. The only thing that could happen in that basin last night happened to Tad.
I reckon you're right. I don't see how Tad could turn the tables, but...
But what?
I'd feel a lot safer if we knew what that hombre looks like. Just in case he got late and came gunning for us.
Hogwash, Spade. You just...
What do you suppose that is?
I don't know. Leif wouldn't knock.
Want to talk to you two.
Oh, hello, Sheriff. Come on in.
You've been in town several days now. Claim you're interested in cattle.
We are.
Bought any steers?
Well,
The fact is, Sheriff, we ain't found any of these parts worth buying.
So you decided to get them another way, huh?
What do you mean?
500 prize Barzee stock was raided last night. But I guess you boys wouldn't know anything about that, hmm?
Nope.
Or how that grass fire was started so as to make it easy for the rustlers to run the steers.
What grass fire?
You've been pretty friendly with Leif Stevens.
Just had a few drinks with him, Sheriff.
Suppose you ain't chummy with Tad Harrison either.
Never met the hombre.
Appears to me it's more than just an accident. Them steers were stolen the day Tad was let out of prison. Looks to me like Tad and Leif Stevens buried the hatchet to pull this job. But I ain't so sure you two weren't in on it.
Oh, now you got us wrong, Sheriff.
Well, maybe I have. Maybe I haven't. But I'm keeping an eye on you. Good day, gents.
From their place of concealment near the window, the Lone Ranger and Tonto watched the sheriff leave the cafe. Then the masked man turned to his Indian friend.
The sheriff was bluffing, Tonto. He's sure Spade and Barney are connected with the rustlers, but he has no proof.
Then not give him clue.
No.
Sheriff, maybe scare him out of town.
They won't go far without their share of the cash.
That's right.
With Leif Stevens dead, Wait.
What you think?
We may be able to trick them, Tonto.
You got a plan?
Yes. It's a long chance, but it may work.
What me do?
Return to the camp. I'll join you there. Wish me luck, Kimosabe.
Meanwhile, in the back room of the cafe, Spade and Barney hastily conferred.
Barney.
Yeah?
This place is getting a little too warm. We better get to Leif before the sheriff does.
Yeah. Somebody else's fingers will be on that cash if we don't.
Yeah, let's go.
Up your hands.
What the?
Masked.
Sit down.
Who are you?
Leif Stevens stampeded a bunch of steers into Silver Basin last night. He thought he could make murder look like an accident.
How did you know?
I'm looking for the men who helped plan it.
We didn't have nothing to do with it, mister.
No, it was old Leif's idea.
It's the last idea Leif will have.
You mean you?
He's 6 feet under.
Say, you must be...
Who do you think I am?
Tad Harrison.
Yeah.
Well, what's it worth to keep me from turning you over to the sheriff?
Why,
1/3.
Sure, Tad. You can have Leif's share.
Who has the cash?
The man who bought the steers. He was supposed to give Leif the money.
Where are the cattle located?
That's our secret.
Yeah.
May not be unless you act.
What do you mean?
The sheriff traced the cattle to Rocky Patch. His posse's patrolling the patch to pick up the trail and recapture the steers.
How do you know?
I saw them.
Spade, if that posse recaptures the cattle before we collect the cash, our work will be for nothing.
But how we get through Rocky Patch with the posse on guard?
By kidnapping the sheriff's daughter.
What?
Going local, Ted?
You want to collect the cash and cross the border, don't you?
Sure, then we'll be safe.
What's that got to do with it?
I get it. To save his daughter's life, the sheriff wouldn't stop us.
You mean?
He called in his posse and let us travel through Rocky Patch to pick up the cash.
What makes you so sure?
Because we'll leave a note threatening his daughter with death if she doesn't.
I don't know.
Afraid to, Spade?
Who's afraid?
Chip in, then.
All right. I'm in.
Good. We'll draw lots.
What for?
Spade, tear 3 strips from this newspaper.
Yeah, all right.
Hold them while Barney and I draw. The one who draws the shortest strip will stand guard outside the sheriff's house while the others go in.
Hurry up with them strips, Spade.
I'm arranging them.
Well, don't be so careful about it.
All right. Yeah, I'm ready.
You first, Barney.
Sure. It's a long one.
I'll draw. Another long one. That means you have the short one, Spade.
Yeah.
You'll watch outside while Barney and I go in.
When shall we pull this job, Ted?
I'll meet you at that clump of trees behind the sheriff's house at midnight.
Somebody's in for a big surprise.
Yes, Barney. Somebody is.
That evening, the two outlaws made hasty but careful preparations for kidnapping the sheriff's daughter and eluding the sheriff's posse in order to pick up the cash for the stolen cattle. Meanwhile, the Lone Ranger conferred with Tonto and Tad at their camp not far from town.
You know what to do, Kimosabe?
Tonto, no.
Don't miss with that knife.
Me not miss.
I know I can count on you. Tad, have you written a note to Betty, the sheriff's daughter?
Yeah, it's right here.
What did you say?
Just what you told me to say. Told her about tonight's plan and to stay overnight with her aunt to avoid risk.
Good.
Me take note now?
Yes, Tonto. It'll soon be time for me to meet the rustlers.
Come, Scout. We see you after midnight, huh?
Yes, Tonto. If everything works as we planned, Tad will be free to go tomorrow.
Thanks to you two.
Get him up, Scout.
Promptly at midnight, the masked man met with Spade and Barney in the clump of trees behind the sheriff's house. Barney showed the masked stranger, whom he and Spade thought to be Tad Harrison, the note he had written to be left after the kidnapping. It threatened Betty, the sheriff's daughter, with death unless her father complied with the outlaw's demand that the posse be withdrawn in order to clear their way through Rocky Patch to the pay cache. Then, as the moon hid behind a heavy cloud, the three crept quietly toward the sheriff's house.
Reckon they're asleep.
Yeah. Ain't no light showing.
Stand by this window, Spade. You can watch the inside of the house from here.
Yeah.
Barney and I'll go around to the front.
And don't be long.
Glad you're with me instead of Spade, Barney. You've got more nerve.
Spade's cautious, that's all.
Spade would like to collect the cash from the cattle buyer in one piece, Barney.
What do you mean?
Remember when we drew lots?
Yeah.
Spade made all 3 strips of paper long.
He did?
Yeah. And as long as we drew first, he could throw his strip away or break it short and claim ours were long.
What did he do that for?
Well, he wanted to be sure to be chosen for outside duty. If this plan fails, it'll be the 2 of us inside that'll be trapped.
Say, that's right.
Now be careful of that loose pole.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, maybe Spade's figuring to double-cross us, Tad.
We'll soon know.
Maybe he's planning on something happening to us.
Keep your gun ready.
It is, don't worry. If I thought Spade would double-cross us, I'd riddle him in a minute. What is it?
Spade's watching right outside that window.
What'll we do?
We've got to pass the window to get to the girl's room, Barney.
Yeah?
You pass the window first. You hear me whistle? Drop to the floor fast.
Where'll you be?
Watching Spade through the window.
Well, here goes. What happened?
Look.
A knife. Why, that double-crossing polecat tried to pin me with a knife, huh? I'll show him.
Drop that gun, Barney.
What?
Drop it.
Another double-crosser, huh? Take this.
What's going on here?
Here's a prisoner for you, Sheriff.
Mask.
This is one of the men who started the prairie fire.
You ain't selling me out alone, Tad. That double-crosser Spade is in this as deep as I am.
What?
Don't stand there like a fool, Sheriff. I tell you, Spade's outside. He's as guilty as starting that fire as I am. Get after him. He'll escape.
No, he won't. Spade's already been taken care of. He didn't double-cross you, Barney. You double-crossed him. Someone else threw that knife. But you've given the sheriff enough evidence to arrest you both.
I should say he has.
I lied, Sheriff.
Why did you come here tonight, Barney?
Why,
You came to kidnap the sheriff's daughter, so he wouldn't prevent you and Spade from claiming the cash for the stolen cattle.
Frame up, I tell you, Sheriff.
Sheriff, you'll find proof in Barney's pocket. A note he wrote threatening your daughter with death unless you complied.
What you mangy
What about this hombre, Sheriff? Tad Harrison. He didn't do any work, but he was willing to share in the cash.
I'm not Tad Harrison, Barney.
Of course he ain't.
You said you were.
No, Barney. You said I was. You and Spade.
Here's a real Tad Harrison right here.
He's right, Barney.
You won't have any trouble getting Barney to tell you where to find the cattle now, Sheriff. Or the gang either.
Mister, I don't know who you are, but I don't mind telling you this case had me stumped. I had a posse searching the patch for hoof prints. But after that dust storm, it'd take a miracle for me to find them.
You mean the trail was covered by the dust?
Clean as a whistle.
Well, that low-down coyote. The masked man knew it all the time.
Wasting your breath, Barney. He's gone.
Gone? But who is he?
He's the Lone Ranger.
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Here are the top tunes on your Red Hot and Blue Tune Parade. 1, 2, 3, 4, sound off! Well, now that we've beat out 4 with a baton, this is Harry Von Zell sorting out the orders to sound off with the 4 tunes you set up on this parade. Here's the cantata that wound up as number 4. The orders from Dutch Harbor put it there. It's Teddy Wilson, Red Norvo, Roy Eldridge, and 6 other all-stars playing The Sheep. Now, here's a ditty that has brought in a few orders from time to time, but a batch of them put it here in the number 3 spot today. Jimmy Dorsey backing up Gladys Tell in I Dream of You. You ask for it again, so we'll bow to the orders that make it number 2. This time Andy Russell sings it. A Fellow on a Furlough.
I'm just a fellow on a furlough, out looking for a dream. The one who's in my dreams every night. A lonesome fellow on a furlough in search of company. Somebody who will be my guiding light. Oh, pretty lady, you hear me say, beautiful lady, are you going my way? I'm just a fellow on a furlough whose hopes have all come true. The girl of my furlough dreams is you.
Do you want to sing it, dance to it, or just relax and listen? You see, the only way we can find out is by getting orders from you. Just write to Sound Off, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Now, attention, men. We now present the pewter pin. The award for the nicest letter of the day goes double. First to a large gang of CBs in the Aleutians, the boys of Tent 95, and also to Charles Mackinson and Howard Lane. Here it is, fellas, and we had plenty trouble getting her for you. Una Mae Carlisle singing her newest song, It Ain't Like That.
There's a crazy expression in Chicago now. It's a funny thing, but it's caught on somehow. No, it ain't like that. What you said, it ain't like that. What you said, I said. Yes, I said that. So if you're hip, watch your steps and think your rest. It ain't like that, I said. Yes, I said that. Now tell me, honey, just to make me. Oh, when in reality, seeing is believing and hearing is deceiving. No, it ain't like that. ABC, you follow me. It ain't like that, I say. Yes, I said that. reality. A seeing is believing and a hearing is deceiving. No, it ain't like that. ABC, you follow me. It ain't like that, I say. Yes, it ain't like that. What you bet? It ain't like that.
Here it comes, and this time it's the winner, number 1. Back home in Indiana, the town criers sing it.
I've always been a wanderer over land and sea. Yet a moonbeam on the water casts a spell over me. A vision fair I see, and again I seem to be back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see a gleaming candlelight still shining bright through the sycamores for me. The new morning sends all its fragrance from the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the water, baby, that's when I long for my Indiana home. Alfalfa sends all its fragrance, coo-wee, coo-wee, from the fields I wandered, the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash, then I long for my Indiana. Boys, nothing that's fine and sharp as mine. Indiana home.
Well, we'll settle for 4 and admit that winds us up. We'll be back again soon, though, and when you write, be sure you address your letters to Sound Off. That's important. Don't leave that name out. Until next time, then, this is Harry Von Zell, and remember, this is Sound Off. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
From Hollywood, California, we present Bottled Up, a new Dr. Christian Prize play starring Gene Herschel and sponsored by the Teesbro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other Vaseline specialties. How long is 7 seconds? Well, listen to the metronome tick them off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Every 7 seconds, an accident occurs in some home in the country. Yes, there are more than 12,000 home injuries a day, all of them serious enough to be reported. And think how much more frequent are those minor injuries that you take care of yourself. For those everyday emergencies, always be prepared. Keep Vaseline jelly on hand. In case of minor burns or scalds, apply it at once.
Vaseline jelly quickly eases the pain, brings soothing relief. Use it, too, for all those small cuts and abrasions, bruises and scrapes. It's an excellent dressing. Vaseline jelly gives effective 1-2-3 first aid. 1, it soothes minor skin irritations. 2, it forms a protective film that helps keep infection out when the skin is broken. And 3, it helps to promote healing. You can't tell where an accident is going to happen, so it's good strategy to keep several jars of Vaseline jelly in the house. In the medicine cabinet, the kitchen, and, of course, in your first aid kit. You better not wait. Get Vaseline jelly tonight. It's only 10 cents a generous jar. When you buy, look for the trademark Vaseline. It's your guarantee of absolute purity. The 26-year-old author of tonight's prize play, Bottled Up, is Robert Barnes Tuttle, manager of the Adrian College Press at Adrian, Michigan, and instructor in journalism at Adrian College. This is his first radio play, although he says he's been writing since he was in grade school. Freshman year in high school, he started a publication called Boys Chum, which eventually reached a paid circulation of 1,000. In college, he edited the yearbook in the newspaper, crooned with a dance orchestra, and played timpani and snare in the Albion College Band and Orchestra. He's married now, has a young son, and expects to continue with his writing career. He vouches for the accuracy of the drugstore atmosphere in his play Bottled Up because his dad is a druggist. Well, Vaseline products have many friends among the druggists of this country, so we present tonight's prize play with a special bow to them. The chief characters in the play, in addition to Dr. Christian, played by Gene Hersholt, and Judy Price, played by Lurene Tuttle, are Roy Davis, the druggist, played by Frank Martin, Chief of Police Butler, played by Charles Seal, Eric Ranson, president of the Ajax Pharmaceutical Company of Center City, played by Mason Molsner, an employee of the Ajax Pharmaceutical Company, played by Franklin Parker, and a drugstore clerk, played by James Eagle. The opening scene takes place in Dr. Christian's laboratory, adjoining his office. And so the curtain rises.
Judy? Yes, Dr. Christian?
What did you do with the hammer?
Hammer? Oh, my, I'll bet you anything. It's out in the car. That's what happens when you put up a quarantine sign for the health officer. If he'd attend to his business...
Well, I still need the hammer.
I'm going right after it. Goodness, I've never seen a man like Dr. Christian. In her idle a single moment. He ought to be resting instead of opening his new drug shipment. Oh, there's the hammer, just where I left it in the car. Here it is, Doctor. Safe and sound. A hammer for opening drug shipments that ought to be left to the office boy if we only had one.
Now, what can an office boy do that I can't?
Be lazy when there's nothing to work at.
Oh, but office boys are generally that way. That's why I never became one.
You still ought not to open boxes.
Well, you should know me by this time, Judy, that my philosophy is that a busy man hasn't time to see that. More people spend as much time working as to do about imagining ailments. The doctor would have more time to look after the really sick people.
I see I drew a lecture again.
Well, perhaps I should charge for my lectures.
Are those bottles of methylate in this shipment?
I expect so. I didn't realize we were nearly out until we had that accident case last Wednesday night.
Say, when does that young man will be back who wanted a bottle of it?
You mean the chap who said he was using it in an experiment with white rats?
Mm-hmm. He seemed quite concerned about it.
I don't figure it out. I didn't know of any extraordinary medical properties about methylate that would fit it for experiments with white rats. But then I suppose I'm getting behind for my profession.
Oh, you're doing no such thing.
No, I appreciate your confidence in me.
You're welcome, indeed. Did you tell him you had some methylate coming?
Yes, but I offered him downtown. He may be able to get some, but I doubt if they'll sell him a full quart bottle without a prescription.
Oh, then he might be coming back.
Perhaps, but...
I'll answer.
Oh.
Dr. Christian's office.
Is that you, Judy?
Oh, hello, Roy. How are you?
I think I'll live. Say, is Dr. Christian there?
Yes, you want to talk to him?
Just ask him if he told a young man to come in here for a full bottle of methylate.
Okay. Dr. Christian, it's Roy Davis. He wants to know if you send anyone to the drugstore to get a full bottle of methylate.
No. That's ridiculous. Let me speak to him. Hello, Roy?
Yes, Doctor.
What's this Judy tells me?
Well, there's a fella in here, and he's... Hey, you!
Roy! Roy! What happened? Roy! Come on, Judy. Get your coat. We're going downtown. I don't like the sound of things. There we are, Judy.
There's Roy now.
He's looking up and down the street for somebody.
Oh, look, and he's rubbing his head, too.
What happened, Roy?
Oh, while I was talking with you, he swiped it and then took a sock at me when I tried to stop him.
Swiped what, Roy?
And who was he?
I've never seen him before. He came in and asked for a full bottle of methylate, said you'd sent him. When I called about it, he followed me behind the prescription counter, and while I talked, he must have spotted the location of the bottle and took it.
Well, how did he know what it looked like?
I don't know.
He probably had seen one before. Besides, didn't you show that young fellow your half-empty bottle this morning?
You don't think it might be the same fellow that came in to see me, do you?
Why, who else? You sent him to Roy, didn't you?
Well, in a roundabout sort of way, I guess I did. But a quart of that stuff. Why did he buy it?
He wasn't getting it very fast, was he?
Well, it would make more sense if he had stolen money.
Don't ask me to figure it out.
Why, Roy, I do believe you're getting a black eye. You need a beefsteak.
If I ever get my hands on that guy...
What did he look like?
Oh, I don't know, dark coat, wore a cap, and had a heavy plaid scarf. I didn't pay much attention to him till he started after that bottle. For the life of me, all I can see now is his fist popping me in the eye.
Well, it's all very puzzling indeed, and quite silly.
Why, here comes the police. Could they have heard about your...
Oh, no. No, they're going right on by.
Well, come on, Judy, let's go and see what they're after. Oh, Roy, try cold compresses on that eye, followed later by hot ones.
Goodbye, Roy. You take care of your eye.
We'll see you later.
There it is. The police car stopped in front of Taggart's Cut Rate Pharmacy.
So it has.
Oh, look, somebody's waving at us.
It looks like Chief Butler.
Hurry up, Dr. Christian. A guy's got plugged.
Plugged?
Better come with me, Judy. I may need you.
Oh, I'll be right on your heels. My, how quickly a crowd gathers.
Oh, watch your step, Judy.
Oh, dear.
There's broken glass on the sidewalk.
Why, they must have broken a window. No, they haven't either.
Oh, it's a bottle smashed all over the place. Let me through here, folks. Step aside and let us through the door, please. Well, what happened, Chief?
This man's been slugged.
I see. Step back, everybody, will you? We need air here. Judy, my bag.
Yes, Doctor.
Now, let's see. He's beginning to show signs of coming out of it.
Is he hurt bad?
I'll tell you in a moment. Hey, what kind of crime wave are we breathing here in Riverside, Chief?
Crime wave?
Yeah, some fellow just entered Roy Davis' drugstore and tried to knock Roy out.
Hold up, artist?
Apparently not.
Drunk?
I can't say, but he's smart enough to pick a certain kind of medicine off the shelf and steal it. Did he take anything here, I wonder?
Well, I don't know. And it might not be the same fella anyway.
No, he's coming around. Hand me that spirits of ammonia, Judy.
Is he hurt much, Dr. Christian?
Oh, just knocked out.
Where'd he go?
There. Don't try to get up. Take it easy. Now, where did who go?
The fella.
What fellow?
The fella that hit me. Where'd he go? Did you catch a rascal?
What did he look like?
Huh? Well, he was tall and wore a muffler and a cap, too, I think. He mumbled something about a prescription and asked if I had a quart of methylate. Well, I knew we had a new bottle, but I made a pretense of looking and said we only had one pot full. And I didn't see any reason why he'd want the stuff or why I should sell it. He must have followed me back behind the prescription case for when I turned. There he was. He hit me hard.
Is the bottle gone? Take it slow.
Oh, I'm okay, I guess, Doc.
Well, if you're okay, young fella, show us where that bottle is kept.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's right over there, and that's it. What? Well, it's gone. It's a half-full bottle in the other. They're both gone. We just got one of them in about an hour ago. It was a shipment that arrived this morning.
Wild goose chase.
Maybe so, Judy, but a very peculiar chase.
Some fella must be crazy. Going around beating unsuspecting druggists over the head for a bottle of a harmless drug.
And then breaking the bottle to pieces on the sidewalk outside the store. I can't figure it out. There's more to it than we think.
Did you hear something?
I did, Judy.
The door to the back room. Oh.
Yes, obvious to see Roy Davis.
Shall I call the police?
No, Judy. If there's anyone there, I'm not afraid of him. I'll just open the door and go in.
Oh, please be careful, Doctor. He might be dangerous.
Hold on there, young fella. What do you want?
Dr. Christian, are you hurt?
No. Just the wind knocked out a little.
Oh, now I am going to call the police.
Oh, wait, Judy. Let's see what he was after first.
Oh, but he'll get away.
Let's not worry about that now. Has anything been touched?
I can't see anything.
He had something in his hand. Wrapped in newspaper.
Why do you suppose?
That's it. Those drugs we unpacked this morning. They're all upset in Poto. Judy.
What is it?
That bottle of methylate. It's gone.
But there were two of them.
That's right. But the other's gone, too.
No, it isn't either. It's over there where you said it when we left for downtown.
He must have overlooked it.
Yes, if he wanted it.
I'm sure he must have wanted it.
What for?
Bring me a quart graduate. I'm going to empty this bottle.
Oh. Here it is.
And we'll remove the seal, pour the liquid out, and see what's inside the bottle. There must be some reason why he wants this particular kind of drug.
Oh. There's a stick or something inside the bottle. Like a vanilla stick.
It's not a stick.
It's a fountain pen.
Yeah, so it seems.
That's awfully queer.
I'll unscrew the cap.
Oh, hadn't you better rinse it off first?
Yes. There. Now I'll unscrew the cap and... Oh, see here, Judy.
Why, it's a dummy pen.
Do you see anything inside?
Oh. It looks like a roll of paper.
Yeah, that's just what it is. And what it in so tight it'll be hard to get out.
Why, this is like a scene in a dime detective thriller.
There. It's coming now.
Well, what is it? Spread it out.
It seems to be typewriting and handwriting, too. Sort of a formula.
I think we should report this, don't you?
I suppose so.
Shall I call the police?
Yes. Get him on the phone at once.
You're going to tell them about the formula and the dummy pen?
I think not. I have an idea that wouldn't mean much to Chief Butler. But I want to talk to him just the same, and I hope I'm not too late.
Too late?
Yeah, it's too late to nap the fellow. I have a hunch he's heading east to the neighborhood pharmacy. That's the only other drugstore in town. And I'm sure he's looking for the bottle of methylate that this pen and formula is in.
Hello? Is Chief Butler there? Dr. Christian calling.
Hello? Is this the Ajax Pharmaceutical Company?
Yes, sir.
This is Dr. Christian of Riversend calling. I want to inquire about a shipment of drugs sent me yesterday.
Yes, sir. Was there anything wrong?
No, not exactly, but there's been a man in here today who seemed awfully anxious to get a certain bottle of drugs you shipped me.
A man? What did he look like, if I may ask?
Quite tall, somewhat dark complexioned.
Did he give any name?
No, he didn't, but he was so anxious to get the bottle that he stole it. And he has visited several stores here in town, more or less violently picked up some bottles of methylate. And peculiarly enough, he hasn't bothered to keep them. But he has broken them open and left them behind.
Well, I think I'd better refer you to our president, Mr. Ransom. Just a moment, please. Hello?
Mr. Ransom, this is Dr. Christian of Riversend. I've been explaining how a man has been creating a small crime wave here in our town in the attempt to gather up all the bottles of methylate in the vicinity. I believe that possibly you know something that will help us find out the answer to all this.
I think you're right, Dr. Christian. If I didn't know your reputation as a physician and public citizen, I'd hesitate to repeat this over the phone. I'll speak freely, but briefly. We've had a valuable formula stolen that we were preparing for the Army Medical Corps. The man you somewhat vaguely describe, I believe to be the man we suspect of having taken the formula, although we've had no way to prove he took it. He was our shipping clerk. We took him in custody for a while yesterday, but as we had no evidence, we had to release him. And our suspicion seems justified when he failed to come to work today.
Would it help any if I told you I think I have the missing formula?
You have?
I discovered it concealed in a dummy fountain pen in a bottle of methylate, which I'll find overlooked in the shipment of drugs I received from you today. There were 2 bottles, and you only found one.
But how in the world did you discover the formula in the pen?
Well, it was purely accidental.
And the man? Is there any possibility that he may return? Can he be caught?
I have my doubts that he'll be back, unless he is accompanied by a police escort.
Well, I'm coming right down to River's End just as fast as I can get there. And you protect that formula at all costs. It represents considerable investment and is of no small value to our enemies if they should get hold of it.
Mr. Ransom, I'll protect it with my life. Dr. Christian speaking?
This is Chief Butler. We've caught your man.
Excellent. Was he at the neighborhood pharmacy?
Yes, he walked right into the trap. Came into the store, asked for the medicine, and we nabbed him.
Did you assist the arrest?
Did he? He fought like a cornered wolf, but we tamed him plenty fast.
Can you hold him a couple of hours?
Well, I can, but what's the charge going to be besides assault with intention to steal and malicious destruction of property? He's making an awful squawk about wanting a lawyer and a habeas corpus and all that sort of thing. He sounds awful tough.
I'll charge him with conspiring against the federal government.
Federal government? What's he done?
I'll have all the evidence there inside of 2 hours.
But can't you tell me a little more?
I'll tell you everything when we arrive at the station. Goodbye.
You have your curiosity aroused, Dr. Christian.
I won't hurt him. This will be the one case he can't solve in his own good time.
But have you solved it yourself?
Yes, Judy, it's pretty clear now.
But how did the formula get in the bottle of methylate?
What would you do if you had stolen a valuable formula and had to hide it very quickly to save being caught with it?
Well, I'd find a place where they wouldn't look for it.
Would you hide a fountain pen with the formula in it on your person?
No, I don't think so. Although that might not be a very obvious place of concealment.
Oh, suppose you were a shipping clerk.
Well, I might drop the pen in an outgoing shipment of drugs, but that would be awfully risky.
Perhaps, but if those drugs were going to a nearby small town that might make it easier.
But why put it in a bottle of methylate?
It isn't a fast-selling drug. It's harmless to paper. It won't discolor paper particularly, nor affect ink.
Well, then why did he have trouble finding the right bottle?
By a strange coincidence, there were 2 shipments of drugs to Riversend that day.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the clerk at Tackett's said that they'd just gotten in a bottle?
And we got 2 ourselves.
Exactly. Well, probably forgot which shipment went where.
And then when he didn't find the right bottle, he became panicky.
It doesn't pay to fool with Uncle Sam. The traitor's caught.
And I, for one, hope they'll put him in the jug for keeps.
Oh, you can depend on it. He'll be bottled up for the duration and more.
That's our prize Dr. Christian play for this evening, with our star Gene Hersholt waiting to tell you about next week's story. Folks, a word about belt pulling. These days, we've got to pull in our belts a whole lot tighter. Every dime and every dollar not needed for real necessities should go into war bonds and war stamps. And even when you're buying things you absolutely have to have, make sure that you get the most for your money. Some things can do much more for you than others. For example, there's Vaseline jelly. This 10-cent item, needed in every home, does the work of half a dozen different products, all of which may cost several times its price. You might save $2 or $3 just by making more use of your jar of Vaseline jelly. Learn how soothing it is to hands that are sore, blistered, or cracked. Anyone in war work is apt to need it. Discover how Vaseline jelly relieves chapping and chafing and other skin irritations. Find out what a marvelous dressing it is for everyday burns. See what relief you get from the discomforts of a head cold simply by placing a little Vaseline jelly in the nostrils. You really can't afford to be without this medicine cabinet necessity that does so much, yet costs so little. Get Vaseline jelly tonight. Only 10 cents. And now here is Gene Hersholt, who has made Dr. Christian the most popular doctor in the United States of America. Say, that was a real melodrama you gave us tonight, Mr. Hersholt. What'll it be next week?
Well, next week we have a prize play called Antiques, written by Carolyn Van Buren of Wilmington, North Carolina. Mrs. Van Buren was born and raised in this historic old city, and her story, Antiques, reflects this background. Every Wednesday night, writes Mrs. Van Buren, together with my two best friends, Mr. Jones and Mr. Smith, a cocker and a schnauzer. I listen with interest to the Dr. Christian program. Judy, Dr. Christian, River's End, have all become very real to me. May they always remain on the air. Well, we thank Mrs. Van Buren for her kind wishes, and we know our other radio fans are going to enjoy her heartwarming story, Antiques, which we will broadcast next Wednesday on these same stations at the same hour. And until then, I'll say good night.
How permanent is a permanent wave? Well, a lot depends on the condition of your hair, ladies. So before you set a date for your wave, start giving your scalp a regular Vaseline hair tonic massage before every shampoo. Vaseline hair tonic will put your hair in condition to take a permanent that lasts longer and looks nicer. Get Vaseline hair tonic tonight. Art Gilmore speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense.
For Suspense, tonight we present Menace in Wax by John Dixon Carr.
During the French Revolution of 1793, a Swiss girl copied in wax the severed heads of those who had just been guillotined. She married a Frenchman named Tussaud and came to London, and she founded Madame Tussaud's Waxworks. There it is, still in Marylebone Road, near Baker Street Station. Not the original building. That was destroyed by fire. But it remained untouched when a darker shadow than revolution came to England. They plastered high explosives all along that road and hit the cinema next door. We are going to London under the bomber's moon. Late one night in March of 1941, a young man hurried up to the great glass doors of Madame Tussaud.
Hey, open up here. Isn't there a night watchman around this place?
There is, Governor, and I'm in.
Now, what do you want at this hour of the night?
My name is Rogers. I'm from the Daily Record.
Oh.
If you let me get inside, I'll show you my press card. Didn't you get any orders about me?
Well, maybe I have at that. Oh, you're the bloke who wants to see the Chamber of Horrors.
That's right.
All right, you may as well come in.
My paper got a tip there's something funny going on around here.
Something funny going on here? That's a good one. The rain's not very heavy tonight, is it?
No, they're going over.
You ain't heard where, Governor?
We got a teletype flash. There was the Midlands.
Lord lummy, and I've got a sister in Birmingham. Oh, why can't she come and stop in a nice, safe place like London? There's the Regent's Park guns opening up again. Makes your teeth rattle and shakes the hats off the dummies' heads. You know, this Chamber of Horrors is getting to be popular tonight.
You mean there's been somebody here before me?
Yes.
A woman?
That's right, Governor.
About 5 feet 2 inches tall, very pretty. If you like 'em, brunette and big-eyed and a phony French accent.
No, Governor, no. This was only an old lady that lost her handbag.
Oh, thank the Lord for that anyway. Now then, what is going on around here?
Well, I don't know, Governor. You'll have to ask Pearson about that.
Who's Pearson?
Oh, he's the bloke that's the watchman down there. He's old and he imagines things. He phoned your piper. Have you got an electric torch?
Yes.
Then go straight on through the marble hall and down the stairs on your left. And don't speak to the policeman, 'cause he's wax. Yes, that's the way, Governor. That's the way to the Chamber of Horrors.
Thank you. Pearson. Hello, Pearson. Pearson.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
You're looking for me.
Oh, gee, I didn't see you there. I must have thought you were one of these wax dummies.
Ugly dim light, isn't it?
Yes. Rogers is my name. I'm from the Daily Record.
Oh, yes. I'm glad you came over. I phoned your paper myself. Maybe I'm just imagining things, but...
Oh, I don't blame you. This place would make anybody nervous, especially during an air raid.
Well, sir, it's all right as long as you don't get to imagine they're watching you.
Oh, and do you?
Oh, yes. Sometimes. That's the gambling group in the center there.
Uh-huh. What's that thing over there?
That's the famous guillotine.
Oh, wait a minute, old boy. You're not trying to tell me that's the original guillotine?
No, that was burnt in the fire. Madame Tussaud bought it from Sanson, the executioner. Let me tell you something, Mr. Rogers.
What?
Years ago, this is straight, a young French woman came in here. There was nobody else in the place. She thought it'd be great fun to say she'd put her neck in the same guillotine as Marie Antoinette. So she climbed up on that platform. She snapped the little wooden collar down round her neck, shutting herself in. All of a sudden, she realized she didn't know which spring controlled the collar and which spring controlled the knife.
Oh, good Lord, she didn't...
No. But they say she went crazy. They say she screamed and screamed.
What's that?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, but sweet mama, I'm so scared myself I cannot help it.
Susie.
Oh, no, not Susie. Susie? You make it so it rhyme with floozy. That is not nice.
Why, you little devil. I ought to turn you across my knee. What are you doing here? And will you forget that French accent? You're driving me crazy.
You know this young lady, sir?
Do I? She works for my paper. She's haunting me.
Oh, Bert, that's not nice. I like the way I talk. I only try to give you ideas.
That's just what I mean. Now take your arms from around my neck.
She's French, sir.
Her mother came from New York, like I did. She's got some funny ideas, accents, and disguises.
So I dress up as an old lady, and I come along, too. That is clever, no?
Definitely no.
But I go into what I think is the lady's room, and there is Jack the Ripper. I'm so scared I almost kick the ghost.
Whatever else you do, miss, for the love of heaven, put out that cigarette.
It is not permitted?
It is what they are most afraid of in this place. Fire. If you vouch for this young lady, Mr. Rogers...
I don't vouch for anybody. But go on now. What's all the mystery here at Madame Tussaud's?
You see the group over there? It's called the Gamblers.
That 3 men and a woman in 18th century costume sitting around a table playing cards?
Yes. And about once a week, when the lights are out,
Yes?
those dummies do play cards.
Is this a publicity trick of some kind?
Oh, no, sir.
Then what's the game?
I'm not crazy. I know they don't actually do it, sir. What I want to know is who changes the cards round in their hands and why.
Well, could anybody? Anybody from the outside, I mean, get in to change the cards?
Oh, yes. There's a back door. But why would anyone want to break in here just to change those cards around?
Mon cher Ben, écoutez. Listen, I have made a discovery.
Listen, if you're going to talk, speak English. Or better yet, just keep still.
But I have made a discovery. This card game,
What about it?
it is crooked. Here is a man which has 2 deuces of hearts in the same hand.
Listen, Susie, I don't give a... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's have a look at those cards.
I give you ideas, yes?
Susie, for once you're right. And look here. 2 of these players have all the clubs and hearts. The other 2 have all the diamonds and spades. Susie, how many letters in the alphabet?
26, no?
And twice 26 is...
52.
The number of cards in a pack. Give me a pencil, Susie, quick.
The War Office, Whitehall. MI5, headquarters of military intelligence. There next morning in the map room used as an office by Colonel Warrender.
Mr. Rogers, I'm a busy man.
I appreciate that, Colonel Warrender.
Anyhow, sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Now, what's all this? These cards you claim form a code, is that it?
Yes, sir. Now, look, sir. Let each letter of the alphabet represent a card in clubs and hearts. That's 26.
And then?
And then when you get to the middle of the message, switch the alphabet over to diamonds and spades. Then you won't keep on repeating. Now, will you read what I've got written on this piece of paper?
Jack of diamonds, Q. 3 of clubs, F. Well, that doesn't seem to mean much.
Oh, never mind the cards, Colonel. Just read the letters.
Q, F, A, C, T, O, R, Y.
Yes, sir. Q Factory. Go on.
Just a moment. What is that infernal noise? Johnson Burroughs!
Don't bother with that, sir. Just read the message, please.
Oh. Q Factory. 10 p.m., 15th.
Today's the 15th of March, Colonel.
Oh, all preparations made. Use dive bombers. I see. This message was left openly.
So openly that nobody ever noticed it.
Yes, the trick's been tried before.
No contacts, no gatherings, no letters that might be intercepted. A whole spy ring could walk through that wax museum and read the message without being seen.
You newspaper men trying to teach me my job?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I only...
No, go on.
Well, don't you see? 3 or 4 little boats with portable wireless sets go down the Thames estuary. When they're beyond pursuit, they send that message by radio. Somebody listens. And it's no secret in Fleet Street, sir, that Q Factory is out in the wilds of Gloucestershire.
There's no secret anywhere.
And that we're making the Shaftesbury bomber out there. So tonight, unless we do something about it, they're coming over and bomb Q Factory to blazes.
That's impossible.
Why? Or can't you tell me?
I can tell you this much.
Yes, sir?
Q Factory is so well hidden that even our own pilots can't find it from the air. That's one objection to this message.
Any other objection?
Yes, this talk about dive bombers. Dive bombers in a night attack. What's the good of a dive bomber if he can't see its objective?
Well, suppose somebody showed a light.
He'd be shot dead as soon as he showed it. Every inch of country for a quarter of a mile round the factory. A quarter of a mile, Mr. Rogers, is patrolled day and night.
Well, just the same, they're going to have a try at it, sir.
How?
I don't know how.
Then, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Rogers...
Well, listen, Colonel Warrender, will you give me a pass to go down there to the factory?
Certainly not. No one's permitted to go there except the workers.
How is the place defended?
There's a night fighter station nearby, and several batteries of 4 3.7 guns.
Then give me a pass to the fighter station or to the gun post. That's a legitimate newspaper request.
Well, I might manage a pass to one of the gun posts here.
Then you'll do it?
Well, what on earth is that infernal row? It sounds like somebody locked up in a coat cupboard.
Yes, as a matter of fact, Colonel, it is somebody locked up in a coat cupboard. A young lady, so-called.
A young lady? Who locked her up?
I did.
And just what the devil do you mean, sir, locking up people in coat cupboards in the War Office?
Well, she's a bit excitable, Colonel. I thought that she'd better not see you.
So, thanks for the consideration.
There's just one other favor I'd like to ask.
As well?
If she asks you for a pass, don't give it to her. Don't give it to her under any circumstances.
What's her name?
Susie Dubois.
You're rather too late for that, young man. The Public Relations Office granted her a pass 2 hours ago.
What? Oh. A woman to an anti-aircraft battery?
This is what we call a mixed battery. Women on the guns as well as men. She said it would make a good human interest story for the press. I must say, I agree with her. One moment, Mr. Rogers, before you go.
Yes, sir.
That gun post is fully 2 miles from the factory. You can go there, but if you take one step further, you'll be shot on sight by our guards. I warn you.
I'll be careful, Colonel. I'll be careful. Somewhere in the West Country, a yellow moon shines over bare trees. A white mist, moving, clings to the ground. Susie, are you sure we're on the right road?
Mon cher, they have taken away all the signposts in case there is an invasion.
I know that.
But I follow the map. The map cannot be wrong.
We've been driving for hours. Must be... Yes, it is. Nearly 9:30. Half an hour to go. Trees, and still more trees.
Look. There's a break in the trees ahead. It will be open country in a minute.
Yeah. That's funny. Look how deep the leaves are here on the road.
But one thing I tell you, just between you and me and the bedpost...
Gatepost, Susie. The term is between you and me and the gatepost. And speak English.
I am speaking English very well, thank you. I do not need your help to be pure.
All right.
Now, this map.
Well, what about it?
It say we should go through a lot of villages. Mitford, Archidine, and Saffron-Weville. I have not seen any villages.
Did you say Mitford?
Oui, monsieur.
Susie, let me have a look at that map. Come on, hand it over.
But what is wrong? It is a perfectly good map.
Yes, Susie. It's a fine map. It's an excellent map. Only it's a map of the wrong county.
I have made a mistake? No?
I don't even believe you can read. This is a map of Barsetshire. We should be somewhere in Glebeshire. Now, where in the devil are we?
With the entrance to some kind of clearing with leaves on
it.
Hello there! What was that?
Hello there! Somebody calling us. And if we're in forbidden area...
I see him now.
Where?
He's behind us. He came out of a white cottage back there. He's a big, heavy man. With a mustache.
Never mind the mustache. He's wearing some kind of a uniform and he's got a rifle.
You think he plug us? No?
I think it is not unlikely. Get out those War Office passes of ours. Wait.
Good evening, my friends.
Good evening.
Can you tell me...
No, we don't mean any harm.
Can you tell me what time it is?
Oh, what time it is?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. It's, 28.5 past 9.
Thank you. I will keep you covered while I set my watch. There. My next question is, would you like me to shoot you both?
No.
Listen, Mr.
McAllister.
Captain McAllister.
That's right.
Captain, this girl, she's been reading the wrong map. You see, we don't even know where we are.
You're in Hollywood Forest, my friend.
Hollywood Forest?
Is that good or bad?
And you don't know what's just beyond the edge of this clearing?
No.
There's a big open space of 1/4 mile. In the middle of that open space...
Q Factory. We're right on top of it.
Then you have heard of Q Factory, my friend.
Captain McAllister, we're from the War Office, and we've got passes to prove it.
Let's see the passes.
We were trying to find gun site number... I've forgotten the number. But it's here on that card.
You've passed the gun site. 2 miles back up the road. All right. Here are your passes.
What are you going to do to us?
I'm not in the regular army. You can thank your stars I'm not. I'm forestry preservation.
Oh. You are not going to chuck us in the cooler, even?
No. Now turn that car around, get back along this road as fast as you can. If they fire at you, as they probably will...
Oh, I wish I am home. Pray no more, I wish I am home.
Well, then hope for the best. My watch had stopped, and you did me a good turn. Now, hurry along. Hurry.
on sight of heavy attack battery. 4 3.7 guns against a moon growing clear white. White as the concrete emplacements, sealed against light where the crews, men and women, sitting, waiting.
Well, sir, glad to have you both here. But this idea of yours about dive bombers attacking a blacked-out factory in the middle of a forest is rather fantastic, don't you think?
Well, I admit it doesn't make much sense, Captain Bronson, but I have a hunch that I'm right.
Well, glad you and Miss Susie drove out. Don't see many strangers. Frightfully boring. Nice country, of course, good air and everything, but dull. Dull as ditch water.
What's that?
Only some of the lads and lasses inside. Like to walk along the emplacement here?
Oh, is that allowed?
Oh, certainly, old boy. Why not? Bright moon tonight, isn't it?
Yes, bomber's moon.
We nearly get shot on our way here.
Quiet, Susie. We're not supposed to have been there.
If I nearly get shot, I am going to say I nearly get shot. It was a man which is called, McAllister.
Oh, old Mac, huh? Very decent sort, Mac. He's a tree doctor.
A what?
Tree doctor. Got to have wood, you know. But trees start to die. Mac goes round the edge of the clearing and smears them with stuff to keep them well. How did you come to meet him?
Well, the fact is, we nearly got as far as the factory tonight.
Oh, then you were lucky to get back alive.
There weren't any barrage balloons over the factory, I noticed.
Hardly, old boy. They wouldn't advertise, would they? With balloons in open country?
And if the Germans did use dive bombers?
Oh, they're not coming, old boy. Just make up your mind to that.
I wonder if you'll say so at 10 o'clock.
But it is 10 o'clock. It's just 10 now.
Well, it can't be. We drove here like blazes. It was only 9:30 then.
Well, then your watch must be very slow, old boy. No, I'm afraid you're wrong. I've never seen it quieter. Cold tonight, very dry for March. Look all around you. Moonlight, open country, not a sign of life in it. Quiet, peaceful, and silent as the great...
What was that?
By George, I think we've got some visitors. I think we're going to see some fun.
Enemy planes approaching south-southwest. Action stations. Enemy planes approaching south-southwest.
Now do you believe me?
Better stand back, old boy. Operation crew's coming on.
I said, now do you believe me?
I want you to watch these girls work. They do everything, you know, except actually fire the guns. Now, keep your hair on, old boy.
Susie, he still can't see it.
Oh, they'll only be going over.
You think so?
Oh, yes. We sometimes get a crack at them when they're making for Bristol.
Standing by for action. Standing by.
Listen. I have heard that noise 1,000 times, but every time I hear it, I get sick.
Well, they're flying ruddy low, you know.
Just what I was thinking.
Spotter! Any identification?
Junker, 88.
Dive bombers.
Height, 5,200.
Now, look here, you two newspaper people.
Yes, sir?
There might be things popping, you know, can't tell. I'd like to get below.
No, thanks.
I don't like this, Bert, but I'll stay too.
Rangefinder, on target.
Look here, you two. Those War Office passes you gave me, I'm not supposed to keep them. No, I'd better give them back, just in case.
Predictor, on target.
Here we go, ladies and gents.
Fire. Stand by. Predictor on target. Fire. Stand by. Predictor on target.
Headquarters message, sir.
Fire.
Yes, Corporal?
Hold your fire. Night fighters taking off.
Hold fire. Night fighters taking off.
Hold fire. Message understood.
What is the matter with them?
With who?
Those Boche planes. They're still a good way off, but they don't come any closer.
Must be going over after all.
They're circling. I think they're waiting for a signal.
Anyhow, here are your War Office passes. You seem to have got them all smeared with oil.
Oil?
That is all right, mon cher. When we get them back from Captain McAllister, they have oil on them. I think maybe he dropped them on the leaves, because there's oil on the tires of the car, too. Then I think how always in this we meet things that burn. At Madame Tussauds last night, they would not let me smoke a cigarette in case of fire.
Fire. That's it, fire.
What's the matter with you, old boy?
Why did that fella, way out at the end of nowhere, want to know what time it was?
Are you scatty?
McAllister, you told me so yourself. He goes around the edges of the clearing and smears the trees with stuff to keep them well.
Well, what about it?
Suppose it was crude oil. Suppose between each tree he laid an invisible fuse of dead leaves soaked in oil.
I don't understand.
In 30 seconds, a complete square of fire runs around the limits of the factory grounds. That draws the bombers in. Then as the flames blaze higher, they've got enough light to dive on their target.
There, our night fighters are letting loose.
Brunson, I see it all now. Come on. We've got to get to that tree, Dr. McAllister. It's a matter of minutes. Susie, is Branson following in the car behind us?
Yes, he's following, and men with rifles.
We've got to get to McAllister's cottage.
This McAllister...
I'll bet you 10 to 1 the real McAllister's either dead or tied up in that cottage. The fellow we saw was an imposter. Look out, Susie. Keep your head down.
Oh, those fighters. They will chew up every younker in the place. They have not got the chance of a snowshoe in heaven.
No, Susie, not a snowshoe in heaven. You mean...
I know you are English at a time like this. What I cannot understand...
Look out!
I don't see why he hasn't set his signal off. What is delaying him? Why don't he strike a match when the bombers come over?
Because he's a good Nazi.
A good Nazi?
My watch was slow, don't you remember? And I gave him the wrong time. He had orders to strike his match at 10 o'clock, and he'll not do it until 10 o'clock if there are 500 planes instead of 20.
Bert, I see him.
Where?
Far up the road. He's running.
Yeah, that's him. Think we can reach him before he gets to the clearing?
Not the chance of a snowshoe in heaven.
Signal Brunson to pass us. A long shot with a rifle might...
Bert, one of the Junkers is hit.
Huh?
He's right over us.
That's not all. He's unloading his bombs. That whole stick's coming straight down our direction. Keep your head down.
I want to see.
Put your arms over your face. Are you all right?
I don't feel hurt.
This is a dirt road. The bomb sank too deeply before it exploded. We didn't catch the blast. Come on, Susie. McAllister was just ahead of us. Come on, let's get out. We can't drive any farther. This road is full of bomb craters. Wait a minute, Susie. There's McAllister.
He is dead.
Yes, Susie. Killed by a Nazi bomb.
Look, on the ground. What are those two white cards?
Oh. They're all smeared with oil. They must have fallen out of McAllister's pocket just before he got hit. Let's see. What do you know?
What are the cards, Bert?
2 tickets for Madame Tussauds Waxworks. I'm afraid our friend's never going to get to use them.
Not the chance of a snowshoe in heaven.
And so ends Menace in Wax. Tonight's story of Suspense. Columbia presents these stories of mystery and intrigue and dangerous adventure for your relaxation and enjoyment. Next Tuesday, there'll be another in this series. Same hour, 9:30 Eastern Wartime. William Spear, the producer. John Dietz, the director. Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor. John Dixon Carr, the author, are collaborators on Suspense.
Here is a message of vital importance to every person who drives an automobile in America. There is wide misunderstanding about gasoline and rubber, and the government wants the following facts brought to everyone's attention. Actually, there is no scarcity of gasoline except in some parts of the East. But nowhere in the country is there enough rubber for military and civilian use. Starting 2 weeks from today, December 1st, mileage rationing goes into effect. This means that no car owner anywhere in the United States will be able to buy gasoline without a mileage rationing book. The purpose is to conserve the rubber we have by eliminating all unnecessary driving. When we think of the tremendous distances our mechanized army is traveling in North Africa and the long road to victory that still lies ahead, this extra effort on our part is slight indeed. Remember, everybody is going to have mileage rationing, so why not be prepared? The best way each of us can save rubber is by sharing our car with others. Let one car do the work for 2 or 3. So why not arrange with the neighbors tonight and start sharing the car tomorrow? It's the one real, important contribution that every automobile driver can make. Don't be a lone rider. Share your car and do your share for victory. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.